Okay, alright. Welcome everybody to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Lees. I really love learning how to develop games. I'm gonna be doing some Godot. Specifically, I want to get some dialogue interactivity set up in my game. So right now, we do have a game where you can walk up to some characters and talk to them. Well, kind of. You can like initiate talking to them, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, it could. Maybe. I don't know how important it'll be today, but it at least will be doable. So previously, this had been set up in a way that let us click on the different characters. Click, 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 and it would pop up a dialog box. But what I want now is for us to be able to walk up to the characters, which we can, because we're doing it in a third-person view, or a first-person view, right? So here we are, first person, not third, that's first. We're walking around. Imagine, just imagine with me here, just go with me on this journey, that these are people, and we are approaching them in a dark but like very beautiful club, and we're here to talk to them, make friends. It's a game about making friends. It's a friendship simulator, but it's supposed to be a little scary too. So we approach them, right, and we can press the E key, and bam, we got some message. This one in the middle, his name is Jerome. You can tell because it says so. If we come up to this person, bam, their name is Lilith. You can tell because it says so. Let's back it on up. We'll come over here, talk to them. That is Big O. It's just a placeholder name, okay? That's Big O. And you can talk to all these people, but like, here's the problem, is when you start the conversation, what do we do now? What do we do now? Like, originally you had a mouse. So like I said, you could click on them, which means you could take that mouse and then tap on these and it would pop up a menu. But right now we don't have that. If you press the escape key, you will reveal a mouse cursor, and then you can click on these and you get some options, but as you can see, we're still looking around, which isn't good. We also have joypad support, so we can also play it that way in theory. Maybe if I, okay, well, it's, in theory, it worked. Maybe I should restart it. Let me try plugging it back in. I swear, we sent it out. It works with a joypad. Let me see if maybe now it'll, yeah, see, okay, there we go. So we can also do it this way, which if you think about it, presents a bit of a problem. So I can press the A key on here, the A button, and then it'll talk. But like, okay, so if I reveal the mouse, I can't use the mouse. I can't use the mouse with the cursor with this. So we kind of need to think of some different ways to control communication. And think about it, what if you don't want to use a key or a mouse at all? You just want to use the keyboard. We want to have a way, maybe you can press, you know, the arrow keys. I guess not WASD. We'll want the arrow keys for that. So, you know, we got some things to think about. Join me today in figuring that out. By the end of the stream, I hope to have some full dialogue control options on joypad, on keyboard, and on the mouse. So yeah, let's see what happens. But first, I want to tell you guys, this is an exciting week. This is an exciting week for Hyper Game Dev because we have unlocked memberships. We have unlocked YouTube memberships. We have unlocked super chats, super stickers. We got them, y'all. What am I gonna do with them? Well, that's up to you, actually. I do have some alerts. I did set up member alerts. Yesterday, I didn't have a membership alert, and I apologize to the first member of Hyper Game Dev, Kai, for signing up and doing that. I appreciate it. We got Stormrun in the house. Welcome, Stormrun. Stormrun says, I got some stuff to do, but I'll be back shortly. Okay, that's cool. Thanks for stopping in. That means a lot. I got stuff to do. I actually got a lot to do, too. But that is neither here nor there. So as you can see, join, bam, check it out. Look at that, join this channel. We got badges, loyalty badges, we got perks. After the stream today, I'm gonna do another live stream where I'm gonna talk about what the I'm gonna make a video basically. I'm gonna start doing everything live stream. You'll see I don't even have any videos anymore on this channel. It's just live. I'm not saying I won't have videos, but I decided I really want to start from a live perspective. And so I'm thinking I'm gonna do a members only live stream where I do things that need to be recorded. For example, a video introducing the membership stuff. So look out for that. Also bonus live game dev. If I'm like, I need to finish something up, we'll do that. There's other stuff too. I'm working on emojis. That's something I am working on. Those are coming. Let me know if you have suggestions for channel emojis. I'm thinking like the Godot face, maybe like laughing. I don't know, something like that. Anyway, you get the idea. So go check that out. And then on the live stream now, I'm just announcing it this week so everybody knows. We also, I won't annoy you with this every single week. Like that. Okay, just this week. And we also have these donos, so you can leave a super sticker or a super chat. That's pretty cool, right? That's pretty cool. You guys help me do that with your subscribes and your watches. So thank you for doing all that. I appreciate it. All right, let's get that out of here. Get all that crap. Get all this crap. We also have Patreon. You can join for free, and you'll get a newsletter. Don't worry about any of that. Let's just get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. All right. You're gonna leave me on for the cats. See, now that is appreciated. If honestly, I would rather have an audience of cats than people. Just kidding. That's not true. Please watch. No, I love cats. I love cats. So it's an honor. It's a deep honor. Also, hi cats. So yeah, so I am kind of new to Godot, by the way. Yeah, I'm a little bit new to Godot. I've been doing this for a few weeks, so bear with me. I did learn something cool. I don't know if I can use it yet. I learned about this unique name. Here's a good example. So here we have this reference, right? Function ready, dialog friend name. So what this does is this will set the text of the friend's name. So whenever we went up to those characters, right, and we go, hello, that's Jerome. We go up to this one, hello, that's Big O, right? All of that is what this is referring to. So that's a little slot. It's a little name slot. So if we come to our dialogue scene, which is a separate instance scene, and then I go to friend name, that's where it's updating it. And we're referencing it by saying it's in dialogue / friend name. Well, what if I want to move it? What if I put it over here or something, right? What if I don't want it to be a child of friend dialogue? Well, if we try to run the game, it's going to have all kinds of problems. It's going to give us an error. Boo. I don't want to move it, but suppose I do. So I'm going to put it back for now. And now the game will run just fine, no error. So what I'm gonna do, I don't know, I learned about it last night and I wanna see if it works. If I right click on this, we can do access as unique name. Bam! It's gonna get a little % right next to it. And then I think this is how it works. I think we can just get rid of all this and maybe put a % here. Somewhere. We put a % somewhere, and then eventually it'll work. But let's see if that worked. Did it? It did not. Okay, let me see if I can do it right. Put it here. Yeah, is that where the % goes? Maybe, no error? Okay. Okay, well, what if I don't do oh, we gotta do the quote. We gotta do the quote. Maybe instead of the $sign, we do the %? Oh gosh, I don't think it works like I think it does. Maybe I do the % in here. There's no way that works. Guys, I don't think I know how to do it. I don't think I know how to do it. I thought I knew, but I don't. Okay, cool. Let's try. Ooh, I got an idea. I got a better idea. Look at this. Watch this. I'm gonna drag it in. We're gonna drag it in like a dragon. Here we go. Jablamo. Can't drop nodes because the script is not used in this scene. Oh, really? So you can't use it from instances. That is interesting. So the friend, okay, well, I didn't know that. All right, well, here's the deal, y'all. That's not a good place to use this. And you just learned that here on Hyper Game Dev. Please don't leave. So we're going to say revoke unique name. We're just going to put everything back the way it was and slowly walk away, and everything's going to be fine. So what it's saying is, so if let's do it the right way. What about ocelots? What is an ocelot? Wait, what is an ocelot? Do I know what an ocelot is? Welcome, Psycho Ocelot. It is a, oh, wow. Dude, I didn't know that's what an ocelot was. I had no idea. It's a beautiful, cute little cat. Oh, it's a cat. It actually looks like a big, very dangerous cat. Okay, let me show you this in a way that really works. So here we're gonna look for a different spot where this is relevant. I'm gonna come to, we gotta make sure we're in the right scene here. So let's go to the main scene. And then I'm gonna look at maybe the player script. Do we have a reference in there? Everywhere, all these references are pretty neat and nice. So we don't really have a messy reference to use here, unfortunately. We could create one though. I guess we could use these dialogue. No, we can't, because that's in an instance. That's such a disappointment. I guess I don't have a time to use it yet. I don't technically have a time to use it, which makes me sad. So, but let's demonstrate it anyway somehow. So I'm gonna say, let's say we want to, let's create a new thing. I'm gonna make a add a child node. It's gonna be a panel. All right, there's a panel right there. I'm gonna put it, I'm just gonna put it, let's make it as a child of the parent, just for the sake of demonstration. And then I'm gonna take this panel, I'm gonna make it a little bigger. So there's a little gray box right there. So if we hit play, we see this little gray box on here. That's wonderful. But I wanna make it actually matter in the code, so we can at least, I wanna prove that this works, okay? If we come to the main scene and we say, I guess we'll just drag it in, right? Like reference it normally. And I'm gonna say, oh, we need text in here. Let's make it text. That'll be easier. I'm gonna say label. So there's a label. It's gonna be in the panel that we created. And I do need to do dialogue stuff today. That's my main goal today. But I want to learn this trick very badly, because it seems like a cool trick. So this is gonna have text that's cool on it. Also, welcome, Psycho Ocelot. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. I didn't know that was a cat. That's definitely a good suggestion. Consider it added to the suggestion list. And then let me go to the 2D so you can see where this is. Text that's cool. Sweet. But I don't even want it to say text that's cool. I want it to say something else. I want to change it to something different. So let's get rid of this reference and let's say label, and we'll say set text. Is that how you do it? I have to check because I'm really, really new to Godot if it wasn't super, super obvious. It is set underscore text, and then, okay, so I was right. I was on the right track. And then we'll say new text. I think we need to quote it. New text, not the original. Okay, there we go. New text, totally not the original. Let's hit play. It should say that in there. It does. So you see, it doesn't say the cool text thing. It says new text, not the original. Great, so that worked. Now, if I were to move this label, let's say way over here as a child of the main scene, now when I run this, it is not gonna work. We get an error. Okay, here we go. This is the moment of truth. This is the moment of truth. Do I learn things? I'm going to right click on label. We're going to do access as unique name. And I'm actually going to drag it in. We're just not even going to try adding the %. We're going to drag it in, drop it. Nice. It worked. I love it. Let's hit play. And bam! New text, not the original. Let's go. I don't really know why it's kind of lighter there. It just looks a little different. It's like it's behind it. Oh, because we put it in a new place. Right, because now it's above or in a it's not like or something. I don't know. It's in a different. It kind of seems like it would be like more there, I guess, because maybe if I put it like here, let's see if that makes it. We can put it anywhere. That's what's beautiful, is we can put it anywhere and it'll still work because we have that percent. I think that's really cool that you can refer to stuff that way, and now I've proven that I know it. Let's move on. I literally actually don't want any of that. So we're just gonna hard control Z everything we've done today. Okay, now, in terms of getting things to be interactive, how will I do this? In the, right now, when a dialog box appears, we say right here. So if the input action is pressed, activate. So we have on our input map in the project settings, we have the activate button, which is E. Let me zoom that in. It's just a little, I can't really see. We have E physical on the keyboard. We also have the joypad button. So all of those work. I guess the left mouse button doesn't actually bring up the conversation, which makes sense at this point. We don't really need that. I kind of want the mouse to appear. So we do have, if you press X, so if you press X, right, or escape, sorry, not X, escape. It just kind of sounds like an X, escape. If you press escape, you'll get the mouse in the game, and so it'll toggle it on and off. And not only that, but it also allows you to literally escape the window. So if I pull the zoom out, you can see I can go outside the window. And if I press escape, it's going to bring me back in there. So I don't know that I want it to like do all that. I do kind of want it to appear. So maybe when you click on this, I guess, could it detect if you have the keyboard? We might just want to forget the mouse, you know? Maybe just only use the keyboard, you know, and then you can use arrow keys. I feel like we should set that up first. And then if it feels like it's missing something, then add in the mouse. And then that'll be easier to map to the joypad as well. We'll probably want the D-pad, right? So we can have like the arrow keys. I mean, the arrow keys currently move you around, which kind of is interesting. You know, that's what we should do. We should have it cancel movement. Right? You can't look, you can't move. I mean, maybe you can look. Why not look? You just can't move. I think looking is fine. That's kind of fine, right? You can keep looking. It would be kind of nice if you could even walk away a little bit. Because if you think about it, right? Like if you approach a character, like look, like these people are tall as heck, right? And so, I mean, if you come up here, you're going to be looking at their freaking belly button, which that doesn't make sense. So you'd almost want like a cinematic to appear where it like shows you, you know, something more interesting in this. Or we make the raycast longer so you can approach sooner. That's another thing too, is we might want like an activate button to appear. So when we're just like this close, that's enough to have a conversation. Something I noticed as well is that we have an invisible player character. Our player character is not visible, which is probably fine, but I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, where am I in space? Am I close yet? Am I nearby yet? You know, maybe we want some collision, you know, when you're so close. There's a lot of questions. Maybe we need the character to be taller. There's a lot of things to think about here, actually. But I guess I should just focus on the interaction stuff. So let's say the movement isn't possible anymore. I think at the bare minimum, that makes the most sense. So that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm trying to get the interaction set up so we get a little more stuff that we can do when the dialog box appears. And by the way, this is going to be a game about making friends and it being a little scary. S says, hello, how is your game coming along? I see you have a moving camera now. Yeah, we do. Yeah, and we got like a player and everything. We are coming along. So it's about the horrors of making friends, and we can even use a joypad to move around, and the idea is that we can come up to these people, talk to them, make different choices. Those choices don't exist yet It's really just, this is how it's coming along. We can move around, we can look around. These have different names on each character, and what I really want to set up is a way to actually use these buttons. So that's what I'm going for. It's coming along pretty well. I like what I have so far. I like it. Oh, speaking of liking, if you haven't yet, remember to hyper smash that thumbs up button. Hopefully you do that. Thank you if you're able to do it. I see we got 6 people hanging out with us today. Welcome, everybody. But only 3 thumbs ups. That makes Lee sad. I mean, no, really, thank you if you can press that thumbs up button. It means more people will see the live stream and be recommended the video after we go live. So thank you if you can do that. I really appreciate it. Hyper smash that thumbs up. Thank you, y'all. Yeah, so I want to get it so we can do even more than move around. I actually want to stop us from moving around. So let's see where we can do that. So on our player, I'm going to go to the main scene, which it feels really weird that the main scene isn't the first tab. So that's where it's going to be. I'm going to go to the player script. And in here, we have a lot of the default stuff. We followed a tutorial that helped us find out how to set up movement. Now we need to turn that movement off. We need to tell that movement to stop. Okay, no idea how to do that. I guess I would want to, I'm gonna look it up, because I don't know. I don't know the first thing. I'm new to text code. I'm new to so much in Godot. Godot, turn off input. And the thing is I don't really want to turn off the input. I kind of want to change the input, because I want to use those same buttons, but for other things. And then we'll also we probably need to add like an exit button that closes the dialog box. So there's a lot of stuff to think about. Here's some ways to turn off input in Godot. Use the get input direction function. Check for a Boolean variable that's set when the player enters a hitbox. Get input direction. Use set process unhandled input false. That's interesting. Turn off input. Right. Use Boolean flags. For example, you can create a timer called blocker and set the flag. When the timer is done, it re-enables control. That's interesting. I can't say that was the most helpful. That's an interesting tutorial. How to turn off player input. I kind of want to reroute it. I kind of want to remap it, like, temporarily. You know what I mean? Trying to implement knockback. I want to turn off the player input when that happens. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. If the inputs are handled in get input direction function, then have the function check for some Boolean variable that's set when the player enters. Right, but like, then what do I do with it? Oh, Boolean equals false. Variable player hitbox. Okay, now that didn't make as much sense as I thought. Oh, like a condition, right? So only if it's true. Oh, I got you. Okay, heard. Got it. Understood. Let's go. I get it. I get it now. I get it now. So we would want to say that this is getting the vectors. Maybe we want this. So mouse input. We could even have this whole, just like nothing here. Look, so this is for looking on the mouse. This is for looking on the joypad. That's for looking as well. Looking. Here's for movement. Right? Input is action just pressed. UI accept input. So it must be this. Variable input direction, variable direction. I think this is where we have all of our input stuff and where we want to modify it so it doesn't work anymore. I'm pretty sure about that. Okay, so, but this is just a variable. That's all this is, right? That's just a variable. Get the input direction and handle the movement and deceleration. Maybe if direction. So maybe here, if we say if direction and, does that how that works? And we could say movement okay. Movement okay equal is set to true. And then we'll make this movement okay. Is that what sense makes? Is that what sense makes? Identify movement okay, not declared. Yeah, we need to set that up. So this variable, now this variable, I would want to be able to reference this from somewhere else, right? So we would want this to be a little more globalized somehow. So I don't know if I'm going to be setting this up the right way, but I'm going to set it up a way. And then we can do better someday. I'm new to this. I'm doing my best. I'm going to say var movement okay equals true. So it's going to start out true at the start. And then we want to say that as long as it is true, then everything's fine. And you can move around. So I think that will work. I don't know for sure, though. And then you always mistake the hours between 5 p.m. or 8 p.m. CET. Time zones, man. Time zones are tough. Welcome, Kai. Good to see you. If that goes for your stream, yeah. Yeah, it's tough. Time zones are tough. Welcome, Kai. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you. I'm trying to set up some ways to control the dialog box that pops up when we talk to characters. I'm attempting to set up a variable that when we open up the dialog box will turn off movement, because right now we can move around in the middle of talking, and I don't know that that's a bad thing necessarily. Honestly, like, the more I think about it, because then it's kind of like you can walk away from a conversation, you know? Like, that's not necessarily the worst thing, that you can walk away from a conversation. If anything, I'd almost want to enable a different set of controls. Like, because if you're gonna move around, no, I guess we should turn off the movement. I like that we have it so you can walk away and it goes away. I really like that, but I think we have to let go of that feature, and that's just gonna have to be fine. Same thing in GDevelop. Make it more like a pause menu, which stops the rest, or just ignore the movement. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, ignore the movement. That's what I'm thinking. But I want to, then I still want to use inputs. Like, I just want the inputs to be. Can we like turn off a variable? Probably not. Maybe. Because what I'd like is to have the same keys be used, but for something different. So it's kind of like I'm remapping. Let me just look this up. I'm going to say change controls mid-game Godot. Let me just get a little tip about that real quick. Change controls in-game. I want the typical option menus. Yeah, an option menu. Not really. But we'll see. I guess GDevelop is purely code engine. You mean Godot? Godot is, yeah, they don't have visual scripting or any of that fancy stuff. Yeah, this one is all text code, baby. We're all in for the text code. It's my first time learning text code too. So it's, it's a little bumpy, but I'm getting there. I'm enjoying it. I am. But yeah, it is all text code. It does have a UI though. So like, it does have some elements that make it easier to use. They're going to change a key input move left is mapped to A, but you can change it to something. Yeah, I guess we'll just let it be remapping. You might need a finite state machine. Oh, or a simpler version using conditions and enumerations. I like that. Honestly, a finite state machine sounds simpler to me than that. Also, thank you for that. That's a really good idea. I feel like conditions and enumerations sounds more complicated to me. I've been meaning to learn the finite state machine because I like to use state machines in my game's logic, but I don't usually use a built-in function that is a state machine. But I know that Godot does have such a thing. So if we were to come in here and do state machine, don't they have like a, I thought they did. I thought there was a node for state machines. Wait, am I bugging? I thought they did have a node for state machines. Wait a minute. Wait a daggone minute. Godot state machine. I really thought they did have a state machine. The state machine class. So that's different than... Oh, so it's like more in code. You can make a state machine out of nodes, but no node for it. Oh, I thought there was. I hear you, Kai. I don't know if pausing is really what I want, because we do still want gameplay. We don't want the game to be paused. I just want to use the code to adjust the movement stuff. You can make a state machine out of nodes, but no node for it. Wow. Find a state machine Godot for under 10 minutes. I like that. I like the sound of that. This is by Bitly Tick.
Let's say you're designing an enemy. You want this enemy to wander until it spots something.
I know it's
then
state.
Chase that
Thank
target,
you so much.
And if it gets close,
but like, how do I do it in Godot?
So in our case,
right?
we would have an idle. So the first thing I'll do is add a new state script. This will be the
State
base
script.
script
So they're
used for
making
all
a
of their
script.
states later.
I see.
So we'll set up the functions.
So they're
here.
handling
We'll
it all
declare
in one
class name
script.
state and define the functions enter, exit, update, and physics update. All of these will just contain pass because we don't actually want to do anything in these functions right now. You technically could, but for our project, I'll just leave these blank. Next, I'll go ahead and add a new node to the enemy and just call this state machine.
Welcome,
Then
Ash
I'll
Kettle.
attach a new script. So the plan is to have the state machine in the scene tree, and every state can just be a child of that node. So what I'll do is I'll define a states dictionary, and then inside of the ready function, I'll loop over all of the children. And if the child is a state, I can add it to the dictionary by using its name. And since state extends node, we can check directly here whether it's a state or not. I'll go ahead and track the current state, and then we'll go ahead and define the process and physics process functions. And inside of here, we can check if we have a current state and call update and physics update respectively.
This is interesting. I am not saying I don't want to use this. I'm not saying I don't want to use this. But to me, the way that I usually do this when I make games, and I'm not saying it's the best way to do it, but is I just have like integers. And I just like have the integer number change depending on what literal state number we're in. And I'm not saying that's the best way to do it, but that might help us here. And we could say if it's state this or state that, then if it's this number or that number. Check the asset library, they might have it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, that's interesting. I am very dubious. I had a bad experience, was it a couple weeks ago, getting something from the asset library. It made things so much worse. So I'm a little dubious, but that doesn't mean I'm not curious. Oh, this is nice. We got walk, jump, and run. I see. This must be what I saw somewhere. A G-script implementation of the finite state machine pattern adds nodes, node types for finite state machines and states. This looks decent. And it looks pretty simple. I feel like the last one we tried to add was very complex. Like it was like a whole extra module under the whole freaking editor. But this is kind of simpler. I feel like I definitely saw, who is this by? Hexagon Nico. I'm pretty sure I saw a video of this. Hey, what's up, D-Mart? What's up, D-Mart? Yes, the kitty cat insists to join the stream today. And who can blame him? There's the baby. Hello? Hello, yeah, go ahead. You want to talk into the mic? You got something to say to the world, buddy? I love you. I love you so much. I love you so much. He wants cuddles. He's a very, very, very intimate cat. You might be talking about the animation tree, which I think works similar to a finite state machine. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So this is let me consider that strongly considered. I feel like this is definitely what I was thinking of. You said there's a node called an animation tree. Let me see what that's about. Let me see what that's about. But I think I'll just do an integer, guys, because I mean, like, that should work. Like, that should work. Animation tree. I've never seen this in my life, but it looks kind of cool. It sounds kind of like it would work. I'm going to do integers. We're just going to do an integer. So instead of the variable that I was creating with true or false, instead, I'm going to say variable player, we're just going to say player state. And we'll say it starts with 0. And that's just you moving around, being able to do stuff. And let me open up a notepad so that way we can at least, let's see here, we want the Godot game. And I'm going to say player states. Player states. So 0 is going to be a normal movement. 1 will be dialogue controls, right? So instead of variable movement okay, we want to see that the variable... So in order to actually move around, instead of movement okay true, we'll say player state is set to 0. And then we'll change that state whenever, well... you open a dialog box, which would happen over, I guess on the friends script here. So not only does the dialogue become visible if input action is just pressed and friend is nearby, not only does a dialogue become visible, but we can also somehow say that, now I need to somehow set a variable on another script. That I forgot very much already how to do. Cool, 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 cool. Maybe I just I totally forgot how to do that. I feel like we did that though. Didn't we do something like that? Like we have maybe on the player. I don't know that we do. I don't know that we do have something like that. I think that's what, and it probably isn't that hard. Godot update variable across in another script. Changing variables are different in the same scene. It isn't the same scene, so that's not too bad. This is from 2019, so we got to keep that in mind. So if you just call it, it would look like child. It would look exactly. And enumeration does the mapping for you. Are you familiar with enum? Not in Godot. I mean, the only thing I know about enumeration is from Unreal Engine. And in Unreal Engine, you can set up a list that you can then refer to in your game script, and then you can have different events depending on which enumeration you call. So that's about what I got with that. What is enum? What is enum? 2018. Yikes. That's a long time ago. Enum is a keyword used in GDScript for making a bunch of related constants. Oh, constant. Okay. As you can see, the constant's default values are incremented numbers starting from 0. Some of these constants can be given a different value on assignment. Enum default custom equals 20. They can also be assigned with another word to create a dictionary holding multiple constants. Okay. Okay. All right. Heard. Can't say I know what I'm going to do with that. Is there an option to call a movement function and set it to false while talking and true? That's pretty much what I'm doing, yeah. That's pretty much what I'm setting up, except I'm doing it with, well, I was going to do an integer, but maybe an enum is better. Enum is short for enumeration. Yes, yes, yes. Use selecting something from a list where every item is mutually exclusive. Yes, yes, yes. Enum, character class, fighter, rogue, mage. You don't have to write each item in a new line. Okay. How to assign an enum to a variable. Enum, character class, fighter, rogue, mage. There's the list. Variable character class. So this is a different name than that. Equals character class dot fighter. Okay. You can use the enums to make choices depending on the enum's value. You can do this by simple. I mean, this seems kind of similar to what I'm already doing. So does an enum work across scripts more easily? Oh, script variable, export variable. So we want to export. So maybe I just want to. Okay, this is interesting. World is the scenery, so you need. So I think we can just get. I feel like we can just do get, right? Like I mean, I hear you with all this. Yeah, but I was asking if it's possible to turn off and on a function. Yeah. So basically, Kai, what I would do is not turn off and on a function, but I would say within a function. So for example, we have, where's my input here? Right here. So within this function for the physics process, I have, this is for the input direction, okay? So if the direction, and then I'm adding and player state, is equivalent to 0. So what I'm saying is, yes, run the movement stuff, allow movement stuff to have. I think that's where this is. I'm not sure if this is the right place to put it, but basically I would look for wherever the movement stuff is being set up, and I would say if that and this other thing is true, then run it. So then when this thing becomes false, kind of like what you're saying, that won't run. So that's kind of how I'm doing it. It makes your script more human readable since you don't need to remember 0 equals idle, 1 equals moving. Oh, that sounds like a smart thing to do. Okay, wow, I see. Wow, okay, I'm pretty sold on that. I'm pretty sold on that. Yeah, I'm so used to just doing numbers because to me it's easier, but like human readable is like gold standard, right? Because then like you can have collaborators, people in the chat can look at it and be like, "Oh, I know what that is. That makes sense." Gotcha. What's up, Frank? Smart indeed. All right, so let's do it that way. Good to see you, Frank. Let's do an enum then. Let's do an enum then. We want to be doing good best practices, right? I want to learn best practices. Sorry this isn't in like dark mode. I gotta set that up one of these days. Get a little dark mode. Does it just have one? It just doesn't. Enums are created like this. Enum character class, right? You don't have to write in each line, and then we can just say. So I would say variable player state right here, and then equals, and if I want to set it, right, I would say equals character class dot fighter. So we could do player state. Okay, I think I understand. Do I? Let's see if I do. So we would say enum player state, and then I guess states, and then I would say normal normal. Let me do commas. Normal. Oh, let me get my program working right so you can see. What am I doing? Why are things flashing in front of the screen? It's because I am pressing Alt-Tab. I'm a severe Alt-Tabber. I have an Alt-Tab addiction. So now you can see I'm pressing Alt-Tab. I just thought you should know. And what I'm trying to do, by the way, is set up a way for dialogue to be interacted with after it opens. I don't know if I can show you because I feel like we probably got errors somewhere. Nope, we don't. Great. So we have this game where you walk around, you talk to people, and you get this little dialogue box that pops up. And I want us to be able to change the movement from this, or the controls from movement here, to being able to move between these different options using the keyboard. So what I'm trying to do is turn off the movement controls and remap them to be dialog box controls, basically. Godot match statements may help for integer state machines. They're basically switch statements, if you know what those are. I mean, again, like I don't, I'm not someone who studies or is interested in studying, programming on a general level, but I do programming in other programs. Whoa. And I've certainly come across switches, basically. And so what you're saying is, and right, so like an integer, I'm not sure what you mean by match statements, but what I would normally do for this kind of situation is I would set up an integer system, and then I would use like a switch on integer to check what that integer is, and then feed what that state is to different things. You said match statements. I just don't even know what that is. Godot match statements. So many things. A match statement, just like a case statement, is a type of selection control mechanism used to allow the value of a variable or expression. Okay, cool. I mean, that sounds cool. Oh, it's a whole video? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But maybe we don't need to explain it. Match statements are GDScript's equivalent of switch statements. They're faster than if statements. Right. Okay, cool. That's useful. I like that. And I don't know, think of if states as better handling conditions and match when handling the possible values of variables. In your case, I would say that match is better suited. Oh, cool. So we probably do want to use this instead of if stuff. I'm still trying to kind of understand what would be better. For a catch-all case, do an underscore as a pattern to match. Match X, print it's 1, 2. If you really want to use match only, one option would be to have a match with a default case and the rest of the cases. I guess I'm a little, we'll see. Read is greater than watch. I agree often, but sometimes I don't. Depends. I understand you want only to turn off the movement and cancel the movement. Yeah. And cancel off from the movement. Yeah, you got it. All right, so this match thing sounds like we might want to use it. I'm going to come back to it if it seems useful. Enumeration, player states, we have normal and we have dialogue. Those are the only two we got right now. And then what I can do is instead of declaring it up, I guess we would want to, well, this is creating a variable, right? This is creating a variable, which we don't necessarily want. Well, we do. I mean, we do want to say when the game starts, it creates the state. So we would say player states dot normal, right? And then we would want to say as well down here, if the direction and player state is equal to, would we say normal? Does that, I don't think it can understand that, right? So would I how would I reference that? Would I do player states dot normal? Okay, nice. And then if we hit play, everything will work. Nice. But if I were to change this, so let's say we have it by default on dialogue. This is, we're not going to be able to move. Nice! I can't move. Let's go. Sweet. I can look around though. So this does stop movement. It doesn't stop looking, which is maybe okay. I'm not sure. Dope. Okay, cool. So that's good. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, we got everybody in the credits, right? Everybody who just gave some tips. We got Psycho Osla, Ash Kettle, S. I feel like everybody's got to be in here. Also, I don't know if I said it. Welcome, Demart. I think I did, but seriously, welcome. State machines scare me, but I should implement them. They scare you. I will say, like, in my experience using other programs, I find that I can often get, like, really tangled up doing state machines where, like, you know, like, switching back and forth, things can get, like the feedback can get weird, and it starts to like get complex very quickly. Like it seems simple, and then it starts like getting really spaghetti fast. Would you settle 1, 2, 3 for dialogue, or A and D for movement between them? That's interesting. I mean, to me, it like as a player, to me, it would make sense for it to be the movement stuff. But yeah, that's interesting to have it be like some other type of key. And I'm also thinking about the controller. And I guess on the controller, I guess you do see that in a lot of games where it'll say like, you know, press this button, you know, this, but then you also have to know like what console you're on. You have to know what gamepad the player has, and then you can say press the top button. You know, in this case, on this old thing, it's Y. On this one, it's B and X. So Y could be option A, B could be option B, and X could be option C. I don't know, but so it's just it's interesting. It's interesting, but it might be easier to do that. Yeah, controller support. I'm trying to think about it more. I'm trying to think about these things more, but it's not easy. For sure. Doobie doobie doo. Oh yeah, let me check the credits. Make sure everybody is up to date on here. We got Ash Kettle for sure. We got Psycho Ocelot. We have Kai, and we have Doopy 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 S. Yeah, everybody's on there. Okay, just checking. Just making sure. Just making sure. Okay. Now, we don't want it to be set to dialogue by default. We want it to be set to normal by default. And that's that. So now we want to update it elsewhere. So if I come to the friend script where the dialog box first appears, here I want to say, I guess I'll just drag a reference to the player right here. And I'll say, I guess this could be a place. I wonder if I could do access as unique name. Maybe we could do that. And then I can drag this in, and we can just do %player. Huh? I knew it might come in handy. Maybe. Hard maybe. Player, probably. If it let us drag and drop it in, I feel like we're in good shape. So would I just say variable? Isn't that going to create a variable? I guess I wouldn't say variable. I would say player state, and then I don't want to, I want to say equals. Am I doing this right? Player states dot dialogue. I just feel like this is not what working is. I'm just pretty sure this is not how you do it. So let me go back to the reference we had. Calling get node on your player script would work for a child, which is exactly what you go. World is the scene root, so you need, right, I get that. If you need to get the value of such a variable, you could also instance a new script. Find the proper path of the node. We got that. Your path is probably wrong. Maybe you attached it. Okay. Use a singleton. Any variables that need to be accessed from the whole game can be auto-loaded in the beginning. Oh, do we need to do that? Do we need to auto-load? Perhaps we need to do some auto-loading. That may be a thing that we have to think about. You need the player reference to get player states from as well. We have, does this count as a player reference? If I do var, that's not going to work. I hear you. Here's my code for the jump hat. This is the question. Change player from another script. How about use has method function? Okay. To do this, you'll want to make a global script or singletons. You'll want to do this by making a new script and just declaring a variable. And in project settings, under autoload, adding that script with a node name. Once you do this, you can go to any script in any file and instance that variable. Oh. Doing this will be used a lot down the line for making HP bars to store things in files. This is interesting. I found a simpler solution. The player enters the area, checks if they're in that group. Okay, well, that's something else. This seems like this could be useful to us. So a singleton is a global script that is set up in the autoload in project settings. And then its only purpose is to reference elsewhere. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay. So I would need to create this script somehow, somewhere. How do we make a global script? I don't know. I'm not familiar with the percent operator, but it would be something like percent player dot player state equal. That's kind of what I thought. Yeah, so I mean, we could remove the percent. So if I revoke that and I drag this in, I feel like it's the same thing. I feel like all that it actually does is it makes it so if I move the player somewhere else, this is still true. But let's try it this way. So player underscore state. See, oh, right, but you do have a space. Equals. Oh, we have to keep, I see. I have to keep referencing it. I see. Gotcha. Okay, I'm going to put it back to the percent just to make it potentially cleaner. Access unique name, drop this in. Player state equals, and then we want to reference it again. Player states dialog. Nice. Thank you. I didn't realize I needed to reference it again. That's helpful. Thank you so much. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Well, shoot. Maybe that just works. All right. Let's see. So if this works, what should happen is when I approach, we won't be able to move anymore. So here I can WASD all day. Click it. Hey, it's off. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. If you're referencing the player a lot. Maybe that's the beginning of a statement. Yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to learn the percent thing. Yeah, let's go. What's up, Psychonic Joe? Welcome. We got it. We're getting there, little by little. Now, I'm not saying I'm necessarily doing all the best practices. I'm trying my best. But, like, ultimately, to me, it's more important to just push through and get the game done, This isn't a game I'm submitting to a publisher. It's not a game I'm going to even put up on Steam probably. It's just something I'm doing to learn. So if, this is a spaghetti way to do it, well, it's a way to do it. At least I'm learning. Okay, cool. Thank you guys. All right. So now let's also make it we have to make it turn off, I think, the looking as well, because since the raycast is a child of the camera, you may have noticed when I started looking around, it canceled the dialog box. So I think we should also turn off the looking as well. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna come back to the friend script, or the script on the friends. Oh, that's what we're already on. Oh, sorry, the player. Let's come back to the player script. So we have all this stuff for looking. If this is for the mouse input looking, it's a little much that we have so much here. I wonder, maybe we can do an if statement. I wonder if we can say, I don't even know. Can we say and, I don't know if this will work, but I'm kind of curious. And player, let me actually just copy it from down here, or up here rather. Oh, let me try it. Let's not do it there. Let's start up here where we were already turning off the movement, right here. So we have if direction and player state is equal to normal. But let's just keep this to if direction. And just out of curiosity, well, yeah, I mean, we could turn all this off. This is all that this entire function does is do movement stuff. So we could potentially, if this works, we could maybe potentially just add this on here. Put an if within the function. Right, right. Yeah, I guess we can't do an and in a function like that. Okay, I guess that's what I wanted to do, but I wasn't sure. Okay, so I would say if player state equals normal, and then I would just indent everything, right? So we come in here, just do like a mass indentation. I wanted to say you can make the player reference variable in friend. There are many ways to do things, but learning and having fun are as important. Make the player reference a variable in the friend. Right. So, right. I wonder what the advantage of doing that would be. You know, and you know, the sooner we do a best practice, the better, right? Because otherwise it's going to be, you can mass indent. Let's go. All right, I'm undoing all this then. Thank you. Let me just fix that. So if I select all it is, let's go. We want literally the entire section here. So I guess I'll do it from the bottom up. Select it right there. Tab it. Yes, thank you. You saved me some time. You saved me some time. Thank you. Okay, so if player state is set to normal, then all this happens. Let's see if this works. Okay, we have a problem. Oh, I indented some functions, so we don't want to do that. That we don't want to do. So I do probably then need to set up a separate if statement within these. So let's do that. I'm going to copy if player state equals player state's normal into here, and we'll do the same thing. A mass indent for all this. Not the most massive of them, but it is something. I guess I can get rid of the space here since it's just right there. And then I'm going to paste it in here as well. And then we'll indent all of this. All right. So now we should be good. Let's test it and let's see if it works. Okay. All good so far. Open the dialog. Can't do nothing. I can't move the mouse. Get my joypad. Nothing does nothing. Oh, but what does work, we set up the B button to close the box. So that works. But since we haven't set up where the player state gets set back to normal, now I can't move again. So let's set that up. Let's set that up. Let's make it all matter. Okay. Cool. So apparently the escape key is also in that logic. So I can't actually close the game right now. So we should probably move that out of here. Let's see here. Joypad input, default look position. Where did we put that in there? Where did the I'm just gonna search the code for deactivate. Wait, why did that not? I wonder why that didn't. Because I think that's in the main scene. Yeah. Input set mouse captured. I'm surprised that that turned that off. And I couldn't press the escape key. So here I can press the escape key with no issue. Oh, you can see it in the bottom left. When I do this, now the escape key doesn't work. That's kind of strange. Like it unfocuses it somehow. That concerns me a little bit. Why would that happen? Because this is on a totally different script over here. This is on the main scene script. And then on the player, the only things we should be turning off are things that deal with gravity, jumping, get the input direction, and handle the movement and deceleration. Rotate camera, move and slide. We have... this is input event. So maybe this turns off all input events somehow? I don't think that makes sense. This is just for mouse motion, look direction. Maybe because we're turning off this one. Like, what if I keep this one out of curiosity? So I'm just going to leave that one thing that deals with the mouse movement. No, I still can't press it. That's interesting. Okay. This is joypad input looking, left, right looking. Input get vector. I'm not sure why that would turn off, but we can still do some input. Why would the escape key stop working? I wonder if we can, okay, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Like, I mean, it kinda does. It kinda does. It kinda matters. It kinda matters. You should be able to do that. Anyway. We put this in function ready. I wonder if we put it in a different function, if that will make a difference. I'm sure we put it in function ready for a good reason. Do I remember that reason? Absolutely not. So out of curiosity, I'm going to put it in there. So if I do that, it doesn't work anymore. That was the good reason, is it only works if we put it in there. This is strange. So I wonder if there's like one of these that we can reactivate. So I'm going to do this one. This is for rotating the camera. I'm just going to one by one bring these back and see if we can ascertain which one is making the escape key stop working. Click this. Escape key is not back. Okay. Okay. All right. I hear you. Don't fully understand, but I hear. So here is adding the gravity, handling the jump. I'm going to take it out of here. So we're going to get up, open it. Escape key works. So it's something in here that is making the escape key stop work. If not, so this is some default stuff that was already in the player character. Some of this must be doing things. Okay. Something must be like literally activating input or something. Because this was already in the player character when we started setting it up. It's like default stuff. Add the gravity. If is not on floor. So this is for jump. We don't need any jumping. Jumping is not necessary in this game, actually, if I'm being honest. If action is just pressed UI accept. If the accept button is pressed, I don't want any of this, honestly. I'm just gonna delete it. It's just not that kind of game. It's not a game where jumping is necessary. So let me make sure that doesn't break things. Okay, everything works fine. Still can't do escape, but we might as well clean it out if we can. Get the input direction and handle the movement / deceleration. I wonder if we could also, instead, like we could just not like I'm gonna not have this be under that if statement. It'll work fine as long as you don't have any verticality. I know, right? Right. So we gotta have a lot of ramps. We're gonna need a lot of ramps. Or maybe we could do like an auto jump thing. Or like if there's stairs, right. So maybe I do want to add that in. I mean, we could always just easily put that back in if we need to. It's just a few lines of code. But yeah, like I mean the most that I could imagine would be like stairs, right? But other than that, it's really just supposed to be about walking up to people. I would say stairs. I would say there would be stairs. But I mean, I feel like we could fake walking upstairs without forcing the character to jump, you know? So I'm gonna let that. Well, here's what. First, there's a lot, guys. I need to run GitHub immediately. We've done some things. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna not remove the jump. All right, let's be smart about this. I'm gonna leave the jump in there. I'm gonna make a commit right now, and then I'll remove the jump and make another commit. So we can always come back to this moment, or at least see what we did. I wasn't trying to backseat game dev, just wanted to help. Scripting is so much fun. Hey, we got a live hyper in the house. Yes, Psycho Ocelot with the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That means the world. It really helps support this channel, and I thank you deeply. We have these new fancy features. The live hypers thing is up there. I don't see your name in there, but it's certainly up there. Where's your name? There it is. There it is. Hey, it works. It works. It works. I don't think you were trying to backseat game dev. Also, that is part of this channel. Honestly, like part of this channel is telling us what you think we should do, we could do. I am deeply open to it. But if that guilt makes you want to support this channel, I support it. No, I want you to feel happy. I want you to feel happy. I want you to feel good. But thank you for the $5. I appreciate it so very much. Scripting is so much fun. I thought I would hate it. But I actually really like it. I'm starting to enjoy it more and more. Yeah, and truly, like, don't worry about it. Like, honestly, I invite it on this channel. I deeply, truly invite it on this channel. You know, and if it's sometimes things, you know, sometimes if the suggestion is not, if I don't think it's going to push us in a good direction, I will be like, okay, maybe we don't do that. So that's up to me. It's up to me to make sure that that isn't going too far, not you. So don't worry about it. You just do what you want to do. Okay, now. Right, so I need to open up GitHub very badly, or we're going to be in danger. So let's do a little summary here. Let's do a little summary. I'm going to say added player, or we'll just say player state enum. So added enum / variable list to change player states that turn off movement when dialogue occurs, right? So that's what we'll say. We'll just do that for now. That's our commit. Done. And then I'm going to remove, let's Control-Shift-Z. Did I save it? I don't know if I actually saved it. Let me save it. Now that I think about it, I don't know if I actually did that. Did I actually do that? Oh. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if I had hit save yet, because I realized a commit won't make sense if I hit save. But if you look, it's only telling me the change I made was this, right? Let me just make sure, yeah. Let me just make sure I actually did that right. I'm still new to GitHub and stuff. Let me just make sure I actually did that right. Input, just press deactivate, dialog visible, true. I guess we added that. I don't really see the enum stuff in here, though, which makes me think it's not in there. Oh, that's the wrong one. That makes sense. Okay, nope, yep, this is right. Okay, we did commit it right. Yes, I am a GitHub god. Okay, cool. So let's move that out of here. We're super good. Oh, and then we want to do the last update with the jumping removed. So we just know when that happened and when we can come back to it. So we're going to go to changes. I'm going to say removed jump. That's pretty much it. I don't know what else to say. Jump, gravity, or gravity adding. I guess we could still add gravity. But we might still want to add gravity, right? If not on floor. But I don't think we'll be on the floor. So I'm going to say removed gravity adding and jump handling from the default character script. Okay, there we go. Commit it. Bam. Done. Move on. Phew. Oof. Oof. Okay. Now, let me get GitHub out of the way. Where did GitHub go? There's GitHub. Get out of here. Get out of here. And, oh, I see. So I didn't actually... This shouldn't be much of a change. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, let's keep going. So what we're doing, by the way, as a reminder, since we had a little diversion there, getting the jump dealt with in the committing, what I'm doing today is I am getting this game where you talk to people, right? We can go up to these characters, we can open up a dialog box and talk to them. I'm trying to set up the interaction within this dialog box. And in order to do that, I need to turn off the interaction that already happens. Well, we've already done all those things, so I need to get out of here. There's a little thing that's happening. There's a little weird thing that's happening. So normally, as we set up last week, we can press the escape key, and now we have a mouse that we can leave the game with, right? And then I can press escape again, and we're back in the game. And now I can come up and I can open this dialog, and now the movement is off. So we do want to set it up so I can not only close the dialog box, but then start moving again. And right now, that is not the case. What it has mysteriously stopped working is the escape key. So if I press escape, nothing is happening, which is curious to me because the escape functionality is set up in the main scene script where we haven't added a variable enumeration saying that, or the state machine. The state machine currently doesn't apply to this part of the script, which is where we have the mouse get liberated or not. So I'm just kind of combing through it and seeing where this happens so I can make sure we don't block the escape key. Oh, I found it! Guys, I found it! And see, the comb has revealed our knot right here. So right here, we have if cat mouse. So we have this toggle here, right? This is where so we do have, oh, so we have the default variable on the main scene, right? Saying that set it to mouse mode captured. So by default, the mouse is captured within the screen. That is to say, the mouse stays within the game. That's the default. Over here on the player is where the escape key actually functions. See, I don't know how to read my own code yet. Well, I can tell you why. Because I didn't put a comment. So I'm going to put a comment in here. And I'm going to say, capture mouse toggle. All right, so that's why that stopped working. That makes perfect sense. So I would need to move this somewhere else. Let's put this before. I'm gonna, instead of putting this at the end of the function, I'm gonna put it at the beginning, so that way it isn't caught within this condition to to turn off the movement at some point. Let me push this back. I guess I'll do another mass indent right there. All right. I guess we should say toggle capture mouse. That kind of makes more sense. Okay, so now when we test it, we should be able to capture the mouse or release it regardless. So right here, I can press escape. We're free. Get back in there. Come up here, start the dialogue, press escape. We got it back. Let's go. All right. So let's save it. Let's commit. Get over here to GitHub. You could put it in process instead of physics process. Oh, I literally don't even know why. I don't even know why. I could do it. Like, I could do it. Actually, we don't have a function process at all. We don't even have one. Yeah, I honestly don't mind doing that at all. The only reason I put this in here was because the tutorial that I followed last week told me to put it in here. But they didn't tell me why to put it in here. They were just doing it. And so, I mean, at this point, I'll do it, S, because your name is on here as a collaborator, basically. So, you know what? I'll do it. But I literally don't actually know why I'm doing it. It would be neater. I guess it would be neater that way, wouldn't it? So I'm gonna say, let's say, this, because I don't have this commented either. So this is, I mean, we don't really need to comment it. It kind of, because the human readability of it kind of makes sense. So I would make a new function then. We'll say process delta. I'll spell it right, I promise. And then colon, and then we can just drop it in there. That's fine with me. That's fine with me. If it don't matter, that's fine with me. I am curious to know what the advantage of putting it there would be, but, you know, ain't a big deal. Okay. All right, I'm going to save this. Let's push it to Git. So on Git, I'm going to say mouse. I think that would just make it so the escape still works if physics freezes or crashes. Well, not sure. I guess, you know, in some ways, I still have a lot of curiosities about functions because, you know, I see that we can create one. So I can have the function physics process call up the rotate camera and the move and slide, which I guess means that these functions are tied to the physics process. Does it being, and I'm not asking you to answer, I'm sort of asking, this is a royal ask. I wonder, you know, if the physics process tells Godot something in particular, and Godot is like, oh, that's a physics process, therefore I'm going to handle it like physics stuff. Or does it crash or not based on what is in the function? I don't know. That's interesting. That raises a lot of questions to me, but it's very interesting. And then, you know, does process tell Godot, okay, this is just process, so it means something? Because obviously with these ones, function rotate camera, right? Like we named it that. That's not something Godot is like, oh yeah, rotate camera. I know what that is. So then that would mean that Godot is looking at this differently. I guess there is this little arrow. Oh, maybe that's kind of the clue. Here we have physics process called during the physics processing step of the main loop. Input. Okay, so maybe that is... So here are the different methods here. Physics process, input, get configuration warnings, exit tree, enter tree, ready, shortcut input, unhandled key input, add child, add sibling, add to group. So we have all of these. I see. So these are what they would recognize. And then, I mean, all it did was it brought me to the documentation, that blue arrow. But maybe that also is like a bit of a clue as to whether or not it's a function that, you know, we created that Godot recognizes or not. So Godot doesn't explicitly recognize this function, but it still is going to, make it function because we told it to be a branch of these, of this. I have to say there is no move and slide. I guess this might have been a default thing that was there in case we wanted to add it. It feels a little weird to leave it there if we're not using it, but whatever. All right, thank you for answering that question. That's very interesting. What are we doing now? So we have the player state normal. We have this all going off. That's correct. I think we're good here, right? I don't think I was doing something else. I think we just saved it and made a commit. Did we finish the commit? No. Okay, I see. We were finishing the commit. I thought that was like there was something unfinished. So we're saying mouse capture, or we'll say moved mouse capture toggle. So toggling the mouse capture is now in the process function of the player script. It was moved to not be changed by the player state enum. So it can function after movement controls are turned off. Okay, commit. When I didn't know about physics process and did everything in process, it caused bugs where collisions checking wouldn't work properly. That's really interesting. So it made a difference if you didn't do certain things in physics process. That's really interesting. And indeed, here in the documentation, it says that these particular anything in the physics process is called during the physics processing step of the main loop. Physics processing means that the frame rate is synced to the physics. Yeah. I actually had this in Unity, where I was having the it was on like a fixed loop, which they said was better for physics, but the fixed loop was doing it like every so many seconds, or points, fractions of a second. It was checking the if I, for example, pressed the jump button, so it would allow a jump to happen every so often. But it wasn't actually synced up with anything, if that makes sense. And so when I put it in a different, like, instantiating function, it would then see the jump every time I pressed it, or something like that. I don't know if that's really the same problem, but I imagine maybe you were experiencing something similar, where sometimes the collisions would work, sometimes they wouldn't. Godot seems to wait on doing the physics process until it has all the collision checks done already. Oh, okay, that's totally different. Okay. But that makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me. If that's true, that would make sense. Interesting. Thanks for sharing your experience. It's so cool that we can like just build our experiences together, or build a mountain of knowledge. Okay. Anyway, so what are we doing, guys? Let's just recap, get into it. We have a character, we can move around, we can come up here, we can open a dialog box. I want the movement to stop. It does stop, but now I need it to give me some interaction. And then beyond that, when I exit, now I can't move anymore. So I need to set it up. So let's do that first. Let's get it so when we close the dialog box, we can actually now move around again. So on the friend script, we have if the deactivate button is pressed. So if the deactivate button is pressed and the dialog box is visible, then the dialog box becomes not visible. So I want to also add in here, I'm just going to copy this line here for the player state. enum setting situation, we're going to say, instead of setting it to the player state dialog, it's going to set it back to normal if we deactivate it. So we're going to hit play. I have to use a joypad for this because actually maybe I did set up the Q key. I actually don't remember. I think I set up the Q key as deactivate on the keyboard. So open it up. We can't move as hard as I try. If I press Q, there we go. We're back. Nice. So that worked quite well. Open it back up. Can't move. Press Q. Now we're good again. So that's awesome. I love it. I think I'd like to also add a button. And I guess that could set a button. So I'm going to do that too. Well, before I put a button, because what I'm thinking is you can actually navigate to a like an X up here or something. But we don't have navigation set up. So we got to set that up first. So that's the next step. I'm going to save it. Let's do another commit. Why not? Dialog closing or dialog closing update state. Oops, I didn't mean to not do a description. Well, it is what it is. You can probably change it. Cool. So now I'm going to say, I guess in the player, I got to figure out where I want these controls to be. Do I want them to be on the player or do I want them to be on the friend? If I put them on the player, then I'm going to have to reference the friend scene, because the friend scene, so this is the friend scene, it's instanced, right? And on the friend scene, if we just play this instanced scene, you can see, well, it has to pull up first. So let me make it visible. So if I pull up, okay, we gotta, let me close this, let me close this, play just the instanced friend scene. Don't know why it's not visible, because we changed scenes. Dialogue? Oh, because we got to be in dialogue. I see. We got to be in dialogue. We got to be over here. I see. So let's end this. Open that up. There we go. Okay, so now we're in the dialogue. So basically there's two layers of instancing, right? So there's the friend scene, which is instanced multiple times in the main scene, so we can have multiple friends that have the same logic. And then on that instance of each friend is another instance that has the dialogue stuff in it, right? So here I can now run this dialogue stuff, and we have this separate thing. Good. Wonderful. And that all works quite nicely. So now I could put in here, I could put a script on the dialogue and have that be where we are able to control it. But if I do that, I'm going to have to be referencing that probably from somewhere. If I put the controls on the player, I'm going to have to be referencing this scene here. I mean, one way or the other, references are going to have to happen across nodes, right? See you later, S. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your help. Take good care. Good luck with your own projects. I'm sure they're going well. If you got all this wisdom and expertise, I bet you're working on something cool. See you later, S. Yeah, I mean, to me, like it sort of makes sense to me to put it on the friend script since we already have other input things here. You know, it seems like a little messy if we're going to put more input stuff in another place. So we have to track that down. And would that even work? I'm kind of curious. I'm going to try it even though my judgment tells me maybe I shouldn't. I'm going to attach a script to the dialogue script, okay? And I'm going to say, I'm going to go to the project settings. And, right, so we kind of want the left, right, forward, back. So that's, I don't actually need, I'll just reference those. Left, right, forward, and back. Right, so forward is up, backward is down, right? And we'll say, I'm going to paste, I guess, in process. Do I want this in physics? I guess not. This isn't like physics stuff. So I guess I won't put that in here. I'm going to pull up my clipboard. Yeah. We want to say if player state is equal. So we do have to drag. Oh, but then we can't refer the player. Yeah, that's a bad idea. But we do want to be able to. Okay, that makes me think we shouldn't do that, because it'll be harder to make the reference if it's not in the same scene, right? Here we can reference it without much issue because it's in the same scene. Here we have the friend script, so it might make more sense to do it on the friend script. Close panel top, close panel left, close panel right. What is this stuff? What is this stuff? Oh, these are the invisible. So we had set up invisible. We don't actually need these. We can put these in the garbage. Although it looks like we do have these signals referenced somewhere. But I don't think we're using these anymore. So I feel like these are gone. Go-to method. Yeah, they don't even exist. So I'm going to delete these because I don't think we really need them. And I don't think that's going to cause any problems. So that was before. Whenever we were using the mouse, I had invisible blocks out here. And if you clicked on those invisible blocks, it would close the dialogue. But we're not really doing that anymore. So that's gone. So if it's on a different scene, how are we going to access it? Do we do that yet already? So we just created that. I see. I guess, I guess if we did it here, right? If we did it on friend and we did the dialogue here and the input was on friend. But do we really need to reference anything? Oh, right, because the variable. Oh, and it isn't on friend. Oh, somebody said that earlier. Who was that? Was that Psycho Ocelot? One of y'all said that already. To put it on the friend. Maybe it was S. I don't know. One of y'all said that. Or maybe it was Psychonic? I don't know. It could have been anybody. It could have been anybody. But somebody made that excellent suggestion. Do we have Psychonic Joe in the credits, by the way? Now that I look at this? No. We got to get you in there. Stat. Yeah, I think that must be what we need to do. So I'm going to actually move this from the player because I need to be able to act. Because if you think about it, right? I don't know if this makes sense to anyone else, but this is why I'm doing this. I'm opening up Paint to illustrate what I'm talking about. Sorry that it's so bright. Here, I'll make it dark. Okay. So I have this, we have three entities here, right? We have the player, we have the friend, and we have the dialogue, right? And so right now, I'm referencing as the, so I have the variable, let's say, enum variable. I have this on the player right now. Right now, that's where I have the enum variable is on the player. And so when I want to reference that, right, I come from the, it's the wrong direction. I say on the friend script, right, I have the friend script checking to see what this enum variable is, right? But now, if I want this, I can't actually get this to reach all the way over here because this dialogue node is a child of the friend scene, if that makes sense. So these are like three separate, these two are instanced in separate scenes. Although this one is in the main scene that has the player. I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but basically what would make it easier is if I take the enum variable and I put it on the friend. Because if I put it on the friend, I guess we should get rid of that first. If I put it on the friend, now we can have it be referenced by this or this, right? So it can go either way because these two are linked by the friend. So it makes more sense to put the enum variable on here. Otherwise, this dialog node can't see the enum variable all the way over there on the player. So I'm going to move that then. That's what we're gonna have to do. So in order to do that, I gotta come back to the player script right here. Come back to the player script where we set up the enum and the variable. I'm gonna actually just yank it right off of there. So that's gone, which will cause all kinds of issues. But that's okay. And I'm gonna come to the friend script and I'm gonna add it on there. So now we have the player states on the friend script, which almost makes you wonder if it should be friend states, but we'll just keep it player states. Now here, when we're referencing the player stuff, I don't actually want to quite do it that way. I don't want to quite do it that way. Instead, we can just have it be right here. So I can get rid of the player reference entirely, and it'll see it on itself since it's right there. Instead of having to fetch from the player, now it's contained within itself. So that should work just fine. Now, if we want to reference it on the player, which I don't think we really do. I don't think, oh, here. No, we do. Yep, right here. So we do actually, right, because this is what turns off the movement when we actually come here. We turn off the movement. When we open up the dialog box, the player can't do any looking or any walking. We now need to refer to the friend instead of within itself. So I'm going to come to the main scene. I'm going to actually remove, for now, the revoke the unique name for the player, since we're not going to need it. And then I'm going to go to the friend. I'm not sure exactly how this is going to work. I'm going to say access as unique name. Okay, so it doesn't actually give it to all of them. Can we, I wonder if we can then, maybe I'll do it with all friends. So we do have this all friends here, this sort of like container. That could be a nice way to reference any of the friends. So I'm going to say, I'm going to make this have the access unique name % on it. Okay. And then if I come back to the player where this is now not found, this reference to the enum, and I'm going to drag this in here like that. So it's still a little long, but at least it's all kind of contained. So we'll put a dot right there so it knows to check here for that. And then we'll want to put that here as well. Thank you to Psycho Ocelot for teaching me that. And then we'll want to make sure there's a dot after that as well. Okay, so that should resolve the errors. Nice. So now it knows where to find this variable by pointing to the friend instead of any of the friends. So whichever friend has this being true is where it's going to check it. I think that might make sense. It might not make sense. We might have to add one more step in here. We might have to say the friend in particular. I don't know if it'll actually know to check in here. My guess is it won't. In which case, maybe it makes more sense to put the reference in all friends, or to put a script. Maybe that's where we have our own kind of singleton, even though that isn't necessarily an auto load. Maybe it should be. I feel like auto load, I feel like this might make autoload unnecessary. I feel like the percent thing makes it so we don't need autoload. I think that might be true. Now, my guess is this isn't going to work, by the way. I mean, we do have... Oh, we have to also update this down here. My guess is this isn't going to work. My guess is we're going to either need to set the enum variable on a script on all friends, or we're going to need to specify which friend. And I don't want to do that. So I think we'll probably put it on all friends, a script on all friends. But I'm curious, since it's not giving me an error, I'm very curious to know if it'll work anyway. That would be really interesting. So let's just resolve these errors, and let's just give it a try. Let's just see where we're at. Oh, instant issues. Yeah, so I think we need to be more specific in our reference here. Invalid get index player state on base, node 3D. Yeah, so node 3D is the one that we are doing here. So I think we should just attach a script to all friends, right? And we'll call it all friends. Let's do it like this. All friends script. Okay. And then on here, that's where we'll put the enums. So instead of quite doing it like this, where's the paint? Instead of quite doing it like this, we kind of have like a container that is going to have the enum script. So imagine like imagine something like this is like another container that has the friends in it, and then that's where the enum variable is going. Okay, so I'm gonna pluck this out of here, which means we do have to update the reference in there as well. This is kind of cool. And we'll come to the script on this, paste that in. Oh, we don't need to put that in there. Put that here. So there's the enum player states on all friends. And then, I do see a problem here. Do you guys see the problem that I see? Do you see the problem that I see? The problem with this is we don't have all friends over here. That's not the instance scene. So I think, okay. Oh, ooh, we got some restructuring to do. Because what would work better, okay, is if all friends was a scene instance itself, right? And then the friends are a scene instance within the all friends scene instance. And then the dialogue is a scene instance within the friend scene instance. Dang. This just got complicated. All right. Well, better catch it now than later on down the road, right? Wow. Wow. Okay. Wow, we got a lot to do. Okay. So let's Wow. Okay. Understood. Understood. All right, so I'm going to make this, I'm going to say do we say instantiate child scene? But we would have to create a new one for it. I'm not sure I remember how to do that. Attach script, extend script, make scene root here. So we're going to click on make scene root. All right. So now it is, oh, nope. That was the wrong one. Don't make scene root if you want to instantiate it as a scene. That is incorrect. That was wrong. Reparent to new, save branch as scene. Right, well, I was close. I was close. One more down. Save branch as a scene. That's the one we want. Save branch as a scene. And then we're going to call it, yeah, all friends. Okay. Save it as its own scene, all friends. Okay. So now we have an all friends scene. And you can see it has each friend contained within it. Each instantiated scene. I have a few concerns about this. I don't know, guys. I have a few concerns about this because we still don't have access to the dialogue script. We still have to go down into the friend scene on each one in order to find the dialogue. So if we put the enum on all friends, friend can access it. But that doesn't mean that dialogue can access it. Unless the dialogue was present in each friend on here. I guess we could do that. That might make more sense somehow. I don't know. I might be getting all messed up in some object-oriented programming madness. Well, that's what we have GitHub for. Okay, so we can fix our mistakes. So I'm going to let myself I'm just going to go for it, and I'm going to see what happens, and we can always reset it if it goes badly. So what I'm imagining, okay, bear with myself here, is we add the dialogue scene into here. So we actually manually, for each friend, add in a reference to the dialogue. So this would be dialogue 1, come in here. For friend 2, it'd be dialogue 2. But again, it's the same instanced logic, so it's not like we have to make fresh dialogue for each one. So we're still doing the instances, but now, in theory, we could access the enumeration there. In theory. Hopefully that is how it works. So we don't need to change anything down here. This is fine. I mean, we don't need the script. So let me detach the script since we don't need it. And then on the friend, so we have these instances. I don't know that we do need the instances of the friend. What I don't know that we need is to have the dialogue anymore on here, which means we're going to have to change a lot of our references. So I'm going to remove this from here against some better judgment. But again, we got GitHub. We can get experimental. The worst thing I think would be changing files down here. But even that, GitHub I think would solve that, right? So, okay. So now that all that's in the friend scene is the script, which is the most important part, the mesh, and the collision. So now in our all friend script, we have friend 1, friend 2, and friend 3. We have dialogue 1, dialogue 2, and dialogue 3. Okay. I think this might be okay. We just have to update all the references. And then in the main scene, we have the all friends right here, which is what contains all that stuff. Okay. So let me just look at 3D. Yeah, everything seems fine. It's still all the same stuff. Looks fine. Right? Maybe? No. So the main scene is now without... Now, wait. Wait, where'd the ground go? The ground is here. Wait, is it... Okay, first of all, what is that? I'm holding right click and I'm moving the scroll wheel and it's saying a number and a bar on the left that is changing. U per second. I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that means. That's very interesting. And I'm trying to zoom in on the scene, but everything is tiny. Why? Oh, there we go. I don't know what that was about. Okay, so we still have all the scene. The friends are still in here. Nice. Oh, cool. Oh, nice. So you can see it's drawn a box around it. So this is our all friends here. And then when we go into the all friends, we can see a further breakdown that has them all as separate entities. Cool. This is fine. And now what I want to say is we have to look at all the different references. So on the player, we're referencing all friends player state. So we do have the enum there. So that won't throw up an error. That will work. Well, we should have the default enum pointing correctly for the player movement and stuff. So that's all quite fine. Over here on the raycast, we have a script. This is looking for a friend nearby, a get collider friend. This is fine because this is looking at what it collides with, and it's checking for this friend nearby variable depending on if it's colliding with it. So that should still work. That shouldn't be broken. On the main scene, we don't have any references, so that shouldn't be an issue. So it looks like we're fine on the main scene. So let's get into all friends, the instantiated scene. And in here, we have the friend script. Now, on the friend script, we're referencing the player state stuff. We're also referencing dialogue. If I drag this in, that doesn't change. Oh, it does change because we now want to... Oh, see, that's a problem. That's a problem because we have to rename this, right? And so now it's going to be a different name. Why does that say dialogue 2? Wait, we can have it be the same name? It just doesn't want me to make it the word dialogue. Okay, I mean, I'm fine with that. Okay, so let's say this is dialogue box. All right, I'm just going to call this dialogue box. Because as long as I can name this the same thing, oh, thank God. Oh my God, I was so afraid we weren't going to be able to name these the same thing. Because if we weren't, then the script that's on all the friends would have to have a unique thing, which it can't. So we're actually in good shape. I just have to change dialogue box or dialogue to dialogue box in the friend script, and then we'll be good. Whew. That was a close one. Nice. So these references are good, these green things. This one is for setting the friend name text. So this is going to be different, right? We want to say dialogue box. We might need to say /dialogue even. I might need to say /dialogue. So let me look at the autocomplete. Box / oh no, we don't have to. Nice. Okay, good. Great. Dialog box, friend dialogue, friend name. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. I'm a little dubious that we don't have to say dialogue here. So we'll see. And then coming back to the friend script, we have to set these correctly. So now this doesn't have, now we can't reference the enum though. Wait, we can. No, yes we can. Yes we can, because it's right here in all friends. And then let's do a, oh, so we can't actually, in an instant scene, we can't do the percent trick. We don't need to, but whatever. Yes, you can. I'm not sure if you're literally saying yes, you can, or if you're just repeating it because it's a political catchphrase. But welcome, Leet Name. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. So you're saying yes, you can, maybe to the having a percent reference in here, or maybe you were just saying it. So I'm going to, we don't need it really that bad. It's not a big deal. We can just say, we can just drag the reference right in here. We can reference it. We definitely can reference it. We just can't use the same percent reference that we were using before. That's all. But we can indeed reference it. So I'm just going to copy that. Thank goodness. Maybe that's what you mean. Thank goodness we can. Welcome back, Storm Run. Good to see you. Hope you had a good whatever you were doing. I hope the cats enjoyed. You know, there was some grooming. There was some sniffing. Not a lot of cuddling. They didn't do a lot of cuddling, but I think they enjoyed themselves. Okay. So I can see through your screen. So sent you a pic of my mini cat. I'm surprised. I surprised her while she was watching me. Really? That's cute. That's cute. Yes, we do have a Discord channel, and we have a pet share channel within the Discord server. I am desperate to see your mini cat. Open this up. Profile effects. Wow, nobody asked for that. Discord always adding things nobody wants. Hi! Hello! Oh, look how cute it is. It's like, I'm a kite. I'm a kite. Hello, I'm a kite. It's so cute. Dear God. Dear God. It would only be correct if I react with cuteness. She looks bigger in the pic, but she's about 7 inches long. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so sweet. Hello, Aurora. Hello, Aurora. Okay. Um, so we're referencing the enum here on all friends because it is there. We have this all friends script on the main scene, and we have it here in the, or it's, this is the instance of it that has all the stuff. And we can now, from the dialog box script, we don't need a script here. We do. We will. That's what we're getting to. So first, we're looking on the friend script. We're making sure these are up to date. This looks good. We're referencing the enum. So I think we have this set up. Honestly, is it working? Yeah, it's working. Let's go. The I think I know what that scroll does now. I'm just noticing that everyone's shorter. Everyone's shorter. I think maybe that scroll changes the like scale of everything. All right, let's make sure everything works. We can talk. We can, oh, quit doesn't work. Invalid get if input. What do we do wrong? What do we do wrong? Oh, right here. Didn't update this reference right there. That is definitely a good case for wrapping the code, but I don't know, wrapping the code messes with me a little bit. I feel like I'd have to start the code out with the wrapping. I'm sorry, you still have a problem? Did we type it? Did we mistype it? Static function is action just pressed, not found in base input. What am I? It looks like I've added a letter. Oh, there it is. I added a letter. I'm like, what are you talking about? Okay, here we go. So we can come up here. Oh, we can't. Dialogue A. Oh gosh. So this happens. Has this happened to anyone else? Like I'll be like testing the game, right? And I have WASD, so I'm pressing the keys, but I press them too soon or too late. And then it inserts those keys into my code somewhere, and now it breaks my code. I cannot be alone in doing that, right? All right, let's just do some undoing here until all that is fixed. That is so easy to do. Okay, dialog box. All right, wait, don't press any keys. Okay, come up here, open the dialog, close it. Nice. They have different names. It worked. Let's go. And we get the controls back, and it takes them away. Awesome. Let's go. What you working on? Yes, what am I working on? The cat remembers your dead cat. The cat remembers your dead cat? I'm so sorry you lost your cat. That sucks. Rest in peace. Oh, it reminds you. I see what you're saying. It reminds you of your dead cat. Oh, rest in peace, dead cat. It's so sad because, like, it's like having pets, like, you're gonna outlive them. Unless it's a, turtle, or like a giant turtle, or a parrot or something. Or not a parrot, a macaw. Unless it's like one of those type of exotic pets, you're gonna outlive them. I'm sorry. So what are we working on? So I am trying to get the dialogue interaction system set up proper in this game, which is about the scary aspects of making friends. So it's kind of like a dating sim, but it's a friendship sim. So we got this set up a couple weeks ago, or last week, I guess. The first person character where we can walk around and stuff like that and look around. And then we can go up to these different characters. We can talk to them. They all have different names because we have these instantiated dialogue boxes. And what I just did was I reorganized the scene instances and the like inheritance. I basically shook up the inheritance a little bit, so that way we could refer to a variable. So I have this paint drawing that is a little inaccurate now, but it's close enough. And basically, we have this variable, this enum variable, on our all friends node, okay? And I need that variable to be recognized by my dialog box, represented by the green circle, and the player, represented by the red circle. And so what I just did was I shook up all the, you know, objects orientations programs, and I did it so that way the variable could be in the center so they both can access it. And successfully, now that has been done, I think. And what I'm gonna do, the reason why I want to do this is so that way we can have a close button that we can use input for and update the states and stuff like that. So right now I do have a, I can press Q to close it, but I want us to be able to use like the arrow keys now and the D-pad, or the WASD and the D-pad on the joy pad that we have here. I want all of that to be able to not only choose these buttons, but navigate to a close button and then close it. So that's why I set up the organization differently so it would work. Good evening to you, Retro Spark. Good evening indeed. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good pixels, good pixels. Yeah, this is good pixels. That's paint, I guess. That's paint. Oh shoot, Albeska is here in True Hypesters. Let's go. Wait, oh, wait. Oh, it didn't show up. Wait, it didn't show up. Okay, that's okay. I'll make it show up. Here we go. New members. No, not Springlock. Albeska, welcome to True Hypesters. Why didn't it update? Dang. All right, let me do it. I apologize. I'm trying to set, so we have memberships now. Did you guys know that we have memberships on this channel? I'm trying to figure out how to get membership alerts set up, but it's gonna get bright for a second, guys. We now have a way that you can join this channel and support this channel in a really big way. So you'll get different badges, you'll get different shoutouts, and Albeska has just joined up in here, so I will just have to celebrate it. Thank you for however many months you joined. I wish I could just make it work, but unfortunately I can't. But I did technically get this set up. I feel like, I don't know why that didn't work. It really should have worked, but we tried. Thank you for joining up. We'll just let this be enough. I'll keep working on the alerts. New member, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The crew, the True Hypester crew is growing. And it's also supposed to add your name over here. Why didn't that work? You had one job, everything. One job. Oh, member milestone. I see. I set it to member milestone, but that's not a milestone. Membership. So that's not, I can't, dang, I don't think I can actually set it up to do an alert. Well, let's at least make sure that we can get your name up there. A second member, believe it or not, that's the second member to this channel. Retro Spark, we are growing already. Yesterday, we had the pleasure of Kai joining the membership program. So yeah, I'm gonna do a live stream after this stream later for just the members. Basically, I'm gonna record a video and I'm gonna use live streams for members only to do that. Anytime I need to record a little something. So let me just update this real quick, guys. Because I wanted the name to also get added to the list right under there. So let me make sure Albeska gets on there. I'll try to work on that. But I don't know. It seems that the program I'm using may not have a way to do it, but I don't believe that. I refuse to believe that. Anyway, can you set up a button focus? Yes. And I remember you, Stormrun, talking with there. At least we have you up there. So you're a live hyper. At least we got you doing the live hyper. And then emotes will be coming soon as well. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome aboard. So I remember you talking about the focus. That is something that I want to do. I definitely want to set that up. Again, just to recap, what we're doing today is getting so the interaction when we come up to each of these characters is a little more actual. So we can actually pop these open and, you know, they're there. But I want it to be able to have things selected, and you're able to all right, we're back, y'all. My ISP is updating the internet, and so sometimes the stream drops. No amount of memberships is gonna fix that. But here we are. We got the stream back though, just a little glitch. Everything is fine. Have you looked at using billboards instead of a dialogue for talking? What's a billboard? That's very interesting. Yes, YouTube is buffering. YouTube is buffering, but we've got it sorted out now. You're able to ask, and it changes info and moves the button focus with key presses. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to do, pretty much. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. That's what we're trying to set up. You got it. All right, let's try to set it up. So, yeah, so you see the game, you see how it works. I don't know what billboards are, though. Is that like a node type? That sounds like, I feel like I have seen that somewhere. That's not a node type. I don't know what that is. I don't know anything about it. What is it? What is it? Godot billboards. How to make a 3D sprite? Always look at the way. Is that enables billboard mode for drawing materials? Whoa. Interesting. I don't understand something. Billboard does not work like the picture. In the shader. This seems interesting. So this would be like a 3D object that would be in the scene. And maybe you could like animate it so it like does different things. A billboard is a 2D graphic that always faces the camera. Interesting. I haven't looked into it at all. What would be the advantage of using that? Welcome in Member Club, Alveska. Yes, yes, yes. You're someone called Hyper Mafia. Hyper Mafia. Stormrun says, I use billboards in UE just to know where to play stuff. It's like a location tracker for you. Interesting. Maybe that's where I've heard of billboards, was in Unreal Engine. Wow, getting all my engines mixed up. All right, let me set this up. I mean, I don't want to reinvent everything at this point. So that sounds like something interesting to look into, but my gosh, do we have to rebuild the whole game? So what I'm doing now is I'm making sure that we can reference from the dialogue, add a button into the dialogue stuff, and then we can reference that easily when we have the dialogue box open. So that way we can have the player be able to open or close it. And also move around in there. So we have this dialogue box scene here. We have it instanced right there. And then further, we have in that instance scene for the friend dialogue, the dialogue that is the person you're talking to, and also your dialogue. So this is all here. I guess we're going to want a script on dialogue, right? And then this is where we can have different stuff change and update. So I'm going to attach a script to but I want it to be on this dialogue box, right? We kind of want to put it on the dialogue box. So I'm going to attach a script to dialogue box. Yeah, load the dialogue script and attach it right onto there. Nice. And then I think I'm going to want to make sure I have this open. It's interesting that it doesn't show up here. I think we're going to want to re-instance this, would be my guess. Because this is an instance, but it doesn't have the script attached to it. I wonder if we can just attach the dialogue script to it, and then that will work either way, right? So then, I'm not sure how this will work. This will be an interesting thing to try. So we have on all friends the enum here, right? Using a dialogue that takes focus and stops you doing anything else. You could put talking bubbles besides each person to show them replying. That's true. That's true. That's interesting. That seems like a whole rework. I think that would be a good idea if I had done that like forever ago. That was like 3 streams ago. But for like if I were to remake it, that would be a great way to do it. I really like that. Interesting to know the billboard always faces the camera though. I'll remember that. That's an interesting idea, M. Carpenter. I didn't explore it at the time. I just did what I could do. Okay, so let's get it so we can interact here. I want to say the dialog box has a... I'm going to test something here, because we have the enum for what player state we're in. And I want to say that if the player state is dialog, which we do have referenced already in here. So I'm going to grab this just so we can have it. Before I do that, let me hit a save and do a commit on GitHub. We're going to say added or reorganized inheritances. So all friends is now an instanced scene with a script. The friend instances are children of all friends. The enum variable is now callable by the player and the friends and the new dialog box instance, which contains the dialogue. Okay. Commit it. So at least now we can redo all of that if we change our mind, which is totally possible. So now what I want to do is I want to paste this code that I copied onto this dialog. I kind of want to just test it to see if it works the way I hope it will. So I'm going to paste this. Is that the right reference? Not quite. We want to say drag this, drop that, like that. So it's got an extra slash dot dot on it. Okay, now this makes sense. So we want to say if this player state is equivalent to dialog, then, and let's just try something kind of simple here. Yeah, it's tough because since, you know, if I come over here and we edit the script, you know, here I could reference it. So we could say, I'm going to add, I don't know if this is going to work this way, but I'm just curious to know if it does. It might not, all right? We're just playing around. We're having fun. I'm going to add a panel in here. I'm going to have it be a child of dialogue. What I have a feeling we're going to need to do is create a new instance of the dialogue scene, but hopefully not. Can I rename this dialogue box? No, I can't. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid. Oh, we can. Okay, nice. That's interesting. That might be a good thing. So I'm going to add this panel in here. I'm going to call this, we'll call it close for now. I'm just going to say that it only is visible. So I'm going to come to the inspector. Or actually, we'll just make it not visible. I'm going to click the eyeball here so it's not visible. And then, well, I'll make it visible for now so I can design it. So there's the panel that we just created. I'm going to try to grab it. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that panel. I swear to God. Okay, there's the panel. Let's move it over here. Close. Oh, man. The Z order. Let's make sure it's not on the bottom. I'm going to say ordering. No. We want this. Yeah, I noticed. Eventually that sunk in. I guess we want to say Y sort enabled. So that way it is relative to... okay, that didn't work like I thought it did. I thought that would work. Maybe we want Z as relative off. No, because that's what all these are. I thought that setting Y sort enabled would put it on top, but I was wrong. So let's just put it on top. Give it a 200. It's 200. It's on the tippy top. What does it say? Changing the Z index of a control only affects the drawing order, not the input event handling order. That's okay, right? Why is it still... Why is it still on top? Or underneath? Stop being underneath. Can you drag it to the left bottom tab? No. No, down here is like files and stuff. That's files and stuff. Do you mean like this? I mean, I can turn off. I don't really understand why I can't click on this, but I would kind of like to understand it. If I just make it big enough, then we'll just get it. Then we'll just grab it and we'll be fine. All right. Okay, so there's our clothes. I still don't quite... Is it like partially invisible? Let me change. I think we want to go to material, theme override, style, panel empty. Let's do new style flat. Oh. Changing the Z index. Can you right click it? Maybe it might have a menu that shows layers. Maybe. I like how we can instantiate a scene here. It's very interesting. Oh, you mean right click this? You can lock items using the node list on the left. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. That could save us some trouble. Let's do that. Thank you. Lock, 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 lock. Where is the lock? Add, cut, copy, change type, duplicate, reparent, open documentation. Maybe we lock it over here. Maybe up here? I believe you. I believe you. But I don't see it. Stupid Twitch loves to steal all the bandwidth. Yeah, that's what it is. That's totally what it is. In UE, your keyboard focus runs every frame. So if you want something to run once, then after button is focused, after ask if a variable set is true, set the name variable to false on false, and your code runs off false. It will switch to true on the same focus and only run the code once. Nice. We might need that. I'm rusty, so I think that's how you do it. Try click the eye icon. Right, that'll make it invisible, which that'll help. I mean, that'll help me at least click on it. At least I can click on it. But then but then it's like gone. It's fine. It doesn't matter. So it's there. All we need it to be is visible or not. It should be on the top if it's higher in the list. I know. I don't really care that much. Oh, look, here's a lock. There's a lock. Let me get the chat out of the way. There's a lock up there. That says lock selected nodes. So maybe that's what we want. So if I click on this box and we lock it. Oh, it's unlocked now. Wait. Oh, this unlocks it. I see. So the lock appears down here and the unlock appears up there. So now we can click it. So it's actually on this top bar. Nice. Good looking out, M. Carpenter. Okay, so we have this box. I want this box to not be visible. All right. That's what I want. I want it to not be visible. Now, I'm going to set the visibility based on if this player state is on dialogue. And I'm only doing this as like a debug to see if this even works. I kind of think it won't work. That's my guess, is that it's not going to work. So I'm going to drag this into here. I want to say close, set visibility, layer bit. I don't know what that means. Set visibility true? Is that how you code that? Is that what coding is? I'm not sure why this is giving me an error. Assignment is not allowed inside of an expression. Oh, I see. We want to say is set to, is what I meant to do. Is set to. We want double equals here. Which makes me think we must be doing this wrong somewhere else. This is supposed to be, oh no, this is, I see. This is setting. We do want setting over here. Okay, got it. So we're checking here. Close set visibility to true. I think this will work. You need a dark song for your game. Elite Name, I actually have been working on music for this game. I haven't brought it into the stream yet because it hasn't been like relevant to what we're doing, but I have been working on music. I can't play it just yet. Well, kind of. I can show you a little bit of the music. I only have one song. I've made two, but I only have one song actually available. I put it up in the Discord. So in Games by You, I think I put it in here. Maybe. Yes. Okay. So I do have one song so far. Hopefully you can hear it. It's creepy music. Exactly. Ominous. So it's supposed to be scary. It's a vampire club. Yeah. So that's what I've been working on. I made all that with my voice. All I did was I just like made noises and then I arranged them and put some effects on them. So that's what I plan to do. Hardest place to make friends is the vampire club. Depends on your definition of friend. But the idea is that it is supposed to be a little scary. And then I want like different vibes for like the progress of it. So as you make more friends, depending on how well you do, the music will like sound more or less creepy, is the idea. So I think I set this correctly. Let me just look at where else we did a visibility thing. I feel like we did a visibility script on the friends somewhere. Probably. Yeah, that's the idea, that it'll change slightly depending on your choices. So I want it to kind of create a mood, and you're helping to create your own mood. Yeah. Oh, just visible. We don't need to set visibility. We can just do visible. Okay, got it. Understood. Maybe set visibility works, but let's just do what we already know works, and we'll just say visible, set to true. Okay, great. So I'm going to hit play. I have a feeling that it's not going to show up. My expectation is that we're going to open the dialog box and it's not there. Okay, so that is what happened. I kind of figured that's what would happen. So what I think I need to do, okay, and I got to bear with myself here, is I think I need to... Now, I'm a little unsure how I want to do this. Save this branch as its own separate scene. You should look at using messages for communications between objects. Unfortunately, I never got around to using them myself. That's interesting. Messages. Godot messages communicate between objects. I don't even know. I'm not like seeing something. I don't know. Yeah, like a cast, maybe. Looks like there's some different ways to do it, and I'm not seeing like the word messages coming up. Create a message channel between the parent frame and the child. Oh, GeoCities? That's got to be different. So I don't really know. I'm not really sure. But noted. Sounds interesting. Okay, so what I need to do, there's different ways I could do this. I could remake all of this. So make all of this be a new instantiated scene right here. Because even though these have the same name, it's not actually the same thing. So if I rename this to dialogue, that doesn't change the name of it right here. If I open up this, it does bring us here, which makes me think it could work. Maybe the term is signal. Oh, yeah, signals. Oh, yeah. Yeah, signals, totally. Seems like messages are signals. Yeah. So with the signals, that's sort of related to like what the node can or can't do. So that is something that is relevant. And we have looked into that before. I don't know if it helps me here. It might. Okay. So I need to do some problem solving here. I need to figure out how to get this to be seen. So there are a couple different ways to do this. I can try to get and this is kind of what I'm leaning towards, is moving all of this stuff to be a part of a new instant scene for the dialog box. Basically remaking the dialog box. That's option 1. Option 2 is I have this close button, which I think would work right away. Take this close button and actually move it to be a child of the instant scene. The worst part about this is I would have to then add this to all of these. And I could make this instanced on each of these, so it wouldn't have to change it. But I don't really like that idea, so I don't really want to do it. So I don't think I'm gonna do it. So I think what I am gonna do is figure out a way to redo all of this. If I'm a little confused, if I'm being honest. Do I want to save changes to the dialog? Let's not save changes to it. I'm going to not save changes to it. If I open up this, oh, now it's renamed dialog box. That's promising. Do you guys see my problem? Like, because we have the dialogue, I feel like it's not able to access the enum is my problem. So on the all friends, I have the enum, normal dialogue, and then the player states variable. I have all that here. Maybe I'm not changing it. No, it is changing. It is changing. It is updating. It's definitely updating. Because that's just the default is normal. And by here, it should change. And I have a script on here in this instance that is a child of the friend, right? And it's checking for this. Maybe, but this reference doesn't actually really exist here, right? That doesn't really exist there. Let me try it again. Yeah, it's not showing up. But it's weird because it's not like giving me an error that it's not working. So I'm not really sure why this reference isn't okay. I wonder, what if I make this? I don't think this will make much of a difference. That'll probably just make it worse. But if I drag this in here as a percent reference, I feel like that's not going to help here at all. But I'm curious, so I'm going to try it. Yeah, that still doesn't make it visible. I guess I'd also want to try it where let me copy this, and I'm going to move it over here. So now it exists. And I'm going to add this, and I'm going to test to see if this works. First of all, let me make sure it actually can become visible for some reason. Hit play. Oop, started typing. Okay, here we go. Oh, so actually it's not even appearing in the first place, even in a situation where I think it should. So we might just be making a mistake otherwise. If I just click it to visible, does it show up? Is my next question. Yes. So there it shows up. So, okay. So maybe it's not seeing this correctly. It should be able to find this. It might be the player state. So the player state should be set to dialogue. Great observation, M. Carpenter. No. Yeah, I mean, it is. It is. And I'm trying to redesign it, right? So unless you have a suggestion, like, all you're doing is just antagonizing me. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like, yes, of course. Of course. And here's the thing. Like, learning game dev is difficult, right? It's difficult. It takes work. Like, yes, absolutely. But, like, you know, if you don't have a specific suggestion that you have confidence in maybe working, then really, like, this is what this is. That's what this stream is working out the problems. You know what I mean? You did many blueprints the wrong way. You know how to fix it, but you won't. Well, I mean, maybe in that case it doesn't matter as much. And you know, so I want to make, I want to have those difficulties. I want to struggle through it. I want to make mistakes. And I want to learn the hard way because that's how I like to learn. And if somebody has the easy, like, do this, do this, do this, do this, and it fixes it, all right, very nice. Let's do it. Let's dive into it. Put all your friend logic in the friend object and have it react to signals. See, but okay, what does that mean? Like, is that like, do this, do this, do this, do this? Put all your friend logic in the friend object and then have it react to signals. But like, what signals, right? Like, what signals? And like, put the friend logic in the friend object. Like, what does that mean? How do you put logic in an object? There's the easy way and there's the right way. Man, I'm about to start ignoring your messages. I'm gonna keep it real because like it's just demoralizing. Like you're not actually helping. You're just telling me that I'm doing it wrong. Like of course I'm doing it wrong. Obviously I'm doing it wrong. That's the point. The point is to discover. It's a learn along, right? It's not supposed to be you know, super I know how to do things. This stream isn't about, hi, I'm Lise. I know how to do things. Let's do it. It's, hi, I'm Lise. I don't know how to do things. Let's figure it out. That's what it is, right? So that's what I'm doing, and that's the way it's going to be. Okay. Sometimes your easy way is the longest way. I hear that. All right, continuing on. So, oh, dear God. So I do want to say... I'm doing this in function ready. So I have a feeling that might be among my problems. I have a feeling that might be among my problems. Is I'm doing this in function ready. So let's just, which has nothing to do with anything other than I'm new to this and I'm learning and I make little mistakes and I discover them. And now next time I'll be like, wait, let me make sure I don't have this in the wrong function. Oh, this is interesting. Expected indent after the if block. Right. Oh, I see. Yeah. We do want that indented. Okay. So let me see if it works now. I'm going to make sure close is hidden. I'm going to hit play. Let's see if it shows up. Oh, okay, nice. Invalid set index. So it is so now it's actually reading the code. So we are at least in the right place, which is good. Yeah, so it closes if there's an error that's too egregious. It'll close the game, which is a good thing because that means now our code is actually being picked up. When I had it in the wrong function, it wasn't picking it up. Because a ready function isn't running all the time. That's just like a preload kind of thing, I think. Invalid set index visible on base null instance with the value type bool. Okay. So, what do you mean exactly? Did I type it wrong? that's kind of what to me was the sure bet that this would work. Invalid set index on base null instance. So maybe I'm not referring the right thing. Let me drag this in here. I mean, that reference looks correct here, but that's where we're hitting the issue. Well, out of curiosity, let me cut that out and let me see if it works otherwise. It does! Okay, so it does work. And interestingly, it has nothing to do with the design that I set up. It's just I put it in the wrong place. UI lets me think it's working till I click stop, then it yells at me. Yeah, it does do that. It sure does. Okay, so actually we don't even need to check it the other way. So that means I can remove this here, this little extra one I set in here, and it should work quite well. Yes! It works the way I thought it would, or I hoped it would, even though I kind of thought it wouldn't. It did. Does that make sense? So we have the close button in here. What was the close to? The close to was me trying an alternative way of doing what I thought wasn't working, but it turns out it does work. I just had to make it work right. So that close to was just like a alternate method that I ended up not needing. Okay. So we've got close visible equals true over here. This is just for debug, right? That's why I have this close visible thing. So the close button is up here in the instance of the dialog box, right? If I come over here to the friend instance, well, not the friend instance, the all friends. I'm going to close the friend instance because I don't really need it. The all friends, right? And to be clear, just to recap everything, we have the main scene where the game lives, right? This is where the game lives. We have our ground, we have our characters, we have the player character over here. And you can see this orange box. That is holding all of the friends together. That's where all of them live. And it's an instantiated scene that has a script attached to it. If I open that scene, now in the editor, you can see the player is gone, the ground is gone, and all we have are just the friends. Because in here, we have each friend. Now, each friend is a scene unto itself. So they are instant scenes that have their own, they actually don't have their own script. They have a shared script between them. So this script that's on each one is the same script, and they're all the same scene. They have different children on them. So what's underneath here is different, kind of. So the head is a cube on this friend on the left, and the head is a sphere on this friend in the center, right? This one doesn't have a head because, I don't know, just doesn't get one. And it's just placeholder stuff. And then if we click on the friend instance, that opens up the friend mesh individually. So here's like this mesh with collision. This isn't that important right now, so we're just going to close that. But this is shared between each friend. They all have the same one. So if I click on this, it's going to open up that same cylinder on each friend. So that way I could make a change in here, and that would go across all of the friends. Okay? Now, the dialog box is another instanced scene. Okay? This is another instance scene, and it is in each friend. All right? It's in each friend. And if I open up this instance scene, it gives us this dialog box. All right? And this dialog box, again, I'm copying it. Just like this is multiple instances of the same friend scene, this is multiple instances of the same dialogue scene. And it also has a single script that's shared across each dialogue box. So it's the same script, same scene. Now, if I open up that scene, we've got in there the close panel, which I just, am going to use, but I made it mostly as a way to test it. So it's currently not visible, right? So there I make it visible. Now I make it invisible. All right. So what I did to try to debug and make sure I have this set up right, which I do, is the script that's attached to the dialog box is checking the player state. And the player state is on the all friends script. So here we have the enum for player states, normal and dialog, and then the variable is being set by default to normal. The player state by default is normal. Now, if we go back to the main scene, we go to the player script, you can see that it also references the player state, and it's checking to see, is it normal? So by default, it's normal. And if it is normal, then we'll be able to move around in the scene, okay? And we can reference that because the all friends instance scene is present in the main scene. Now we also can come in here and look at the friend script. So this is the shared script between all friends. This also refers to that same enum. So here we have player state, and instead of looking for normal, it's looking for dialogue. It's not even looking for it. It's actually setting. It's looking for it, and it's changing it. So we're updating that enum that's on all friend script. We're updating it to dialogue when the activate button is pressed if the friend is nearby. That is to say, if we choose to talk to one of the friends, the dialog box appears and it's going to say that the new state is dialogue. When the new state is dialogue, if I go back to the player, what it's going to do, since it's looking for normal, that has to be the case. Then none of the movement is going to be possible because now it's on dialogue, right? So going back to the all friends instance, we can see this dialog box script where I set up a reference to that same enum because they're all joined by it, right? So if we go back to the paint image, we can see, right, this is that all friends node right here. It's accessible by the player, which is represented on the left there as the red circle, and on the right here, the green circle is the dialog where we have that close, right? And so both of them can look for the enum variable and access it and update it or read it, right? Every object had its own code. I thought it was all done in the same place. Yeah, so every object kind of has its own code. It's like each friend is using the same code. So if you look up at the top here, we have 3 different scenes. We have the main scene, all friends, and dialogue. Each of these have their own script. This has its own script, this has its own script, this has its own script. And then there's also the friends. And that too has its own script. So each of these tabs have their own script. And indeed, you can see them opening when I click on them. They all have their own script. And we have multiple instances of the friend. So it's using the same script between all of those. But it is a different script than, say, if we come over here to the main scene, that's a different script. And that's only being used once. The all friends, this is its script. It's only being used once. The dialogue, it's its own script. It's being used multiple times. It's being used per friend. So we have the dialog box on each friend. And then the friend script is being used multiple times on each friend itself as well. Won't declaring the player state in the shared friend script save a lot of those clumsy node references? Won't declaring the player state in the shared friend script. That's what I'm... No. So that's actually wrong. So I tried that. And what I ended up doing is I have the friends... It's so mean. Why are you saying it's clumsy? I mean, look. So the all friends contains each friend instance in it. Do you understand? Each friend instance is contained within the all friend script, right? And so when I put it on just the friend script, it couldn't see it when we come to the dialog box. So the dialog box is not able to see the enumerator, okay? So this is the dialog box. It can't see the enumerator if we just put it on the friend because there's multiple instances of the friend. Okay. And by having it in a group, the all friends group, now we have one place where it can be because I have to have multiple friends, right? So if I have multiple friend scripts all up in here, it's going to get chaotic and be 80 times more clumsy, right? So this gives us one place, one single place to reference. It's much cleaner than trying to have a bunch of different ones. And I had tried it earlier. You're welcome to rewind and see why I made that choice. It's really not too far back. I can help you if you want. Here, I'll show you. It's, you just open up you don't even need to. You're already watching it. Far back. I can help you. We can, if you want. Here, we can do this. I'll show you where we decided to make this change right over here. So here you can see I have all friends still in the main scene with each friend there, and there's no script attached to all friends. But I decided that was, well, I found out that wasn't going to work, okay, because I wasn't able to reference the enum on each friend because it was divorcing it from the dialog box. So that's why I set it up that way. And let's say maybe you can go back to which point of the stream? maybe around here we started doing it. Or dialog closing update state. Oops, I didn't mean to not do. But some, yeah. Sorry that it's super. Friend. Oh, probably when I drew this. And we have I think this makes sense to anyone else, but this is why I'm doing this. I'm opening up Paint. Or was maybe a Psychonic? I don't know. It could have been anybody. It could have been anybody. This is where you need to go back to, all right? But somebody made that excellent suggestion. Rewind to an hour. Do we have Psychonic Joe in the credits, by the way? Basically, when you see the paint appear, okay? This rewind to an hour 12 or so. 3 entities here. Rewind to an hour 12, and then you can figure out why I made the decision I made. Okay? Thank you. Now, all right, Stormrun, I'll see you in 20 minutes. Yeah, we got it. Oh, we definitely got it. Thank you for the encouragement. So, moving onward. Now that we know that the close is in the dialog instance, okay? And it's not visible. It's currently set to not visible. And from here, we reference the enumerator and see, are we in the dialog state? If we're in the dialog state, then make it visible. So now we know that we can access that enumerator from the dialog box, which is separate from the main scene. But because we have it lined up the way it is, we can see it. Okay, and why are we doing all this? What is the point of doing all of this? The point of doing all of this is to get some interaction within this dialog box. So right now, we can go up to the characters, we can open up a dialog box, and it turns off our movement. So now I don't have to worry about moving left or right or any of that stuff. Looking around, all of that is turned off, which is good. That's what we want. If I press the Q, it'll close it, the Q key, it'll close it, and now we can move again. But what I want is to remap that WASD, that up, down, left, right, all that. I want those to be remapped to controlling not only our close button, which is not going to look like this, but controlling these buttons that are on here and highlighting them so we can actually have them be chosen. That's the goal today. So now that we know that we can determine whether we're in the dialog box from the dialog box itself, now we can move forward with setting it up all the way. So let's do it. So I'm going to say that if this player state is true, we want input stuff. So I'm going to say input. I don't even know how to do this. So I got to come back to the main scene. We're just going to borrow. I guess we could do a separate function for that, maybe. Function. Now, what is function input versus anything else? Called when there is an input event. The input event propagates up through the node tree until a node consumes it. Whoa, that sounds epic. It is only called if input processing is enabled, which is done automatically if this method is overridden and can be toggled with set process input. To consume the input event and stop it propagating further into other nodes. I don't really, for gameplay input, unhandled input and unhandled key input are usually better as they allow the GUI to intercept the events first. I do not understand why that's better. I hear you, but I don't really understand what the advantage is there. This was all kind of maybe on the default character controller. Maybe. So maybe I want this, do I want this on physics process? I don't think so. I think we'll just do it in process. I'm not going to worry about that right now. That's very interesting. Let's just do if these inputs are pressed. Because we could also do like a vector. We could do input get vector and have that like matter. I don't really know how to do all that. That's above my head. That's way out of my head. So we're not going to do that. Let's just do if an input is pressed. Let me close this. So if the player state thing is true, then we want to also, I guess we want to say if that's true and input action is just pressed. Can we have an if nested in an if? I don't really know. Is that possible to nest an if in an if? We could try it. I kind of want to try it, if I'm being honest. Let's do the debug test again with the close visible true. I don't know if this works or this makes sense, but I'm gonna say if the player state is dialogue and the input action is pressed, in this case it's pause. Let's say activate, or not activate. Let's have it be left, right? So if you press the left key when you're in the dialog box, then show the close button. I don't know if this will actually work. I'm just curious. So if I press this, the close button isn't there. If I press left, it appears. Okay, cool. That totally works. Let's go. So if you do that and you press left, now this is where I don't know what I'm doing, right? Because we got to set up some way to change between these. So we could do it in different ways. I'm guessing, so we could do another enum, right? So that way it's human readable, as was suggested to me earlier. So maybe we do that. We set an enum up in here. Let me remind myself how to do that. I'll just copy this, paste that right in here. So this is within the dialog. Enum, we'll say dialog states, and there will be, so I'm going to have it be those three options that show up, right? There's eager, there's even, and there's distant. And then we'll say, we don't really need to set a default. I guess we do want to set, I guess we want to say dialog hover states, right? Or dialog hovered. Dialog hover, eager, even, or distant. And then we can say hover state, and we'll reference that same thing, dialog hover. And then by default, we'll have it hover even. Or I don't know, that seems kind of weird. I feel like it should go from left to right. But maybe it would be easier if you decided you wanted to just like do the even response every time. You could just spam it and just click it, which, you know. Maybe we could have even close be hovered. I'm not sure what could be default. It's something Stormroom was talking about earlier, but let's just try this. Var hover state dialog hover even. Okay. So if you press left, see this is I kind of need to look this up. I need to research this because there's got to be a better way to do this. Like a list. We basically need a list. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to say Godot button hover list. How to set button hover state in Godot. Yeah, it's kind of pretty much what I want, sort of. Grab focus. When a button is selected by the keyboard, it shows a focus style. You could just make them the same when the controller is connected. Oh, this may not be exactly what we want. I kind of want to say Godot buttons. How do I make a list with script generated buttons? I can't figure out which list properties I need to use for putting. Let's go to YouTube. I'm feeling like a video tutorial, and I'm gonna say Godot create a list. 5 essential nodes to master. Okay, arrays. Yeah, we need to do an array. We need to make an array. That's what we gotta do. It's 2 years old. Seems a little less useful. We could just look at the documentation. That's true. 4 years ago. I'm not seeing a lot of. This is different kinds of lists. Let's do array. Create a list or array. See if that gets us more what we want. 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 month ago. Dictionaries and arrays. Let's check out this. This is GWiz. GWiz has been guiding us through a lot of things. So let's keep with that theme and see what he's got for us here. He does nice quick ones.
This tutorial, I'll be showing you how to use arrays and dictionaries in Godot 4. A dictionary, or sometimes referred to as a hash map, is a variable type that can store both a key and a corresponding value. This is more than an array where it's just a value and the corresponding index. To create a dictionary in Godot, all we need to type is the name of the variable and do 2 curly brackets, then we have to type in our key.
Right.
So let's say name, and then we could type in that value. So I could type in GWiz. Then we could add more values. So let's say I want to know the age. Let's do 20. And now we can print out the dictionary and the name. This will print out GWiz. However, this is not reversible. If I were to type in GWiz, it would not print out name. It would print out null. And we are not limited to single data types. Let's create an array, which is done by
I don't think
doing
that's
2
what
square
we want.
brackets. And let's say 2, 3, and 4. Now, if we go here, let's say fave numbers or fave nums, and then we pass in the array. Now, if we print out fave nums, it will print out this whole array. However, if we just print out
it's
first
being
index,
blocked by the
it will print out num, and then we pass in the array.
subtitles.
Now, if we print out fave nums, it will print out this whole array. However, if we just print out the first index, it will print out 2. And we can take this a step further by creating another dictionary. Let's call it YT stats.
Okay.
Let's say subcount 1000. Let's say subgoal 5000. Now we could take this, go down here, say YT
Not
stats,
yet.
and we'll pass in that YT stats variable. And down here, we can get the dictionary YT stats. If we print this, it will be subcount 1000, subgoal 5000. However, now we can type in subcount, and we will print out 1000. Anyways, guys, I hope you found this tutorial helpful.
So now what I'm wondering is how we can do Godot array next and previous index. Get next or previous index in an array, because that's what we want to do. Is we want to go left and right. We want to be able to cycle through the options, right? Use a variable to store the current index, like variable current target 0. Increment and decrement based on input. So we're going to use math, basically. Create your variable named target ID, initialize it with 0. Use this variable as index when accessing your array. For example, to get the next target, do target ID plus equals 1. Right, but then how do you make it loop, right? I can't remember what it said. We're going to go to your instructions, use some tools, counter plus 1. All right, but what if I want, in range, targets in range, counter. Godot array index loop next previous. Like I want it to loop back around. When you're looping through an array size. Let me look at the we have array weights size. Number of weight / bones. I feel like that's different. Maybe we can also just look here at the array stuff in general. Are you saying that like this is a piece of code that can be used? Can we search within this? Loop. Index plus 1, unless index plus 1 is greater than the array size. Oh. I see. So you mean just like set up the code such that we define pseudocode. Yeah. I see what you're saying. So you're saying set it up such that we define what the size of the array is. If the number that we're currently modifying to define what index we're at is above or below a certain number, the size of the array, then it loops it back. Gotcha. That's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, cool. So let's say then, yeah, that makes sense. Nice idea. I like that. So I'm going to say in the dialog script, we need to define this array stuff. You can just ask the array what size it is. Oh, yeah? Oh, really? So let me look at, so we say variable array 2, 3, 4. So if we have 3 different states, I guess I don't want an enum then, do I? I mean, the enum lets me set it as words. Can we do like an I mean, the enum kind of is an array. Is an enum an array? Like, will it behave the same? Store an array of a resource as an enum. To load an array of resource as an enum, then I can access the enum value with auto-completion. How to combine enum, match state, and array. So I guess that's kind of what we want to do. Because, I mean, it would be nice if we could use the enum. Oh, so we can just say equals. Say what it equals. And then we can treat it like an array. And we can refer to those. When you give the enumeration a name, you can use the methods it provides. Gives you the number of constants in the enum. Nice. It's a common way to get a random value from an array. I don't know if I totally understand, but I think maybe I do, possibly. I don't know that I do. General architecture enums and array. I'm using a tactical RPG. I don't know if I can use architecture right. We can also just make it numbers, and then I don't have to think about it. Because here it's in these brackets. When we're doing the enum, we're using the curly brackets, which is actually what we did for the dictionary. It's just with the dictionary, it has a different syntax in between the brackets. So that makes me think that we can just refer to it as an array. And so let me try that. If we do, the enum is so you can do array 1 instead of array 1. It is. Okay, so it is like, okay, gotcha. Nice. All right then. So
Any questions?
Then let's try the print thing and see if we can make that. We don't even need to, well, we can. Let's do the print thing. So we'll do print, what do we call it? Dialog hover. So I'm not going to do all this stuff yet. Let's let this be what it is. We just want to, right off the bat, set it to print. Dialog hover. Right? But what is in the array is different. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Dialog hover. And then, well, we want to say hover state, don't we? We kind of want to say hover state. Right, okay. Dialog hover. Let's try this. Dialog hover. And then specifically, I want it to print. I guess that would, I mean, that should at least work. Like, that should at least work. So we should see when we open up. I'm not actually sure. We're printing all kinds of things over here. Oh, 0. I guess, is that printing, is the 0, what is that? Do we have a print somewhere else happening? Wait, let me get this out of here. That might be printing the first index number. Yeah, I think it is, because now it's not printing anything. So will it print a 1 if I set this to even? So I'm looking down there in the console. Yes, it does. Nice. Okay, sweet. Dope. So now we can do the math stuff to make it move between these. Let's go. Okay. Now, well, then I guess what I would want to check is, because we want this hover state to update to a different one of these indexes, and then whichever one is true. So let me set all that up as well. I guess I'll declare a new function that will allow us to, I'm flying by the seat of my pants here. I feel so like afraid whenever I start like getting experimental with code. It's like, what's gonna happen? Is it gonna do what I think it's gonna do? Is it not? Okay, so we just do underscore and we refer to it as delta, and then it'll do it. It's thrilling. It's honestly a bit of a rush, but it's also very scary. So I want to set a new function just to keep it organized, and this will be hover states, is what I'll call this one. So this is our hover states, and I'll declare it in here, I guess. Hover states delta, and in here, I guess I'm gonna want it to, is where we'll have the math stuff happening. Not really. I guess this is what the changes will be, right? So I'm just gonna I'm gonna pause this for now, and I'm gonna come build out all of that stuff. Okay? So I'm gonna go into the 2D scene, and I want to say that this is gonna change, right? A highlight. Somehow this is going to highlight. And I guess there's different ways that we can make it highlight, just so that way we can test it and it actually be what we need. So you don't need to pass delta unless you have a reason to use it in the function. Oh, I see what you're saying. Nice. Noted. You know, I saw that in a warning down here. It says that right here. It literally says it right here. It's literally telling me that. And I'm just like, okay. I just do it because that's what so many of the codes that I've done do. But I see now that I don't need to put that there unless I anticipate using it. Oh gosh, okay, we do have to put this here, I guess. Right? This function doesn't match the parent. Parent signature is process float. Okay. Don't understand that. Straight up don't know why this is float. Then it complains at me for doing it. Okay, so maybe here I do have to do it, even though it gives me that same warning. Prefix it with an underscore. Okay. All right. Will do. Aye, aye, Captain. I'll do it. So I just have to remember to remove that if I end up wanting to use it. All right, a little confusing. But if you say so, I will do this. No warnings. That's got to be a good thing. All right, so back on the dialogue stuff. The process function needs the delta. Yeah, evidently. Evidently it does. But I guess if there isn't the underscore, then we're saying also not only apply it to process, but apply it to something within the function. All right, very well. Very well. Now, if I want to get this to look highlighted, I could get a different, so many different things. I feel like I just want a placeholder way to do it for now, just so I don't like worry too much about designing it and just get this code problem solved. So I'm gonna look at the theme overrides. Or maybe just the type variation? No, that doesn't seem like the good place. Flat text behavior. We might... Can we add a new thing in here? Or will this overwrite it? If I add a new canvas texture, okay, that replaces it. I see. No, please don't do that. Please don't replace it. And then if I want to tell it to be different, I guess we could tell the text to be different. That might be a nice thing to do for checking to see if it's working. Let's try that. That way we don't have to worry about how to design the labels right now. So I'm just going to have the text change, which I guess I still have to figure out a little bit. We could say the size gets bigger. You're using a dialogue. How about making the mouse visible and using that? Also, buttons should have a mouse over setting. Yeah. Well, so we can do that. We can do that. I want both. I want to do both. I want that to be true, and I want us to be able to use the keyboard. And because I also want it to be used with the joypad. And the joypad, like, we could, I don't know, set up a cursor or something that shows up that you can use with a joypad. I think I'd rather it be like a D-pad thing. So the good thing about doing it this way with the keyboard is we can also use the D-pad then for it. So I want both is what I want. Like, I don't have to do it that way, but I want to do it that way. And yeah, we can do the mouse stuff with signals. Absolutely. Yeah, that's kind of the easy part. So I'm kind of interested in digging into the hard part, you know? I want to learn something. I want to get into the nitty gritty. So, we could also change the color. I kind of want to do the size. I kind of want to change the font size. Right, so maybe it goes to like 50 or something whenever it's currently selected. It's not elegant, it's not pretty, but just as a way to debug and start setting this up. Okay, so now I got to figure out how to change the font size in the code. So I'm going to go back to the script then, and in here I want to say find a setting on a button to show it's the one selected. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, yeah, it's kind of what I'm doing. That's basically what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, pretty much. Is I'm going to do font size is what I've decided. So now I got to figure out how to set the font size, which I'm excited to learn and I want to learn. So let's say we want to if depending on if a certain value is true, right? And if we're on a certain index. So I guess what I'll say is check the dialog hover. Button properties show it's selected. Look at the button help / API page. No, I don't think I will. I don't think I will, but that's definitely something. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by show it's selected. Like, yeah, I'm just not sure what you mean by show it's selected. Like, I hear you, and you're saying like here, like in the node, maybe is what you're saying. There might be something. Let's see if we go to the menu button and we look at this, right? We have focus entered. We have button down, button up, right? We have button pressed, toggle. You know, there's a lot of stuff here, but, you know, mouse entered. You know, we could do focus entered perhaps, but we'd have to still define what that means. And, right, so I see what you're saying. Okay, so, but I wonder if we need to do that. Like, I feel like we don't need to necessarily do it that way. And you're saying if we look at the documentation for it, we might be able to set this focus entered to be true somehow. I guess I'm a little unsure what the purpose is besides just having like a variable set or something. Because we could do that. We could say that this focus is entered. So if I open this up in the documentation, oops, right click, open documentation. Button that brings up a pop-up menu when clicked. So let's look at the focus stuff in here. Font hover color. That's interesting. Oh, nice. So there we can at least, that's kind of what I was going to be looking for, was how to change the font. Oh, we can only do the color? Oh, that's colors. Font sizes. There we go. Font size. That's what I was going to do. Focus entered equals true, or the button font object and set it aside. Yeah, well, that's what I was doing. We're on the same page. That's pretty much what I'm doing. So that's exactly what I was going to look for, was font size. So let's put that in there. We on the same page. You got it. Welcome back, Stormra. Over here in our dialog, I want to say dialog hover. And then we want to say, is it set to, I guess 0. Eager is going to be 0, right? On the far left there. So if dialog hover is set to 0, then we want to say the menu button, and let me just rename these better. I'm going to rename this to button eager. And I'm going to rename this one to button even. And I'll rename this one to button, distant. Okay, so we've got all those names. And I'm going to say, just in case, I do think I'm going to do the percent access as unique name, so we don't have to type the full path. So I'm going to make them all access as unique name. So now we can just drag this in here. Percent button eager dot font size. And I want to set that to, what do we say? Maybe 40, just try 40. Now I do want to have it be able to go back. Invalid strands to operator, dictionary and int. Okay, so I'm doing this wrong. Here, oh, do we need to do, I guess I could just say eager. I could just say if it's set to eager. Okay, that's not right. Maybe I need to put it in brackets. When as a font, you need to include the font object when you set font size. Interesting. You made a scary song? Okay, that's cool. I'm glad you were inspired to make a scary song. So maybe I need to put this in brackets for it to recognize it. What do you want me to type? Maybe I don't need to do the equivalent. And then I could maybe alternatively say 0. If dialog, okay, that definitely didn't work. Can I get index 0 from eager? So we do have to type out the enum. Later listen to it. I will. I can't wait. So we'll just type out eager. Hey, that's what we wanted. We wanted human readable. Let's let it be human readable. So if dialog hover eager, make that font size 40. So we don't know if that's going to work. So I'm going to just say here, for the sake of testing, for now, I'm going to say or input action just pressed right. Okay, just so we can test it to make sure it works. Because it sounds like M. Carpenter is identifying the possibility that we're not being specific enough about the font size. So let's see if we can find that out and sort it out. Fruity Loops is not open source. No, but you know it is LMMS. That's what I made it in Elite Name, so you might be pleased to hear that. I know you like the open source, and me too, me too. So LMMS is not as good as Fruity Loops. It is so much worse, but it's open source, and it does the same kind of sequencing, which is how I made that song that I played earlier. You got it off Pirate Bay, Crack Sonoki. Yeah, that's what I used to do. I used to do that when I was younger, but I don't know. I feel like I have more of a responsibility these days not to use cracks. I don't know. I just don't want to mess with it. When I was a kid, I didn't care, but now I care, so I don't want to do it. I'm certainly not going to be paying for Fruity Loops, but yeah. Your song is an LMS too? Nice. No, I can't wait to listen to it later. S is back. Says you don't think that'll work. Okay. All right. You're probably right. You're probably right. I feel like you got a good eye for this. Stormer makes a lot of stuff in Fruity Loop Studio. It's all like pop songs, but only piano and a beat. Dude, that's what's awesome about Fruity Loops, is you can make stuff really easily and make it simple, but it sounds really good. Fruity Loops is amazing. I wish there was a more comparable open source alternative, but LMS is pretty good. Okay. So we don't think this is going to work. I'm not sure why it's not going to work, but we're going to try it anyway. So basically what it's going to look for is just if we press the right key. We could also add this extra state in here. Just, oh, you know, that'll already be, no, actually that won't be true. I guess if I indent this, then it'll only call hover states if the dialogue is already true. If you want to use it, you have no problem. It's in Discord. I kind of want to make everything myself, but I definitely want to check it out. I don't know if I'm interested in collaborating that deeply, but I can't wait to look at it. I don't know about enums, but that if statement looks like it will do if eager is enumerated by one or more, then do this. Okay, all right. Why would that be 1? Eager is 0. All right, so let's open up the dialog. Okay, so we immediately had a close. Invalid set index font size on base menu button with value of type int. Okay. All right. So this could be related to what M. Carpenter was saying, potentially. The button has a font. You need to include the font object when you set font size. So is this where we want a signal, potentially? I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. Object property list. I don't see a font thing in here. So how do we get a font object? Godot font change menu button font size. Let's see if we got any suggestions here. You can't directly change the label's font size. You need to import a custom font first. Okay, we did that. F you can change, kind of. I don't know if we did that. Maybe we didn't do that. Maybe we didn't do that. So we can't just access that on its own. A pixelated font. That would be cool. A pixelated font would be cool. Let me go back into here. So we have theme overrides is where this is being defined. Something like button.font.font size. I see. So we have to act, and there's no way to like, It's so nice. So many things we can. Oh, maybe we can drag it. Wait, maybe we can't. I was gonna say so many things we can just drag and drop, and it'll give us that reference info. But maybe we can drag it in there. Oh shoot! Oh shoot! We can drag it in there. Let's go. Or button focus equals true. Right. Wait, let me try this dragging happening here. So if I pull this right in like that, oh, it still wants the full reference. So we'll say button eager dot, I guess. Theme override font sizes, font size. Now it's not expected identifier dot after expected identifier after dot. Right, so maybe we don't want the quotes there. This seems wrong. Okay, so I switched the slashes for dots. I don't know if this is actually going to work. It's probably just going to shut it down. But I'm trying it anyway. Indeed. Theme invalid get index theme override font sizes on base. Oh, so maybe I need to add another dot into here. I have no idea. I feel like this is just not going to work. I feel like this is not how this works. Yeah, that's a negative right there. So what if we say change theme override font size? I might try also what Carpenter said too. How to dynamically change font size of a label with code. Kind of. Get node label. Get custom font size set new. So maybe it is kind of like you were saying. So we'll do. Is this kind of what we had at first anyway, right? And this didn't work. You said dot font. So maybe we want to say, what's the percent do? The percent, so actually I mentioned this earlier at the beginning of the show, is something I was looking into, is that it lets you reference a node without putting the full list or the full reference. So you don't have to do, you know, dialog box slash or your dialog slash button eager. We can just do button eager with the percent as long as it's within the same scene. So it kind of helps it be a little shorthand. Kinda, yeah. So then I could move button eager over here and it would still find it because it has the percent. And then you can see there's a percent icon in here as well that makes that work correctly. Yeah. So I need to figure out exactly how to reference that. They're saying, let me see. I don't know if they, here's what I had to change your code to. Okay, so they made this work. Get node label. We don't need to do that. Set theme override font size. Wow. Oh, that's what, when we dragged it in, that's the path that it created right there. Wow. Okay. And then where did you put the number? I had to change things up slightly. It's Godot 4. I couldn't use get set. Set doesn't exist, so I had to use set directly on the node in place to get. I also had to change the property names as I changed it in 4.0. So where are they putting the number? Maybe just after this, like equals? Okay. Does the set work? Let's try it. It seems, I don't know. I feel dubious about it, but I'm going to try it anyway. So we want to do dot set. There's an easy tutorial on the Godot website. Oh, is there? Is there? Let's see this. Let's see why this doesn't work. And then let's go look at that. So I'm going to drag that path again. I suggest you just set the button to selected. I hear you. You have been heard. You have been heard. I'm gonna drop in here font size like that. And then we want to say comma font size. I'm just not sure where we're gonna define that. I think you can also stretch the label if changing its font size is too complex. Yeah, I mean, totally. Like, that would work too. Because I am just trying to look for something for debug purposes. I wouldn't even keep this necessarily. That would be, I mean, on one hand, I'm interested in learning this. On the other hand, if that achieves the same thing, it will make that, because that would make the font bigger and the button bigger, which would be ideal. Interesting. Whoa. Your control node get font string name. I don't know what I'm looking at. Font size equals 20. You're what did you search for? Yeah, post it better. Post the link in Discord. Post the link in Discord. Expected a closing parenthesis after call arguments. You mean right here? Where do you mean? So wait, this was, I mean, this is just me taking it from this arguably dubious Reddit post. Set, yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think this is gonna work. Oh, I gotta put an underscore here. Identify font size not declared in the current scope. Okay, so this is definitely not doing it for us here. Well, I mean, that's, oh, that gave me an error. Only identifier, attribute access, and subscription access can be used in the target. All right, let me see what we found over here. The stretch is interesting. Let me look at that. Godot stretch button. How to stretch texture button. How to size a button. How to resize or scale. I would try to change the scale at the inspector. Oh, okay. We might be able to use a signal more effectively here as well. I don't know if it's what you're looking for. Yeah, it might not be. It might not be. My goal is to have the same effective texture button. I only want to use sprite for testing. It's fairly easy to scale the sprite. Set scale, and then setting the vector. You can use scale equals vector. Oh, interesting. Let's try that. Let's try that. So I gotta know what the scale is like already, right? Somehow. So that would be helpful. I guess just try it. Just like make it something bigger. All right, let's see if that works. Let's see if that works. If that's easier and it works. Hey! Oh, that is much easier. And the font gets bigger. Yeah, the font thing is interesting. An interesting problem, but this is a really good alternative. We just got to adjust the anchor a little bit. I think font size in the second argument without the quote isn't supposed to literally be font underscore size. Should that be a number? Oh, well now, well that's, thank you, S. That is very specific and helpful. Okay, now I'm curious to see if that works. All right, hold up. Hold up. Hey, I mean, if we were that close to it working, we might as well try it. We might as well try it. Okay, that I see. So then, comma 40. Wait, what if that works though? What if that works though? Non-existent function set in base menu button. So that set might be not a thing. We might have to call it something other than set. for that to work. Now, in the post, says you don't need to override. It says I don't need to override. Oh, I don't need to use theme override. Okay. I hear you. On that Reddit post, they had said that they were using Godot 4 and it didn't quite work the same way. Oh, did we just like close it? I guess we already closed it. Yeah, I don't know where that one went. Was it over here? Maybe somewhere in there. If it works, it's all good. I'm curious. At this point, I'm curious, but if it's more effort than I have to put into it, then I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, here we go. This was the post. They're using C#. Oh, this is for C#. They're using C#. Well, for crying out loud. That doesn't do me any good. All right, let's just skip that for now. We got a solution. Now let's, thank you, S. I feel like there is a way. We were still so close. We're still so close, but that's okay. We don't need to worry about it. Now I just need to get it so it actually grows from the right part of the box. So what this is all about, and what I'm trying to do here today, is set up this friendship simulation game. So we can walk up to these characters, start talking to them, and then interact with the options. Right now, we can close that, we can walk away, we can talk to somebody else, they have a different name, and the options appear. And so what I want to set up now is an array that lets us cycle through the different options, and then, in theory, we could choose those options. I want to use the keyboard for it, and or the D-pad, and or the mouse, but I'm tackling the left and right buttons, D-pad stuff first. We did kind of figure out, thanks to S's suggestion, to do the scale. We can make it bigger. But as you can see, it's coming from the wrong edge. So I'm just going to make sure it's not just a simple anchor thing. It probably isn't that hard to sort out. The anchor is way up there. I don't know if that's going to be the thing that makes it work better. But it seems like a conspicuous possibility. So let's move that anchor. See if that gets bigger. Nope. Nope. So we might even want to leave that anchor where it was. If that doesn't do us any good here, probably better to leave it like it was. So if we want to define the origin at which it grows, maybe that's what the vector. No, the vector, that number should be how much bigger it's making it, right? So if I say 1, 1, I don't even know if that's really going to be any bigger. I feel like that's going to be the same size. Let's do it bigger. So that should stretch it on the X and Y axis by 3 times. But we want to make sure it does it from the center. All right, okay. All right. Icon behavior, icon alignment center, vertical icon alignment center, expand icon on. I mean, that's some different stuff. Oh, you can even see, oh, wait, look, there's a little plus sign here. What was that? How do I move that? I see the plus. I see the plus. Okay. So it's just a matter of finding that. I'm sure there's ways we could look it up. I'm curious to just click around until it makes sense. Maybe up here somewhere? Click to change the object's rotation pivot point. That's it. So I'm going to click right here. Now, I don't know how centered... I don't know that I feel that that's very centered. I kind of wish I had like a grid alignment to check that on. Use grid snap. Yes, please God. And then will this snap to that grid? And it also, I mean, is the button even on the grid, right? This definitely is more helpful. Yeah, it is jumping around, so that is more helpful. But it's not jumping around relative to the button, it's jumping around relative to the grid. So we'd want to also make sure that the button is on the grid. Assuming the button, you know, in its design is even really grid aligned. So maybe I'll just adjust it a little like that. And I'll adjust all these a little as well. So maybe they're all a little more on the grid here, in theory. And then I'll come here and we'll change the pivot point to approximately the center. Okay, you can see the text isn't quite in the center, so I'm not gonna use that as a basis. Let's see what this looks like. If this grows, it should more or less grow from the center. Nice. Way too big, but that's totally fine. Nice. Good call, S, with the stretching. So much better. What if you just had the option you wanted, already bigger, and hidden until you click the option? What? So you're talking about more like deep game design idea stuff? It's kind of cool. I'm a little confused, but that sounds kind of cool. So like you have to like discover the option? Wait, I don't understand. That sounds kind of cool though. Even though I don't quite understand it. It sounds kind of cool. Okay, so I want to say that the script, instead of making it that much bigger, let's just try 1.5. Because I'm assuming 1 will keep it the same size. I assume it's just multiplying it. It's not bad. It's a little crowded, but at least we can tell that it's moving. I don't want to obsess too much over the design, but let's say 1.25. Yeah, the stretching is great. That's such an easier way to do this. So much better. Kind of hard to see. It's a little too subtle, in my opinion. It might be good to actually make the buttons smaller overall. So hopefully this is just like one grid size down. And then maybe making them bigger will just feel a little more meaningful without necessarily causing ugly overlap. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I haven't been doing this on the grid for all this time. This is so much better, dude. I haven't been using a grid. It's so much better. Default grid for the win, come on. It's kind of hard to tell if those are lined. They don't look lined up right. So I'm going to go off the grid just a little bit. Because it also might be on the grid relative to where they already are. So I'm just using arrow keys to adjust this a little bit here. Okay. That seems good enough. And then I'm going to want the pivot points to be different for each one. It might not grid align as well as I want it to, but that's okay. Is there shortcuts for this? This is Q for select mode, and the pivot mode doesn't have a... That's okay, at least we can do that. Click on this, pivot mode, put it in the center of the button, approximately. Okay. Come back to our script. And this is just if that's the one that is the current active. Now I'm just doing this to test it. Can we do it 0.5 since we made them a little smaller? I'm just doing it to test to see what the selection is going to look like. That looks good enough to me. And, you know, just to test it, I'll switch this to even. So you can just see what that looks like when that one gets bigger. Looks good enough. Looks good enough. And then this one, distant. See what that looks like. Probably pretty fine. Oh yeah. It looks great. All right, now that we know we can make these a bigger size, we don't want to just say, we want to say if dialog hover is eager, then eager is the one that's going to get bigger. So no more or input. So then I'm going to also define the others and say if dialog hover even, then make that one bigger. If dialog hover distant, then that one gets bigger. Okay. Now that we know we can actually test it, I'm going to set up the array cycling. So that way we can see if we can get the input to move between the different ones. So instead of just making this close button visible, if input action left is pressed during the dialog state, then I want to somehow, and I don't know how to do this yet, but I'm sure we can figure it out. I want to somehow add or subtract. So left would be subtracting, right? So if I say, I don't even know how to do this. Get our next previous array. Use a variable to store the current index. So, create a variable named target ID. So they're telling us to create variables first. Can't we, if we already have the array, use this variable as index when accessing your array? For example, to get to the next target, do target ID plus equals 1. So why can't we just, I mean, I believe that we can't, but I mean, it would be kind of awesome and nice if we could just say, you know, like the, sorry, I missed all these messages, my bad. I'm wondering if it needs to be a specific anchor. Oh, that was from a while ago. Sorry about that. I think that plus was the edge where it starts expanding. You may want the left button to kind of go left anyways instead of center. Sorry I missed all the messages. They weren't coming through, but we got them now. You want the left button to kind of go left and away anyways instead of center. That's true. You can set draw mode on the base button object. Okay. My widgets are like that. I have hidden objects that appear when selecting certain buttons. That's interesting. I think they're talking about a workaround. Okay. When the left gets big, the rest gets smaller. Oh, that sounds fun. It was a different way to do what you already did. Gotcha. New variable at the top and add to it. Yeah, I guess so. I feel like that code would just make the last two big, but I'm curious to see. Wait, which code? So I don't even know what code yet. I'm still trying to figure the code out. So we do have, so at the top, you know, we already have the variable and then, or the enumerator array. And so to me, I would just think logically that Godot would have a way, and maybe they don't, that Godot would just have a way to add or subtract, you know, because this is already 0, 1, or 2. That's what these are. Eager is 0, even is 1, distant is 2. So I'd like to think, and I could be totally wrong here, that I could just add or subtract to this and it would change these. I guess the hover state is by default, right? But we'd have to update the hover state. Right, the hover states. Can a number be a variable or does it need to be an enumerator? So it's both. In the enumerator, so like for example, Stormrun, if I were to print, you can't do a path. That is not how it works, right? Oh, it is how it works. So if I were to do a print, dialog hover I don't know if I'm doing this right. Or I can't remember. Was it like this? Was this how he did it? I feel like this is not how he did it. I feel like it was different. Was it like with the brackets? I gotta look back at the tutorial. Oh yeah, that is maybe it. Just no parenthesis. No, we do want the parenthesis. Why doesn't that work? Closing doesn't match the opening. Oh, let me add a bracket in here. Identifier eager not declared in the current scope. Oh, do we need... Oh, we need double quotes. Okay, so here's the way we do it. So if I set this, right, to print dialog hover eager. And what it's going to do is it's going to print it down on the console. And what it's going to print is a bunch of zeros. So it's just printing 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, all the time. And now if I switch that to even, and we play it, it's going to print 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, it's blocking. There it is. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So it's because it's an array already, it has the 0, 1, 2 positions in there. And so that's kind of why I'd like to see it just be able to be interfaced with. I don't know if I can, though. We might need to set a variable for the number and then define that as what I want to change the index to. So now it's printing 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So they have these numbers associated with them already. I would set a variable to 0 in the beginning and add to it if needed. Yeah, I was thinking of having even as the default one. Yeah. It's a dialogue. All this stuff is already built in. It's a dialogue. All this stuff is already built in. I don't know what that means, but right, I think I understand what you mean. You're saying, yeah, so it is built in. Oh, so you're saying that that we will be able to do the subtraction and addition to this at the top. Okay. I think that's what you're saying. Go up to someone, I'm curious. Right now? Okay. Oh, you're right. Wait, let me get this out of the way. Look, it is the last two. Look, they were right. It's the last two only, are bigger. Create an array with the buttons in it. Add a variable current button. I would think that would be... So for me, I think that's hover state. Although I'm setting it to... Maybe not. Because this isn't numbers. So I would want... So maybe I want this to be... But somehow I have to connect that to the array, right? Okay, also, why did that happen? If dialog hover is set to eager... Oh, because I need to hover state. My bad. So, yeah, I see. I see what happened because eager is 0. I see why, S. I see why that happened. Because I meant to do hover state, not dialog hover. By doing dialog hover, it's fetching the 0. And so because it's 0, I guess, and I could be wrong here, because it's 0, this doesn't fire. But because this one is greater than 0, even, this one fires. And because this one is greater than 0 too, this one fires. Is that correct? So what I actually wanted to say was if hover state is set to dialog hover eager. If hover state is set to dialog hover even. I don't know if the syntax is all right, but this is what I meant to do, right? So maybe the middle one will be big only? Nice. So now only the middle one's big, which is kind of what I was hoping for. And we could do things, yeah, where, like, if this one is selected, the ones on the side go further apart. I think that would be cool, but I want to get the functionality down first before we get fancy. Right, and so then what I would like is to change. So the hover state is really what I want to change. So I guess I would need to set up. We need to set up a way for it to know, to assign the numbers to the different hover states. So you could do match hover state, dialog hover, eager, etc. Wait, why would that be better than doing if? That would work better. I mean, if hover state equals 0, set new var to 1. Yeah. Right, exactly. Exactly. Storm run. Assignment is not allowed inside an expression. Who am I? If you want to. Match hover state, and then we do this. Well, I did read somewhere that this was supposed to be like a better way to do it. If you're doing this kind of list. So I'm open to that. Hover state, colon, dialog hover, eager, colon. And so does this not function like an if in the same way? I'm lost as to what says how the dialogue is supposed to work. Okay. Okay. I don't know what you mean by dialogue. Do you mean like dialogue in the game? Haven't really gotten to that yet. Right now I'm just setting up interaction, but I'm not sure what you mean by dialogue. Do you mean like dialogue as in if the characters are talking to each other? Or do you mean dialogue as in something else? Because I'm not at that point. Right now, I'm just trying to get to the point where we can actually interact with the menu that's there. Current button presses, I think. Not refer back to the match page. I can't really write multi-line stuff here. Oh yeah, sure. Oh, absolutely. Sorry for I didn't mean to expect you to like answer that. Sorry for that. Let's look up in our documentation match. I'm so not used to having great immersed in documentation in a program. The simple expression match. Wait, this is different. Is this different? This doesn't seem like the right place. I feel like I'm not in the right place. String name. Maybe I'm in the right place. I don't know, this documentation is helping me too much. The docs won't have it. To the match page. When you say match page, you mean, I see. Godot match statements. Oh, maybe this page? Oh, this is a video. Here. Match and if, when to use each. Oh, so we would say like 1, 2. So you could literally do numbers. We could do it like this. Oh, cool. And then this is also saying if state equals 1, else if state equals 2, print 2. But this is interesting that it already has the numbers in there. But I guess we want to do the words. Okay. So we want to do match state, apparently. It's just, I mean, I believe that it works. It just seems like it won't work. I don't know why. I don't really have a reason for that. Match state. Okay, it seems to not give me an error. And then I guess I want like this? Maybe? Okay, well, there's no error. That's got to be a good sign. The built-in docs just document object types and their properties. You need online docs for stuff about how the actual language works. You know, that makes sense. That's kind of my experience. Still good documentation, but that often trips me up. Because like sometimes I expect a little more from it. Match state, hover state, and then indent that in. Oh! Instant total fail. Identifier state not declared on the current. Oh, so this is where we would say hover state. Gotcha. Understood. So here we say hover state. And then we'll do the dialog hover after that. The syntax stuff, you know, I'm new to text code, you know, so a lot of this, I enjoy getting to make these mistakes and be nudged in the right direction. Okay, this is great. You only want match state once? Oh, yes, you're right. Thank you. Good call. Gotcha. Okay. Oopsie. Thank you. Gotcha. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, cool. So if this works, then we should just see the same thing, the center button already selected. Nice. Nice. Thank you. Okay, cool. So then what I would want to set is a new variable, right? So I'd want variable, so that's hover state. I guess I really want this to be button state, wouldn't I? And then hover state would be the like number. I mean, it kind of just depends what I want to do. So I'm going to change that. I know we already named it over here. But I'm going to change it. Variable hover state equals 1. And then I'll have something that says hover or I guess I'd want to say dialog hover because we need to connect the hover state to the enum and connect the button state. So it's like when whatever number this is determines which is the current button state. It's twist my brain up a little bit, but I feel like I can sort it out. We add 0, we add or subtract from this number to change it. And depending on that number, we'll determine which button state is assigned. This is kind of hurting my head a little bit. Stormrun kind of had an idea there, right? If hover state equals 0, set new variable to 1. So if hover state equals, if button state equals 0, set hover state. So I guess I would do the match again, right? So like match hover state. And this time, March, and this time we'll say variable, or not variable, just wait. So wait, button state. I'm sorry. I'm just a little confused. So wait, button state is saying is definitely one of these. Button state is one of these. You're trying to remember what you said. Tap water smells like dead fish and has a lot of mosquitoes. Oh, leet name. Oh my gosh. Please God, don't drink that. There's a lot of things you should do in this world. Among them is not drink that tap water. Yeah, what an entrance. What an entrance. This is getting my brain twisted up a little bit, but I feel like we can get there. That's death water. Yeah, it is. Can you even filter that? Jeez. I am so sorry. You need to figure something out. You need to figure something out. Good luck. Keep your head in them books. Oh my gosh. Expected an indented block after this match statement. Oh, down here. Yeah, right. So, match hover state. All right, S. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your help. See you in a bit if you come back. If not, I'll see you later. Boil the hell out of it. At least, yeah. My gosh, that sounds horrifying. Like use hell to boil it. So if the button state is that, so we want to say if the hover state is 1, right? Third world moment. For real. My gosh. Nobody deserves that. So if that's 1, then we want to set button state to, or we can say 0, right? If it's 0, set button state. I think you need a new variable called current button. I think that's what I'm doing with buttons or hover state. I kind of switch them. I know that's really confusing, and I apologize if you've been following and you're now like, why did you do that? Because it just makes more sense to me. So I added a new variable called hover state, and I renamed hover state to button state. And I'm having the hover state be the current button. I kind of like that better. Should it be set to 0 at first? I want it to be 1 because I'm experimenting with even being the first choice. So the default is going to be the middle choice, and then you can choose to branch to the left or right. It's a little weird, but that's why I have it as 1. Good catch, though. I could change this to current for sure. Doesn't have to be hover. So maybe I keep this as hover. It's kind of semantics at some point, what to name them all. So I guess I could, okay, all right. I'll put it back to hover state. I would name it current hover. Yeah, that's kind of a good idea. So it's easy to read. Yeah. I am just so sorry. All right, I'll switch this back to hover state, and I'll call this current. We'll do a current button. I think that's a good idea. Let's do current button. That's a good idea. I feel like maybe hover though, because I also want to like differentiate between like pressed and stuff. So we'll do, but what's the difference between hover state? It gets a little confusing. Because isn't hover current? I guess not. I guess it's different. I guess we're saying this is the hover state. This is what we're currently hovering. So I guess it makes sense. All right. Let me change this again. Change it again. I want to say hover state. You still need a new variable. Hover state is an enum. That is 1, 2, 3. We do? I believe you. I just don't realize it yet. You still need a new variable. Hover state is an enum. That is 1, 2, 3. That's what current hover. That's what I'm thinking. That's what my thinking is. But maybe I'm missing something. Let's at least, I mean, we can keep setting this up and figure it out. So I'm going to say we have hover state, and then we've added current hover. Is that where I want it, though? Stream is back. We just had a little hiccup because my ISP is trash, but we're back. Okay, so we want to say this is, it gets confusing because there's so many renames happening, but overall, I think we can sort this out. So match current hover, and that's going to update the hover state, right? So if the current hover is 0, then I want to set hover state to dialog hover eager. Let me make sure I'm formatting that correctly. Do I have too many indents? What did I do wrong? Match state 1 colon, and then what we're changing it to. It's getting better. It was like 5 seconds. When you start typing and it comes up, are you able to press tab and it select it instead of typing it all in? When you're typing it and it comes up, are you able to, yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Absolutely something like that. Make sure I have this current hover state. So we have current hover, match current hover, 0. If it's 0, then I want you to set the hover state to dialog hover eager. That's what we want. There we go. And so then we'll say if it's 1, set hover state to dialog hover even, and so on and so forth. Okay. I think this might make sense. We might have made sense. How useful will it be? We'll find out. Hey, what's up? Good to see you, Pierogi. Pierogigon in this house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, goes dough. Goes dough goes. Indeed. It absolutely goes. How goes dough? Godot goes, though. Let's just say that. Welcome, Rogi. Think you need to loop over the buttons, setting the scale for each button. But if the index equals current button, set the scale to the selected scale. You need to loop over the buttons, setting the scale for each button. But if the index equals current button, set the scale to the selected scale. I found that a little confusing. But I'm sure we can sort it out. So Rogi, here's where we're at. Here's what we're up to. Right now, I have a scene where we can walk around. We can approach these different characters. This is Jerome. This here is our friend Lilith. And this over here is our friend Bigo. And Even is really big right now. I'm trying to set up ways that we can control how to choose between these different buttons. So switch between these different buttons. And I'm setting up an array. I'm attempting to set up an array, an enumerated array, for the sake of human readability that correlates to the buttons. We are stumbling through figuring out how to set up a way to cycle through those options and have that tied to the input, so we can have and I'm having even be the first one, so that's why that's bigger. And then as we cycle through it, we want that to be the big one, and then that one to be the big one, and then back to this one. So a way to loop through it so we can do this. Lot of things up in the air about the best way to do it, but just trying to lay that foundation, that groundwork for getting it going. Oh yeah, we doing the arrays. We absolutely doing the arrays. So that's kind of exciting. So that's kind of what's up. Selected scale equals large button scale. Selected scale equals large button scale. I wish that helped it make more sense. And Leet name says goat. Yeah, goat. Right, goats. No, goats. And greatest of all goats. Very important to think about goats. Cool. So now that that is set up, if the current hover is 1, then the hover state will be set to dialog hover. Currently it is. So for example, let's test it, right? So I'm going to set current hover to 0 and I'm going to hit play. So if this works right, the option on the left should be bigger. It is. That's what's up. This is good. This is very good. If we make this 2, then the one on the right should be bigger. Oh yeah. We doing all right. We doing all right. We doing all right. Very nice. I love it. I love it. Cool. I don't know that you specifically could specify exact elements of arrays like that to call them. I thought you had to use the index. That's neat. Yeah, so the idea, well, yeah, and so the idea is that, so the enumeration, I guess, is to just make it more visible. And then the idea is that we're going to add and subtract from this number to try and be, oh, did I do the wrong date for the game jam? Oh, shoot. Really? Oh, I gotta fix that right now. Wait, really? Oh, shoot. Thank you. Whoopsie. Are you sure? Wait, are you sure that I did that wrong? It's supposed to be the 13th, not the 11th. It is the 13th. Oh, the 11th, not the 13th. You mean the 11th, not the 13th. Gotcha. Thank you. Wait, the 13th. Wait, I think I'm correct. What you talking about? What you talking about? You're making me have a little mini heart attack. 13th. I think it's set up correctly. Good looking out, though, Cheetos. The title. Oh, the title. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, the title, I don't give a crap about the title. I mean, I do, but that's not as bad as setting the other part wrong. Yeah, just there was something, oh gosh, it was so long ago. I'm trying to remember who suggested it. Someone suggested it just to make it more human readable, and I think it is quite nice. All right, October 13th. Thank you for the catch. Oh my goodness. Not as bad as setting the date wrong. Hey, Psychonic Joe is back. That's because it's an enum, kind of like a dictionary or an object, I guess. You can index into it using its name. Right. Yeah. So was it, I think Psychonic Joe might have suggested it. Such a good suggestion, for sure. Also, hello, Cheetos. Welcome on in. Arrays are nice, but you tried Matrix? Whoa. Not yet. Not yet. That's for, like, more dimensions, right? That could be pretty useful. You missed it? Yes. No, it wasn't really yesterday. it was a typo on my part. That was a typo. We got channel memberships this week. Channel memberships, super chats, super stickers. So I've been really busy this week trying to set that up as best as I could. Apparently the membership alerts don't work. I'm not sure how to get that set up, actually. But I tried. I did try to set it up. But I did get other parts of it set up. The perks, the badges, and all that kind of stuff. Researching. I'm doing a lot of work. It's been a busy week. So a typo checks out. I'm only one person. I'm one person. Where's Lee's stickers for members? Yes, members, the emotes. So yes, the emotes, I need to make them. I have to make them. I'm only one person. I can only do so much. But I plan on adding them as soon as possible. They're coming, though. They're coming. Hopefully next week. Okay, let's get back to Godot. So we've got this working just the way we want it. Now we just need to add in the math that changes it. Now, of course, the biggest problem here is this index is going to we have to set the maximum and minimum, right? So we have to say if it goes below 0, it resets it back to 3. And if it goes above 3, it resets it back to 0. So we do have to set that up too. How much is member for USA? Member for USA is $4. $3.99. $3.99. And Pierogigon has joined the True Hypesters. Now there was supposed to be an alert that popped up, but unfortunately, I don't have that alert currently working. I thought I did, but I'll show you guys. Thank you, Pierogigon. Welcome to the True Hypesters. I love it. I love it. Thank you. 3 members. 3 members. We're growing, y'all. We'll have a new emoji slot in no time. I mean, I need, some emojis, but that's okay. For you, it's 20 pounds. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's $3.99 in USA. I don't know, 20 pound, maybe that's not a lot relative to your currency. Not the high pipe kind. No, not the high pipe kind. Not the high pipe kind. But yeah, so I wanted to have an alert set up for it, but it didn't quite work out, unfortunately. So this is the bot that I use. And I set up all of these things here. And this is just for people who donate during the stream, which we consider a membership a donation. So this is what I tried to set up, right? So on YouTube, we have member milestone. Member milestone. Okay? That's the only option I really had available. So if I try to add a different thing on here, YouTube, membership, oh, it's out of the screen. Membership. So we've got gift membership received, membership milestone, and membership gift. Those are the only ones that I have. So I figured, okay, I guess membership milestone is the same thing as being a member. Evidently, it's not. So, yeah, and what I was supposed to do was update the member name, the member message, the member months, and put it up on the screen. So it would kind of look like this, right up there. So that would be if you became a member. The name would be where Springlock is, and the 4 months, so the months is in the left, and then the message would appear there. But apparently a milestone is not the same as being a new member. So I'm just thinking maybe this bot somehow doesn't have a way. New sponsor. That's not the same as a member. New subscriber. We've got Super Chat, we've got Super Sticker, but it doesn't have like a new member option. So I'm not really sure what to do about that. So I apologize that we don't have that. But you know what, Rogi? You're as welcome as can be. Thank you for joining up to this membership. I'm going to be doing a live stream later today talking about the perks and what that's all about. So I'll see you there. It's cheaper than 1 Pringle can. Okay, yeah, I figured. I was like, I wanted it. It's actually cheaper than a Twitch subscription, for whatever that's worth. All right, let's get back into it. You will go to exam smelling like an Aquaman. Oh, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Just to recap real quick, I'm setting up some interactivity stuff. I have this game about making friends. You talk to different people. These are just placeholder arts right now. You go up to these people, you open up a dialog box, and you have some different options about what you can do. You can either do an even response, a distant response, or an eager response. Right now, even is highlighted, and I want it so we can choose a different response. So we can press left and right, and it'll either go to the either one, to this one, or that one, right? So that's what we're setting up, is we're setting up some arrays to make that do it. By the end of the stream, hopefully, we'll be able to just choose between the different ones here. You should make a members-only stream. Oh, yeah. Well, so we do have for Patreon, which, by the way, the Patreon-only stream is free. You can just go to patreon.com and join for free. Think of it as a mailing list. The Patreon is going to be a place for updates behind the scenes about the live stream, the YouTube channel, stuff like that. The YouTube membership stuff will be more about the live streams we do here, game dev, and that kind of stuff. And And so yeah, we have a Patreon only live stream. Again, you don't have to pay for that one. And then I'm thinking I'm definitely gonna be doing members only streams when I have to do some extra game dev that I didn't have time for during the live stream. And then I'm also going to be doing member streams when I'm recording stuff. For example, recording a video for the members page, so you know what you get when you sign up as a member. So yes, that is definitely what is going to happen. Always happy to support Hyper Game Dev. Well, I'm so lucky and thankful that you do, Rogi. You are the greatest benefactor of Hyper Game Dev. 100%. You like partially own Hyper Game Dev, which is fine with me. The cool part about becoming a member is usually having your message read, but that always happens in our community right now. Yeah, I know. But it should show. Interestingly, you don't get a member tag, which I don't understand why. That's strange, because there's supposed to be a little extra thing on here. I wonder if it's because you're a mod. It's supposed to show that you're a member down here in the bottom left. It does for everyone else who joined. Albeska and Kai had a little... That's weird. I wonder if it's because you're a mod. Well, anyway, it's supposed to be a little fancier. You do get the icon next to your name, so there is that. Probably some setting, yeah, maybe. You should put a Pierogion sticker for being the first member. Pierogion wasn't the first member. We had our first member a couple days ago. Not the first one. There we go, Albeska. See, Albeska's got the membership. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, Albeska's got it. But it's not on Pierogions. What the heck? Yeah, you got the gear. This is what's supposed to be there. And look, it animates. It's like nice. It's like kind of fancy. I don't really understand. I'll look into it. We got a lot of things to look into. This is new for the channel, you know? So this is the first week. We'll have to figure it out. Unmod him for a minute to check. That's what I was thinking. Should I do it? That's kind of what I was thinking of doing. All right, so a random chatter. You're not random. Suggested I unmod a mod. So I should obviously do it, right? Is that, like, difficult? I don't know if it's like hard to like set it and unset it. I don't know. Random chatter tells streamer to unmod a mod. It's kind of cute. I'm not sure why it's not working for you. It's really strange. It's very strange. There might be a setting in my chat app that lets me change it. Oh, that dang heart is getting in the way. Maybe it needs a stream to update. Maybe. It didn't with anyone else. With Albeska, with Kai, it happened immediately. So I just have a feeling. I might regret doing this, honestly. In before Pierogion gets banned. I might regret doing this, but I'm going to do it. Alright, Pierogion is no longer a mod. I'm so sorry. Even before Pierogion gets banned. Alien. Probably time for a commit. Yeah! Oh, good idea. Thank you, Carpenter. Let's do it. So we're going to say... begin dialogue option array. So set up script in the dialogue scene that has an array and some variables for choosing which dialogue option the player wants to use. It works in theory, but it works in theory, but the list cycling needs to be set up for full interactivity. All right, commit it. Get it on there. Your membership costs you your mod. Now it's there. Now it's there. That is what it is. That's silly. That's silly. I should report that as a bug to the chat app program, because that might be something to look into. All right, let me get you. Let me get you your mod back. That's weird stuff. It's weird stuff. But that's what is supposed to also be there. Is not just because we do already read all the chats, but you get an extra little badge. We'll figure it out. It's the first week. Okay, we gotta give Rogi mod status back. And then we'll get back to work. And hopefully we can get this list to cycle. And then we'll be pretty done. Maybe. Probably. Okay, yeah, we got you back. You're a moderator again. Congratulations. You've been upgraded. Enjoy your power. Watch it say membership now with mod. Dude, if it does, that would be great. I would be so happy. Nope. Nope. It does not fix it. It does not fix it. I thought I accidentally banned you. No. Commits are essentially checkpoints that you can go back to if something goes wrong. Yep. Absolutely. 100%. That's a fact. Committing saves the current version of the project, and you can always retrieve the previous ones. You guys got it. That's why. That's why I got it set up in part. The other part is so I can collaborate, because I want to do that too. But yeah, very good for saving our work. Sometimes I'm still getting used to remembering to do it. Where's Frank? Yeah, where's Frank? Your bus is here. Bye. Bye, Rogi. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it. Bye. Ride safely. Yeah, bugs. All right. So, let's get this, see if we can get the cycling set up. So we want to say that if the input left is pressed, instead of pass, let's say that, now I haven't done many math stuffs at all here. I haven't done many math stuffs at all. So this is kind of new to me, but we'll see if we can figure it out. So it'll probably be pretty easy though, right? So we want to say hover state minus equals 1, right? Plus is increment. Right, something like that, right? Thank you, DNF, for the like, and thank you for the well wish. I always appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Good evening to you, DNF. Thank you for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. So that should make the hover state 1. Now this is not, or -1. It should make it 0. Now this is not the full interactivity, but I'm curious to know if this works. So we come up here. Boo. No function. No function. Definitely did not work. Okay, so that's wrong. So I'm doing that wrong. That's okay. I'm good, thanks. How are you today? I'm doing pretty well. I'm trying to solve a little problem. Trying to get some interactivity going in here. Minus equals. That's what I thought it was supposed to be. Trying to get it so we can choose some different options here. Right, so here this person says create a variable, use this variable index when accessing array. For example, to get the next target, plus equals 1. So I figured it was minus equals 1 for the next one. But maybe I'm wrong. Shouldn't you update current hover? Yeah? Yeah? Thank you. That was it. Oops. It got confusing. I renamed it so many times. I forgot which one is which. Okay, yeah, that should fix it. Thank you, Albeska. You need to update the UI again by calling the function that does the matching. That may well be true. Let's try this first and then see if we have to do all that. So we want to say current hover. Current hover. I like nodes because you can tell when something is missing easily. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. It is really, and I think that's why I'm so glad I'm doing GDScript as my first texting coding language, because it's already a part of this environment that makes it so much easier to learn. All right, here we are here. Yes! So it did, well, it kind of worked. it did set eager to be bigger, but it also left even as big. So that needs to happen. Even is already set to 1, right? Yeah, that's the default. So it should update it when we change it. That's what I assumed would happen, is that it would update it. It might be that, oh, we need to loop to set the size for all buttons. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's what you were saying earlier. Gotcha. So I don't really know what you mean by loop. I feel like you're using a programming term that I don't totally understand. Try just current hover equals 0. I feel like it'll work. We could do that. I could try that. I feel like it'll be the same result. I think I see why that's happening. It's because here we're scaling the vector, right? But we're never scaling it back down. We're never scaling it back down. We're scaling it up, but it's never going back down. So we need to define why it goes back down, right? So I think we'd want to say, if the hover state is eager, right, and this gets big, we also want the other ones to go back to normal, right? And maybe there's other ways to do that. You're saying something about a loop. I don't really know what that means. So, you know, my little noob brain just says, oh, well, we'll just do each one by one. And I have a feeling this is an inefficient way to do it and not ideal. But I think it will work. So then we just have to do for each one of these, right? When eager is big, set even and distant to be small, or back to normal, right? And again, I'm not saying this is the best way to do it, but I know it works, and I like to always be moving forward. So I'm gonna just set it up anyway, and we can change it if a better option presents itself. So let's paste these in. We want to say that eager and even become small. Okay. So that should reset it. So now when we click on this, it goes to small. And then what we'll want to set, if it works, it works. I like that. That is words to live by, Psychonic. Words to live by. Well, depending on the kind of project you're working on. In our case, if it works, it works. But, you know, I am interested in learning best practices often. Okay, so then let's also say, which maybe we can do match again for this potentially. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, maybe not. I'm not really sure. Maybe. There might be a way to do match with this. Action just pressed right. We'd want to say current hover adds 1. So we should be able to go to the left and then go to the right twice if I've set this up right, which I didn't. I just saw what I did wrong. Let me fix that. Okay. So let me try it. Come up here, click it, gets bigger. Nice. So we can switch between these. Now I'm not looping. Let it be known we're not looping, because I have a feeling as soon as we go outside of these 3, it's going to get buggy, right? Because it's going to keep subtracting and adding onto this number. Yeah, okay. Well, so yeah, so basically if I go over, I now have to press more times to come back, right? Because that number is growing and shrinking beyond what we want it to. So let's define that so it doesn't. Again, not saying this is even close to the best way to do it, but it is the way that I'm going to do it. So if current button, yeah, that's what I like what you suggest. Thank you for that suggestion earlier. I don't know if I would have found that out. I would have maybe if I had looked it up, but like off the top of my head, it's really helpful that you said it. So this, I guess I'll set this up over, I mean, this is just process delta. That feels like a weird place to put it. because this is the whole dialog panel, right? And so here we just want to say hover states. Curtain button equals 2. Yeah. I feel like we should be organizing this better. I think I want to say run. Well, we could just put, I think we could just put this in hover states, right? I think we could put like all of this in hover states. I think I want to put all this in hover states, if I'm being honest with you. So this is where the input stuff I'm going to put it at, is in here. And we'll say this is left, right input changes. This is assigning input integer to enum array. And this is applying enum array to button sizes. Or you can use the clamp function to limit the value. But then it wouldn't loop. I see. That's interesting. That's cool. You know, I have seen the clamp used. We used it through a tutorial the other day. I'm glad you said that. I appreciate you said that. Let's do the greater than or less than. And we want to say if current button is less than 0, then current button gets set to 2. If current button is greater than 2, current button is equal to 0. Identify current button not declared in the current scope. Oh, current hover. Sorry. Yeah, it is current hover. I just copied what M. Carpenter typed. Didn't think. I was like, yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, what they said. It's probably true. It wasn't. Current hover, current hover. All right. Let's go. Show me functionality. All right, let's bring up the input so you can see what I'm pressing. Click on this. Oh yeah, look at that. It do be going. It do be going. Nice. Now, I do wonder, I mean, me being wanting to learn more than I need to learn, I do have the deep curiosity about being able to like hold the button down and it like keep doing it. Definitely not necessary. Oh, and then we can probably do it with the control pad. Oh, we haven't actually set up the D-pad. Oh, wow. So it's actually the stick. That's fine. It can be the stick as well. So the stick works. Nice. Awesome. Yes. Now, I guess there's one more thing that I want to add to here today. And that is trying to figure out how to get the menu buttons to activate. And I think this is where we could use a signal. So let's save and commit. Let's save and commit. I'm going to say the dialog options cycle. Dialog options can be cycled through using left and right. Very nice. Super good. So yeah, the last thing that I'd want to do to feel satisfied today, because we have a lot of things to think about, right? Like there's all kinds of stuff that we're going to have to change and deal with. For example, it's going to have to know which friend we're talking to. And when we choose these things, which dialogue to show, depending on which friend we're talking to. So there's like a lot of little things to think about. I'm not worrying about it today. I think that'll be a fun challenge for another day. But what I do want to do is I want these menu buttons to open. So that is something that we can do. I feel like a signal is going to be the right choice. You can see kind of how it works here. If we just look at the scene instance by itself, okay, invalid get index player state on base null instance. Oh, maybe we can't play the scene by itself anymore because, oh, I see. So we would have to, okay. Well, they are menu buttons, and they do open up when you click on them. So let's just figure out how to do that and not worry about anything. Theoretically, you'd switch the input check to is pressed, oh, instead of just pressed, but you don't want the selection to change every frame. So I guess you'll add a timer. Oh, oh, interesting. So like a timer that says after, when you hold it, after every so often, then it skips to the next one. Interesting. That makes sense. Switch the input check to is pressed. So if we were to just do is pressed or is action pressed, it's going to be way too fast, is I think what you're saying, right? Yeah, super duper. I can't click. I can barely click on a frame basis. Right, so we'd want to say, yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's like doable. I'm sure that's like doable. I have to look, I guess we want to say await, right? Is action pressed left, and then like maybe await. I don't really remember how to use await. Let me see if I can find it again. It was a while ago that we did await stuff. Oh no, not debug, just timer. I'm surprised it doesn't come up. Is await, am I imagining await? Is that's a thing, isn't it? Await is a thing. Oh, we don't want await. I see. We do want a timer. I see. Okay, just kidding. So we do want to create a timer. I know we can create a node. I would kind of rather just create it in the script, honestly, than do a timer for it. Create a timer, add a start. You can do that from code too if this is what you prefer. Let us go over what I just said, but instead of doing it from the editor, let's do it from equivalent code. Create a timer, add it as a child. Variable timer, so we have to make a variable. I guess we can do that in the function. Timer nodes are messy, right? They just kind of, it seems like to hook up signals and stuff just for like this little thing. I found that actually very confusing. Oh, we can do await. Oh, we can do await. Oh, maybe we do want to do await. If you do this in the process or physics process functions, more timers are created every frame, which causes several runs. Oh, I remember we did do that. To handle this, simply track whether a timed event is happening. Attack logic. If attack started, do the thing. Else, not attacking, attack code running in the background, return. Else, attack started true. Prepare attack, await, get tree, create timer. Timeout number. Or timeout, wait for one, that's the code. That's the comment. Wait for 1 second. Begin attack, attack started false. Await keyword works with everything that emits signals. So if we say, I think, I don't know. I'm a little worried that this is like a little not advanced, but like we could easily make it just more confusing than it has to be. I'm kind of curious to try it though. Timeout. So maybe we want timeout. Wait for 1 second. So I feel like we could just take this line here. You agree? Yeah. My curiosity is just like taking over, and I'm trying really hard to resist it, but like not that hard. Not like that hard, just a little bit. I'm mostly not resisting it. So here we go. Await get tree, create timer, 1 second, timeout, and then I guess we would put this underneath there. Expected statement found indent instead. Oh, here we go. Right? No. That is incorrect. Oopsie doopsie. Oh, I see. We don't want it to be indented. We just want it to be right alongside it. Like this. There we go. I mean, I'd be kind of curious to see. I'm curious if this is more complicated than that. I won't worry about it. So left has the delay. We'll say 0.4 seconds, and right doesn't have the delay. And let's see if that works. Yes, we are praying. We are praying that it might work. Okay, so this is right, which goes too fast. This is left. It just takes a second for it to fire, and once it starts, it just has a delay before it does it. It's not like a looping delay. It's just like, it just then allows it to go super fast. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. We can always add that somewhat. That's a good polish thing to add, you know, but it's not like necessary. Stack Overflow, so you come back creeping to me. Stack Overflow, so you come back creeping to me. Yeah, Stack Overflow. I don't get many Stack Overflow hits anymore these days. You can add a variable to the script, set it to 0 when no button is pressed, and add delta to it when an action is pressed. When it reaches a certain threshold, you update current hover and reset the variable to 0. What? What? You can add a variable to the script and set it to 0 when no button is pressed, and add delta to it while an action is pressed. So we add the frame number to the variable when an action is pressed. When it reaches a threshold. Oh, so that's like a timer. I see. Oh, that's interesting. Wow. So it's like you can oh, that's so smart. Oh, that's so smart. Wow. I like that. So it'll count the number of frames in between the presses. That's pretty cool. Can I figure it out? Can I figure it out? So we would say input left, and we could say press loop equals true. And then we could come up here, set a variable, press loop equals false. Tells us the time in milliseconds since the last frame. Yeah. And so I guess I could put this in process, and then we'd want to get rid of that underscore here, right? And say, 0 when there's no button pressed. Oh, not false. 0. Bye, lead name. Bye. Thanks for all the time you hung out with us. Appreciate it. Don't drink that water. Be very careful. We want that to be 0. Or no. Oh, so we kind of need another variable, don't we? Or we could say every time it's 0. I don't even know. Oh, I see what you're saying. So if the press loop, we could say when the action is pressed. This is kind of it's a little confusing. Set it to 0 when no button is pressed. So we would just say in here that all the time press loop equals 0. So it's going to constantly set it to 0. I feel like implementing this is more confusing than I realized, but man, it sounds really interesting. It logically it makes sense to me. So press loop is just being set to 0 unless, so like an else if, basically the action fires only when press loop is equal to 0. Right. So press loop equals 0, and then we would want to say, I guess we'd want to say press loop equals, or if input is action pressed left, if input action, can we do multiple in here? I don't know if that actually works. It might not like that. If that's pressed, then press loop equals, or plus equals delta? Is that what making sense is? Or do I have to like reference delta differently? And then we want to make sure this is set to, not setting. When you fire the action, you add delta to it, so it's no longer 0 in the next frame. Yeah, I totally gotcha. Okay, it doesn't look like we can do 2 in here. We can do an or. Can it be or? No, it doesn't like that. Okay, so we'll just do left or is input action, right? When press loop reaches your timeout threshold, you reset press loop to 0. Oh, the threshold, right. So the next frame, the action will fire again. Right. So we don't want to constantly set to 0. I gotcha. If input action pressed left or right, it's going to set press loop to this. But we also want to say unless. But somehow we have to say until, or I guess we could do it within this, maybe. So if it's pressed, and now inside the same if, check if press loop was over. So yeah. We on the same pages? Right. It's over a certain number and then update it. Yeah. So if press loop. This is fun. I have fun. I don't know what to say. I have fun. If press loop is greater than, and so then I don't know what is the values on delta. What are the values on delta? I don't even know. GDScript delta values. Like, I just don't know what the numbers look like. Is it like, this is a float number, so it's a float number of frames between frames, so it's likely to be around. So I guess it's we can just put like 5 or something. So I guess I should do 0.0, so that way it knows it's a float. You can basically treat it as seconds. It'll add a whole 1 every second. Nice. I guess I don't need to make it a float, do I? Maybe I do. And then if press loop is greater than, we'll say 0.4. Stormwind's still here. Been walking in and out of the house, helping your family do some stuff. Well, that's nice of you. But that's nice of you to do. Is greater than 4, then press loop goes back to 0. Is that it? This is for left or right. Oh! Wait, it's only for left. Dude, it works! It works! It works! Let's go. I wanted to be able to hold the button and make it click by. So the only thing I have to add in here is that this one also requires press loop equaling 0. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Alveska and Psychonic. Such a good idea, Alveska. Oh my gosh. So now we can hold this button and it's gonna cycle through it. Dude, genius. You're all geniuses. Or we can do it one at a time, right? Kind of. Kind of. So we actually have to do... So then it kind of nerfs how quickly we can press it. So there is that. So it does have one little issue. It does have one little issue. You gotta do the same for, right? Never mind, looks good, it seems. Kind of. Is there a delay? Kinda. So let me make this... I feel like we might want like a single, like one that works, the just pressed, and an action pressed, so that way we can do it on our own time. I don't know if that'll work. Let's say 0.25 or something. Seems like that was a little slow. And so now it's forcing the player to have to press it, 0.25. So maybe we could say yet more conditions here. Also, what the heck? More conditions here. Except this one is going to be just... I don't know if this will work. My curiosity has just taken over. It's totally taken over. Okay, let me see if that helps. Maybe you can reset press loop if no button is held. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah, because this causes all kinds of issues. Okay, that's a good idea. So then we could say maybe elif here. Press loop. Is this what makes sense? Press loop equals 0.0. I don't think I'm understanding what elif is. Maybe we want to say else. Okay, we'll say else. Elif is not what that is. Forgive me. We'll say else. Press loop equals 0. I feel like this isn't going to work. We got ourselves into a complicated mess. Oh. Oh God, what have I done to us? It's acting weird. Okay, so maybe this, we could just comment the code out for now. Maybe we could just comment out the code for now and keep what Albeska taught us, and then we can always come back and figure this out. With else, their press loop will reset every time. The else should go in the process function if. Oh, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Oh, that makes sense. I see. Gotcha. Gotcha. So this if and that else. I see. Let's see what that feels like. Feels pretty bad. It actually only works if I hold it now. But maybe we can add those just pressed. But maybe I can now put the just pressed in there. Because now it's looking for a hold. And it's only a hold. That'll do it. Gets complicated. Set it in an else attached to the if that's in the physics process. Yeah. But I feel like if we do the just pressed, then it's gonna be wrong in a different way, right? Maybe not. I guess not. I guess it might work, because if Godot is gonna recognize just pressed and pressed distinctly, as long as they do that well, maybe it'll be fine. I let the ADD get the best of me on this one. I really did. I really did. It happened. Oh! Oh, this is good! No, this feels good! We did it! Look! Click, 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 click. Total control. Nothing weird happening. Hold it. Blam! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Yes! That's what we're talking about. Yeah, it works. It super works. Thanks, Elveska. Thanks, Psychonic. Y'all are amazing. Dang. Problems getting solved. Okay, cool. So then I'm going to say this is still too high. I'm going to say 0.1. It's still too high. It feels too slow. It feels too slow. I'm going to hold it. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Well, then I feel like that's a little too fast, because then it's easy to accidentally hold it. So it still gets a little complicated. It still gets a little complicated, but that kind of makes sense. So we might want to actually make it slower, so that way there's not a chance that somebody accidentally does it. And it's like, what the fuck? That's supposed to be a press. Nice. I think this feels good. Let's go. You know, and we could have it be like, if you're holding it for a certain amount of time, then the loop kicks in. No, that's too much. We don't need all that. Gotta have that moment where you don't know what to pick, so you just hold and click randomly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Like, it just makes it feel more like tactile, you know? I don't know. It feels right. Feels right to be able to do it. I'm glad you understand. All right, one last thing to implement here before I feel like we've done today's task. And that is to open the menu button list when we're on there. So if we press the activate button, so let me just get my code. First of all, commit, of course. Let me organize it. Let me organize it. Make sure it's all neat. We have, yes, commit. Let me organize it first. Carpenter, I completely agree. We want to say applying enum array to button sizes. This looks good. Assigning input integer to enum array. Yep, that looks good. Left-right input changes. Let's be a little more specific about what this is doing. I'm going to say this is left-right input change left-right. left, right, hover, held. This is left, right, hover, just pressed. And then this is left, right, hover, loop. Okay, so that feels a little better. And then for this stuff, this is left, right, hold. Left, right, held, loop, detection, loop, or left, right, auto, select on hold. And this one is change hover states if dialog box open. I kind of feel like this should be above. Can we just call another function anywhere in a function? Or does it have to be at the end? I guess it can be anywhere. Okay, and then I'll say this is for left, right, hold, loop, threshold. And then this is current button array control, or something like that. For future improvements, this timeout threshold should go in a global variable. Oh, so it can be referenced every time you have options you cycle through. Dude, that sounds amazing. I love that. Yes. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Timeout threshold should go in a global variable, so it can be referenced every time. Yeah. Wow. Wow. There's also a bunch of warning and errors in the debugger. Ideally, there shouldn't be any. Oh, what happened? What we do? Integer used when enum value is expected. If this is intended, cast the integer to the enum type. Integer used when enum value expected. Whoa, my. Surely they must mean this. So do they want me to like... But the current hover is an integer. So does it want me to not use... It wants me to do 0, 1, and 2? Is that what it's saying? I mean, then it doesn't work. Maybe we get rid of the quotes? Nope. I'm a little confused by that. Because the integer is up here. When an enum value, I mean, would that be in the bracket? I mean, that doesn't resolve it. I find that a little confusing. I mean, since it works, it seems like it doesn't matter. Maybe it needs to be dialog hover.eager. Maybe. What does having the number separate and by itself do? Just came back in. So this is a integer from current hover. And we're just matching if current hover are these numbers, then set the hover state to these. Maybe cast the enum to an integer. What does that mean? Cast the enum to integer. That's okay, Stormrun. Cast the enum to an integer. I don't know what that means. That sounds like that would solve it. You were saying add a dot? I feel like that just might not work. Oh, shoot. That worked! Oh, shoot. Nice call. Okay. All right. There we go. It just our syntax was causing a non-ideal way of doing it. Well done. All right. Clean that up. Just dust that up. If you put a semicolon in this code, does it make a note and cancel it out everything after it? I think it's a pound sign in here. In Godot, it's a pound sign. Or GD script, it's a pound sign. Semicolon, not so much. All right. Sweet. Okay, now we got this clean. Let's commit. So pull up Git. We're going to say dialog. It's JavaScript. Yeah. Noted. I might appreciate remembering that, honestly. Dialog options cycle done. 3 main options in the dialog box can be cycled on button hold or press, and the code is commented and error free. All right. Now, the last thing, to get the menu button to open when we press activate. So I'm going to have that happen over here. I'm not saying it's the best place to put it, but it's where I'm going to put it. So I'm going to say, let's comment it first. I'm going to say, open menu item on activate. Now this might bring up some other things like closing it. I feel like it's going to toggle it. My guess is that this will be a toggle. So I'm just going to be optimistic, and that's what we're going for. Toggle menu item on activate. So for this, I'm going to want a signal. So I'm going to click on button eager, go to the nodes, and let's see what we got to choose from. Button down. Now, to me, a signal, because we want to communicate to it, right? Not just from it, but to it. I've previously only used signals to receive information from the objects. I haven't tried doing it the other way around. It might toggled. Emitted when the button was just toggle between. So I don't know that we need the signals. I actually don't know that we need the signals, now that I think about it. Because the signals, I think, are receiving information, not sending it out. Right? Oh, I forgot to add a close button as well. Oh, and the mouse. There's all that too. Okay, maybe there's a few things left. We'll see. We can always continue it next week. So, where are we at on time? Oh my god, 5 hours. Could be worse. That's not too bad. I'll try to keep it under 6. You can create new signals of your own. Whoa. What? Do you use Signal like a cast? Kind of. I think kind of. Sort of. So, the way that I understand signals is that if you have objects or nodes in a scene, they'll have these signals associated with them. And these signals over here, which is currently a little blocked. So these signals per nodes will let you fetch information relevant to those nodes. So for example, for the menu button, if it, or this is a different thing, this is a panel. So if the panel is hovered on mouse entered, then you'll have that information and you can use it. If it's been left, then this will be ready to be used. Most common functions are stored. Yeah. So it's more reporting information, I think, than it is updating it. Although mCarpenter says something about creating new signals, which is interesting. But I'm going to say button eager. This is, well, we want to say if, really we want to say if input action just pressed, input is action just pressed, activate, then, really it could be any of these buttons, kind of depends on which one it is, but I think we'll need to just do each one. So if button eager, well then we have to say which one is hidden. So we have to say is activate and, right, hover state, current hover equals 0, and current hover is set to 0, then button eager toggled somehow. Toggled. Oh, look, and it has a signal icon next to it. Let's just do it. Let's just toggle it. Maybe. Whoa. Something weird is happening here. It was doing the opposite directions. What did we break? When I press left, it goes right. When I press right, it goes left. Press right, it goes left. What did I do? I think I broke something. I mean, it wasn't just this, right? It wasn't. I have done something somewhere along the line that made something broken. Change left and right text to see if it works. Dude, why would that happen? Oh, you know what? I bet it's this. I bet it's when we changed this, because so we resolved that error. But now I think it's working wrong. So maybe that error needs to live. Maybe that error don't know what's what. Or to really correct the error, we'd have to like redesign everything or change it a little different. So for some reason, it's doing the opposite of what I thought. Left goes right and opposite. And the only thing we changed was we resolved the error here. And it wasn't an error that like was game breaking. It was just like, hey, maybe this isn't the best way to do it. To get it to do what we wanted, it was the best thing. But maybe there's a whole other way to approach it. You know, Ash Kettle, we didn't, but it was really, really a simple difference. So I'm not too worried. This was the only change that we made. Was changing how these enums are updated. Right here. I mean, we did do a commit, but we changed some other things too. So this ends up giving us a few errors if we do that. And if I hit play, it's going to work correctly. So if we go to the left, right? Oh, shoot. Wait, it's still not working. Wait, maybe that didn't fix it. Oh, shoot. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. Okay, hold on. Hold on. So we did do a commit. Let me try reverting. We didn't do the only extra thing that we ended up doing was starting to do the toggling stuff. That was the only thing that we started adding in there. The plot thickens. I know, right? That was the only change we made. So I'm going to revert. So we did make a commit ashcattle at the right point then. Possibly. So I want to go back to, I guess I need to save another one, right? It might storm run. It might, but like it doesn't make any sense. Are you comparing an enum to the raw integer? Kind of. They don't compare. Kind of. So first of all, let me, because if I revert this one, it'll go back to this. So right, so I need to save it like this. Come into Git and say this is error dialog directions flipped. Somehow moving left and right causes the opposite. Let me commit this. And then revert that, right? Reload it. And now it's going to be the way it was when we first saved it. So I'm going to play it. It doesn't work here. It doesn't work there. So you can unrevert things, right? You can like re-revert things. How do you do that? Is that checkout commit? Like if I wanted to reapply it, I guess I would revert the revert. Re-revert equals rollback. Right, but where's that as an option, right? Undo commit. Gotcha. Okay. All right, I'm going to do this one. I'm going to revert to before we resolve those errors. So reset it. Let's hit play. Revert it. So here, now it works correctly. What this doesn't have is our loop where we go through it. I see, you do it a command line. I got you. Okay. So this doesn't have our press loop stuff added in. But it was working. I feel like there just must have been one little weird thing that happened. So then if I hit undo commit, history. Whoa. Wait. Did I do the right thing? Or do we want to do cherry pick commit? How the heck do I get back? It's a little confusing to me. You got rid of the warning by adding a bug, I think. But if the problem is when I switch it back, it doesn't fix it. Checkout seems like the right word, I think. I forgot most of it, but I think checkout might be it. Okay, we got some consensus here. Checking out a commit will create a detached head. What? What does that mean? And you will no longer be on any branch. No, I'm not sure. Of course I'm not sure. Say what? No. I don't think that's what I want. I'm all confused now. Okay, GitHub desktop. Unrevert a commit. An undo button will appear at the bottom of the left pane. Not undo the commit. No. A revert. Undo a revert. Click history in the commit list. Click the commit you'd like to revert. I suggest you revert to the commit you want. Okay. The one that I want. So we have this one. 3 main options, a dialog box, can be cycled on the button, hold, or press, and the code is commented and error-free. So this is the one I want to go back to right now. So if I do revert changes, it says error. Your local changes to the following files will be overwritten. Please commit your changes or stash them before you merge. So do I want to save this? I want to like save this first and then do it? Discard changes. Oh boy, this is getting confusing. This got real confusing. Where's discard? I mean, I guess it's saying I need to make another commit. Go on the Changes tab on the top left, right-click on the file, and discard. It is a little confusing. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Are you sure you want to discard? They can be restored from the recycle bin. I like that. Restored from the recycle bin. That sounds delicious. Okay, so now if I revert to this one. Okay, that worked. Now we can reload it. Ooh, nice call. Okay, cool. So here is where we had... Wait, but this doesn't look different. This isn't the one I wanted to go back to. So... I guess I wanted to revert this one. We found conflicts while trying to merge. Oh my god. Okay, so here, discard changes. Okay. History. Come to this one. Okay. What? What does this mean? Yeah, these are the changes that I want to... So what, do you want me to resolve them somehow? It's the head it was about to cut off. Oh. Right, I kind of... Because I'm wondering if this has something to do with what messed it up. I have no idea how to find anything anymore. I'm genuinely completely lost. Green added, red removed. Right. Right. Yes, but now how do I make this be the one that is my current project? And like, what's its problem? Do I have to commit it? This reverts commit. Like, yeah, just commit it. You'll be committing the following conflicted files. So what? Is being conflicted a problem? Yeah, commit it. I don't care. Reload. Okay, now it's adding in the conflict. So then just... It has to go from both versions in it. That's wonderful. That's what I want, kind of, I guess. Why is that an error? Identifier press loop not declared. Oh, so it doesn't have all of the logic. It only has some of it. Yeah, because you're used to command. I know. Maybe this is a good case for command line. Shoot. And if it only put that code in there, who knows what else is supposed to be in there? If I just, like, is this a GitHub nightmare? Okay, so that should resolve that error. Oh, and then the delta. Oh, man. This is super weird. Hey, Thoughtsy. Command line is confusing as well. Oh, okay. There's no way this is correct. Okay, so this version is fine. It doesn't have our looping. I want the version that has the looping. This has that bug fix, and it's not doing left and right. So I feel like there was just some little, like one little thing got switched. You know, just made a little mistake. Remember, there's a console-based text game to learn Git. When I find that game, I'll drop it in the Discord. That sounds fun. Is Git short for something, or is it their way of saying get? I actually have no idea. That's a good question. What is the history of that name? Oh boy. Well, I mean, I don't need all that stuff, if I'm being honest. But it would be nice. I kind of want to I just want to go back to the version. Dialog options, cycle done. Like when we said, yes, cut off the head. Cut the head off. Unable to switch branches as there are working directory changes, which would be overwritten. Please commit or stash your changes. Bro. Discard changes. Throw it in the trash. Check out commit. Chop off the head. Come back here. Reload it. Okay, this is better. This is more what I'm looking for. Okay, so I think I need to discard, check out, and be okay with the head. Now it's reversed again. But it's not just reversed. That's the thing, Stormrun, that's why I can't just change it, because it's not just reversed, right? Like I'm pressing left, and it's skipping one in the middle entirely. The only time it works is if I hold it. So it's something with the tapping. And it actually works the right directions if I hold it. I feel like all that happened was just like something weird got typed. We have a decapitated repository now. Yeah. It's something really stupid and simple that changed. I just don't know what it is. It's probably the second set of ifs that are for just pressed. Well, this did work at some point. It's definitely this. But at one point, this was working. At least I thought it was. Unless I was just wrong. Unless I thought... I mean, I'm kind of curious to go back in the live stream. You're getting a double tap because it's triggering on is pressed and just pressed. Right. Well, that's... I could have sworn that was working at some point here. But maybe it wasn't. But now I want to confirm that was working. Just so I'm not gaslighting myself here. Okay. I feel like we gotta just like have the victory here and move on at some point. But like this is defining. If I could just get out of this alive, I'll be happy. Okay, this is the GitHub chaos. So here I started commenting all the code before committing it. Did I test it after that? There's fixing the bug or the errors. I never tested it, so I didn't test it at this point before committing it. So that's changing those errors. And then here's just commenting the code, so not actually making any changes to it. Just comment it. Well, not intending to make changes. So the test right before this should be the interesting one. I don't know. It feels right. Feels right to be able to do it. I'm glad you understand. See, it worked fine here. One last thing. I didn't feel any problems with it. You know, I don't know. It feels right. Feels right to be able to do it. I can choose them manually and I can hold it. What to pick, so you just hold. If you're. So we might. That kind of makes sense. A little complicated. But so it did work. That having the just pressed his clones. So we might so many lasers. Make it slower, so that way there's not a chance that. I did change the press loop timing. But that shouldn't make a difference. Nice. I think this feels good. But there I do both. So it definitely worked at that point. And the loop so I think somewhere in commenting the code, I should have committed right here. I should have committed right here. Instead of saying, let's comment the code and then commit. So much inception. Instead of commenting the code and then committing, I should have just committed. That was the mistake. Because I think in commenting it, I think I broke something. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm going to study that commenting and see where it went wrong. Which one's the real? They're both the realies. That's the answer. They're both the realies. It's everybody. So somewhere in here is where it went wrong. So I'm just going over the logic. I'm hovering things. I could have easily dragged something here. I'm not pressing the keyboard because there's no keys appearing down here. I welcome my new Lee's overlords. Oh, God. And okay, so I'm gonna get out of the way entirely. I'm over here. So I'm pressing left enter. It looks like I pressed return. Right, because I was typing. I mean, all I should have really have been doing was the commenting. But it's very possible I like typed something wrong, or in doing the commenting, it like messed something up. Because it worked fine before the commenting began. Like, what did I just do there? Was that bad? You think Psychonic Joe figured it out? Did I miss something? I probably did. I know I missed a few messages back there. I apologize. That was just an indent thing. Just pressed would only be true the exact frame you press the button, and false otherwise. Even if you hold the button, his button is pressed true. I hear you, but it worked. It did work. And then it stopped working. I think you might be right. But the reason why I don't think you're right, I think what you're saying makes sense. But what I don't understand is how sunspots. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. Why did it work before? Put a hashtag on the first set of left and right and see if it still works. Okay. Will that answer it, though? So the first set is the looping stuff, right? The second set is the just pressed. So if we take out... Oh. I also need to comment out this. Okay. It does work. It does work here quite nicely if I do that. Which could help us at least narrow it down. So if I did do a typo somewhere, it would be in here, right? Oh, I see. And then I guess we could also try commenting this out. Right? Hit play. And so we should only be able to hold it. So this works fine. Actually, it works great. Wait, there's no problem. I guess Joe was right. So wait, what? Then how is it working? How is it working? I guess you were right, Joe. But like, how is just pressed working? Because that only got added in because it wasn't working. But now it is working. Well, you know what we say. If it works, it works. Let me show you my key presses so you can just see. No problem. No problem. Anyway, I could have sworn we added that in for a reason, but evidently we didn't. Or I didn't. Very confused. Commit. Yeah, yep. Okay, all right, yep. Something about just pressed. Something. I ain't even. We gotta heed all the advice. I have to. Yeah. All right. So let me set this correct. We want to say changes and fixed strange problems. Looping and just pressing works good now in dialogue section. Wow. All right, commit. Done committed. Fun fact, you don't need to program this. It is programmed for all control elements in Godot. Thoughty! What? Really? In the properties, focus neighbors? Really? What does that even mean? I mean, I will say I've learned a ton, but I'm fascinated by this possibility. You don't need to like I say, it's a fun fact. You don't need to program this. It is programmed for all control elements. M. Carpenter was talking about signals. And maybe M. Carpenter was thinking of this. M. Carpenter may have been thinking of this, but it's not always easy to articulate what you're thinking of, which makes it hard for me to know how to implement it. You don't need to program this. It is programmed for all control elements in Godot. So in the properties, focus neighbors. So here, you mean here. Focus, entered, exit. So I don't think it's one of these because I don't see a neighbors in here. It's like button focus neighbor. That's insane. I love Godot even more now. It is signals. Which one? Is it in here? Properties. Properties? What's properties? What's a properties? Oh, up here? So it's like we have to, it's not listed in the nodes list. In dialog, all these behaviors are standard. You just have to set them up correctly. In the inspector, that's why I didn't understand what M. Carpenter was saying, because I couldn't find it in here. But you're saying it's not in here. I guess I'll search neighbor. Focus. Neighbor left. A property is like the variables you can access using the dot. Oh! In the inspect tab, focus neighbors. What? What? All right, that's okay. Good job, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm gonna return everybody's money. So everyone who donated money, we're just gonna return it. Because no, you know what? It's okay. It's okay. Because we learned stuff. It's very interesting. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I'm really glad that we did it the way we did it. But oh my gosh, this could have been a lot easier. Nobody ever said Godot didn't have all the features you could want. I guess they didn't. I guess they didn't. I missed the memo there. I missed that memo. No, I mean, I feel... My headphones came unplugged. I feel very learned, for sure. And, I mean, maybe we can imagine there's some advantage to doing it. There's some advantage to doing it this way. It just keeps getting better by the day. God bless Godot. Hell yeah. Figured out the hard way, and it still works. That's true. You can also set up styles for on hover, etc. I bet you can. I bet you can. That is useful. My gosh. My gosh. You have more control this way. That's true. Probably. Maybe. Big maybe. Long time ago. Yeah. Well. I'm just gonna keep pushing forward, and we're just gonna have all this logic here, and we're just gonna know we could have done it easier. I mean, it would be nice to learn this, like, as a general principle. I kind of would have liked to have seen this pop up sooner, right? Like, Thoughty knew. Somehow Thoughty knew this. But, like, you know, when we were searching, I was doing all kinds of searches on how to... Maybe I didn't do the right search. I just didn't do the right search. But, you know, I was looking for ways to switch to select different buttons. Hover, but... I guess hover buttons, Godot... You know, next previous. But none of that brought anything like that up. Maybe I just didn't look hard enough. You know, maybe I just didn't look hard enough. Using Delta as a timer was a new one for me. Oh, that's a great thing to learn. Let's go. Is there a save, or is that what commit does? Oh, yeah, so that's kind of what I did. I saved and committed it. I think I saved it. Now you got me questioning. So committing is like super saving. Yeah, so we removed this, so we did save that. I suggest you read the API more. You are skipping that step because you are doing it for you. Yeah. What do you mean for me? As opposed to what? For you? What do you mean? You mean because I'm not like doing like a professional project? For your specific case. Yeah. Try it once, I see. In a separate HUD scene. Don't ruin your solution. I think if it works correctly for you. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good idea. A separate HUD scene? Oh gosh. Do I even know how to do that? So I could hide the dialog boxes entirely. I don't even know. How do I even do that? I guess I would duplicate. I don't even know how to do that. Because this is already instantiated. So if I duplicate this, it's going to be that instance. I think they mean like take that same HUD stuff and detach, maybe save it as its own scene. You can make an inherited scene based on the instantiated scene instead. Oh, maybe that's what we want to do. I don't really know how to do that. I looked at the button API to find the focus property button, and that's how I knew it was a thing. Yeah. I mean, it's just like not a way, like you're asking me to learn in a way that I'm not really going to. Like, I don't even know what that means. Like, look, I just don't know what that means. Read the API more. Like, I'm not a reader. I'm just not a big reader. Like, I like looking up information, but just reading something just to learn, it's just not how I learn. I have a project in which I create test scenes for these, or about 40 or 50 projects for test stuffs. Help is the API. Oh, yeah. Right, but it's like you knew that it was there somewhere, right? And so you knew where to look to try to find it. Like, I didn't necessarily know where to look to try to find it. And it didn't occur to me that, like, I could find it that way. All I know is Godot gives me these tools, this GD script, right? And I can use those tools to achieve what I want to achieve. And so, when I see that path forward, I go for it, right? And that doesn't mean it's the best way to do it or the only way to do it. But I prefer to just do what makes sense right in front of me. And in terms, I'm not necessarily going to look at all the possibilities of how to do something and decide what's the best for this. Because I'm a hobbyist, right? I'm learning. I'm figuring stuff out, right? And then, as I keep getting more practice over and over again, I can start to know what options are available. Like you, right? Like you knew there was this other option somewhere. You knew there's this other option. You just didn't quite know how to find it or like exactly how to describe it to me. But I don't have that experience, right? So for me, I have to like try these things and find out. I hear what you're saying though, and I think you're making a good point. This is why I like UE. I don't have to remember words. I drag off and it gives me options. Totally. I'm full Unreal Engine right now, but every engine you've used is pretty cool. Yeah, I think so. There are about 10 solutions for everything in Godot. Right, and like, maybe this would have saved us a couple hours, but I'm here to devote all this time to solving these problems. It's not like I'm on a deadline. It's not like if I don't solve this in time, we're in danger. It's just all about experimentation. And so we definitely achieved that. But that's not to say it isn't like kind of, oh my God, right there. There it is. Tells Godot which node it should give focus to if the user presses the top arrow on the keyboard or top on a gamepad by default. You can change the key by ending the project settings, input, UI up, input action. The node must be a control. If this property is not set, Godot will give focus to the closest control to the top of this one. It's crazy. At least you know what the code you type does. Absolutely. Sure, but if you want to code, you have to look at the API. It tells you what the objects can do. I mean, I disagree with that so bad. And I think this is where I have a lot of frustration communicating with you, is because you say these like very like narcissistic statements like if you want to code, like you don't get to decide if I am wanting to code or not. Like I decide that, right? And I decide the way that I want to learn how to code. And coding is just, literally telling a computer how to do things and then having that run. So, and I know what you mean, right? You don't mean it that way, but it gets me really agitated and frustrated, and it makes it hard for me to listen to you because of the way that you word that. Because, most people don't come through here and word things that way. And so it's just like you say, if you want to code, you have to do it this way. And I want to say, screw you. I'll do it the way I want to do it. And it's like, but another way you could say this, right, is the API is helpful. It can help you, right? But when you say stuff like this, it makes me want to just ban you because, like, why would you? That's so mean. It's so mean to say it that way. And but I hear that you have information and knowledge to share. But I'm really gonna need you to stop wording it that way because it makes me so angry. It makes me so mad. Welcome home, Pierogi. Another person on the bus is going to be on the bus even longer than you, like over 2 hours. Dude, I'm so sorry that you're riding that bus. That sounds very frustrating. Stormrun says, I like coding in JavaScript too. When you start typing, it gives you options of what you can do. I do like, I do, I mean, there's, you know, anyway. I might be doing JavaScript one of these days. Funnily enough, I was thinking earlier, how would I make a grid of options? And I just assumed I'd do a lot of math to change the integers and move around. Good to know this exists. Yeah, it is. Like now, like the next time I do this, I'm going over here. Like I'm going to go over here. But now that we've done it, I don't think I have the fortitude in me or the energy to try and see what this is like. But you guys should look at this if you're trying to do a similar thing. You should look at neighbors and focus and buttons and control nodes and all that. And you know, the reality is, M. Carpenter, it's nice for you to just be able to sit there and say like, oh, hey, you should look at this, but like, maybe you should look at it. You know, Thought T was able to come in here and be like, here's the specific thing, which, you know, I was able to be like, oh, there it is, you know, and like that. And you don't have to do that. I don't expect you to know those things, right? I don't expect you to be able to do that. But, you know, when you make it sound like I'm doing something wrong because I don't understand what you're saying. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Stream is back. Sorry, guys. The ISP was mad that I was mad and going on a rant. So it shut the stream down. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying. Somebody understands what I'm saying. Like, it's like, don't get mad at me because I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, that's on you to explain it better. Do you know what I'm saying? Not that I need you to explain it. If you leave, I won't be mad, honestly. I won't be that mad. Like, you can stay too, but like, wording it things that way is gonna make me angry. Even like, I think you should is good too. Saying it like that can be helpful. Yeah. Alright, anyway. The ISP gods are saying, Lise, stop ranting! You're soapboxing! Don't do it! Okay, I'll stop. I'm done. I'm done. And honestly, yeah, you can leave. I honestly don't care. All right, so I mean, we have some success here in terms of toggling the button so that when we click it, the activate, something pops up. I mean, after all that, I could just stop, you know, and move on. But I would be lying if I said my curiosity didn't take me further. I know I missed some chats a long time ago, by the way. I think they're all gone. I feel like the chats are all gone. So I can't actually go back and get them. But hello, everybody. Welcome, everybody. So in terms of the toggling, I remember commenting it out. But with all the commit and GitHub drama, I'm not sure what is left. It doesn't look like it's here anymore. So we can put that back in for toggling it. I think that was going to be over here maybe. And the idea was that we could press the activate button and it would open up the toggle, right? So we could say toggle menu button on activate. And we had started to find something before the bug set in, and it was like chaos ensued. But I want to say when we press the activate and we're hovered over a certain one, right? So we're going to say if input is action activate. Don't be mad. Here's a noodle. Thank you so much, Tara. Thank you. I appreciate it. This looks delicious. I'm going to eat this later. But I did want to thank you. And I want to welcome you into the stream. Welcome. How you doing, Tara? I ain't mad. Who are you talking about? I ain't mad. If I'm mad, it's because my ISP is interfering with the stream. So I want to say toggle menu button on activate, and if input is action. Oh, I already typed it. I thought that was an old one. And it's kind of a little, I feel like there's got to be an easier way to type this, right? Like I would want to say hover, because we got to check which one is up, right? Current hover equals, if current hover equals 0 and input action express, there's got to be an easier way to do this. But I'm just going to do what I'm doing here. Let me just make sure it's just giving me, oh, set to. Sorry, we want to say set to. I'm still learning that. Set to. Then I would want to figure out a way to have the, this is for 0, so that would be button eager, the one on the furthest left. I would want to make that one. I know, dude, I'm going to make that mistake so often. I'm going to make that mistake all the time, like for the rest of my life. I swear. Button eager. Now, when I tried to do toggled, it was saying that that's not a thing. That was just not a thing, right? So we get a little error here. Standalone expression, the line has no effect. So I guess we want to say toggled true or toggled, like I don't even know where to keep going with that. So I guess, button pressed Boolean. So it is a Boolean. So we could look up this in the documentation. I will say, maybe we can just look up menu buttons in general. I'm not sure. There it is. It's one word. So there's the menu button. And then in here, we have toggle mode. Overrides base button true. My face when I realized I forgot to put 2 equal signs. It's honestly, almost same. It's almost like, but then I'm also kind of like, well, at least that's an easy fix. At least all I gotta do is add or subtract a equal sign. At least that's easy. So we might just have to, do toggled mode or toggle mode instead. I know that redesigning the system is painful, but buttons can grab focus. They have a pressed signal, but it's up to you if you want to continue with this. Oh, right. So you're saying, well, can't we just use this stuff without this system? Like, or with this system? Can't we take all of this stuff and use this? We cannot do both? ¿Por qué no los dos? All right. Buttons can grab focus. Oh, but we have to have, I mean, we can certainly use the system to say if current hover 0 and action pressed activate, which is kind of extra. And maybe it's less performant, but at least it would work. And then, but for the pressed signal, you know, we could probably still use that. We might have to remake it, and maybe I will. I just am not gonna do it today, right? Like maybe we come back next week and we just do a do-over here. Buttons are more designed for UI options, more user-friendly. Yeah. Let me look back over here. at this. Toggle underscore mode. But if you're making a working system, it's fine. Toggle mode. And I guess we would, I mean, can I just say like equals or set to, I know there's some way to do it. You can use the press signal for the action anyways, but to implement the focus and neighbors, you'll have to ditch the integer hover system. Right, right. Pressed signal, yeah. And so if I want to, I'm just trying to figure out how to toggle it. At this point, I'm just trying to figure out how to toggle it. How to actually get it to switch on or off. It's kind of all I want to see at this point. Is just click it and it opens. Click it and it opens. But I'm just not sure where that happens. Properties, methods, show pop-up, set. I feel like we can't. I feel like that's, I'm not saying we can't, but I don't know how to do it. So I will just look it up. Godot. I feel like there's not necessarily going to be a lot of menu button information. But maybe. How do I connect a handler to buttons in the menu buttons? You don't do in the inspector. An items button appears in the header of the main viewer. How to toggle button indexes. Oh, this seems useful. This seems relevant. There's a toggle item checked function in the pop-up menu class. In your handler function for the ID press signal, you can simply use self-get pop-up toggle item check. The items don't have their own signals. If you need those, you could define a custom signal in your menu button script and emit them accordingly. Right. Okay, so I mean, the pressed thing might be more complicated than I realize. But I feel like it shouldn't be. You want the buttons to be a toggle switch instead of a button? No. So these buttons, right? These menu buttons, these, when you click on them, I can't do it right now because it's been like unactivated. I guess we could, oh, there we go. There we can do it. So this is how they are, right? We can click on them with a mouse, for example, and we get these options that pop up, right? And so I just want it to be like toggled on, toggled off, toggled on, toggled off, right? Like that's my desire, is to have it be that way. And so I'm just trying to have it so we can press the activate button with the keyboard and not necessarily have to use the mouse to use them. That you can actually just use the keyboard to do it and press the E key, and then it's going to toggle this on, toggle this closed. And so I was getting that from this, which is a different thing for sure. The toggled button pressed. And so I wasn't sure if there was a way to actually do that. And if we don't toggle it that way, then some other way to press it sort of manually with a key is what I'm after. And I'm just not sure how to do that. I guess I'm kind of trying to simulate a press. But for some reason, I just feel like that's going to be hard to find. Might be good to just look up stuff about the menu button in general. And I think this documentation is going to have the same thing that's in there, right? Actually, it's a little different. It doesn't look that different. There's a way to force a signal to be called. I did it last week, but I forget how. The internet Oh, it's back. It's not back. Doo-doo-doo. Is it back? I think it's back now. Man, the internet is not happy with us today, y'all. The internet wants us to stop. I'm not gonna, but it wants me to. In theory, if the focus is on the given button, the UI accept action, default space enter opens it. If the focus is on a given, so we would have to do the focus thing. So what you're saying is we do have to just redo it all manually if we want it to work. We're using those three options when you click on a button from the positive, neutral, negative things. Oh, good question. So that may be a good lead for us. So that is when I click on the menu buttons and I come to the inspector. That's something that I had set up previously right up here. So we have items, and I added these items: positive, neutral, and then negative is down here. So these are these different menu options that we're able to add to this menu button. And that's where that came from. You think you used the emit signal method. Interesting, interesting. Right? Emit signal. That's not something I've used much of, other than the ideas you had suggested the other day. But it sounds like we might need to set up the focus stuff from the start. Button eager, grab focus, and then, like Thought said, pressing space should simulate a click. Thought said that? Oh, shoot. I missed that. Oh, here, if you focus, oh, right, the focus. Yeah, I see. Yeah. So we can manually define the focus, which means we can keep the way we're setting it. Focus, I assume we can do it, but I'm not sure. The focus is on the given button. So we would have to say the focus. So we'd almost want to set that when we do, like here, where it's making them bigger, where we're doing a manual focus, which is like, you know, maybe not necessary, and we can do this a lot better. We can also say that this button, eager, has the focus entered. Now I think I need to like set that to true or something, right? Standalone expression. Set to true. Now that's not going to get set to false. So then I'd have to come through. Again, super inefficient if you think about they already have something that we could do automatically. Because now on these other ones, right, I would have to set that here, the focus goes to false. Grab focus. Focus entered is a signal. Grab, right. Thank you, guys. Grab focus. And then I guess we would put it. Let me see what goes in here. Oh, here's this. So see, I didn't even know where to look for this. Like looking in the documentation makes sense to me. So this is just the control node documentation in general. Okay, that's helpful. Okay, so let me get back to the script then. Grab focus. Steal the focus from another control and become the focused control. Using this method together with callable call deferred makes it more reliable, especially when called inside node ready. Okay. And then in terms of how I use it, I guess that's all I have to do. So does focus change automatically? It'll like turn it on and off? That's more of a general question I'm asking out there. I don't necessarily expect you to answer that. Okay, so if we say grab focus there, I wonder if that means we can just do this for all of these. So say, let me make an enter here, new line, grab focus even, or sorry, button even, then grab that focus. And I would imagine that this focus toggles itself. Right. So put this in here. Theoretically. Of course. Paste that right in there. Now, even though the focus is there, we need the activate button to matter. But you're saying, Thoughty was saying that default space / enter to open it. That'll just work? It definitely didn't, but we're getting a lot of debug. There's a lot of bugs popping up, so that could be interesting. Tons of errors. Errors for days. Oh, this is elsewhere. This control can't grab focus. This control can't grab focus. Use set focus mode to allow a control to get focus. Set focus mode. Okay. Set focus mode to get focus. Okay. And then that's it? Like, I mean, I would think we have to define what that mode is. I might want to look up. Yeah, that's just immediate problem. Oh, want an argument. Expected an argument. Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense. Find it in the inspector. Oh, really? Focus tab. Okay, so click on this, the mode option. Maybe the focus mode isn't correct for what you want to do. I don't know what focus mode even is. Yeah, well, I think what it is it's going to have these buttons be like the thing that is being acted on at this moment, potentially. I think that's what that means. That would be my guess. It's a bit late for you. Good night, everybody. Yes, good night, Almeska. Thanks for sticking it through. I appreciate you. Thanks for signing up with the membership. It means a lot. And yeah, you've been really helpful. Take good care. You deserve the rest. Enjoy it. Bye for now. So if we pop up the focus right here, mode none. Oh, click all. So we want to say click. And then we have to come back to none, I think. All is very interesting. So we have none, click, and all. So that would mean we do have to define and undefine it for each one. But this is clicking. Wait, that didn't work. I did that wrong. Click is not declared. Okay, where do I put it? Where do I put click? Let me open up this. Mode value. Oh, so like 0, 1, 2, 3. I see. So we would default 0. I see. We want to make it 1. I got you. So let's make this 1. But this is for the clicking. Right? I don't want it to be clicking it yet. I just want it to be hovering it. So we don't even need to do this then, I would think. Try setting all the buttons to focus mode, all, and use the same grab focus as before. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. I was thinking we would do this with the activate, but that's very interesting. Set them in the inspector. Oh, okay, good clarification. Okay, so I'm going to select all 3 of these on the left. And come down to focus. There's focus. There's mode. All. And then instead of this, try grab focus. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's see what this does. You thought I ended the stream because YouTube switched to a different video? It might have been a cat press. I hope so. I hope it wasn't because my internet wavered and it was like, oh, this stream must be done then. I don't think it would do that. Okay, well, we're not getting any issues. So now I'm pressing, you know, buttons and nothing's happening, to be fair. But we're not getting any errors. Oh, we are getting some errors. Okay, wait, we are getting some errors. Different errors for different things. Yeah, I can actually tell them not to end it. So I could literally, I've had a stream go for days. I've had a stream go for days before, and it doesn't, without it being up. Like, so I turn off my broadcast software, and the stream will stay up on YouTube for days. It was unlisted. There's a setting I can actually turn that so it doesn't do it. YouTube is having some problems recently, so it's a lot of possibilities. Yeah, let's say it that. So what I was thinking, and maybe this is super wrong, was we say none for these. Maybe check UI accept action. Oh, so that's probably not right. Okay, so let's do that. That's probably not even set up, right? I would have a feeling that that doesn't exist. So let's add it. Because that doesn't exist. Oh, wait, it says it exists. Where is it? Oh, it's hidden. I see. Show built-in actions. Gotcha, guys. Okay. UI accept enter, key press enter, and space. Well, technically, it should exist. I can press it here. Yeah, it looks like it exists. I notice when OBS closes, I still have to end stream on YouTube as well. Yeah, it depends. You can set it to be otherwise. Yeah, it does look good. I searched for something for my game, and you were on the right suggestions. I thought you started a new stream, or I don't know. Whoa, that is weird. That's okay. Thank you for helping. Thank you for helping. Thanks for giving us some like specific things to look at. No, I have a feeling this isn't gonna do it. I just have a feeling this isn't gonna do it. But I'm curious to know if we can't just eschew this entirely and instead come up here. Probably not. Probably not, all right? But since it says click, like that makes me think, could it do something? Yeah, the left and right. Yeah, the left and right is working real good. Now I'm curious to see if we can get that menu to open. So that menu option can open. If I have a mouse, we can click on it and this opens. And so what I'm trying to do is get it so that way when we use the keyboard, it will also open. So that's kind of what I'm working on right now, is getting it so, whoops. See, I feel like that's the kind of thing that sometimes happens, is I click after. Okay. So when we select these, I want to be able to press it and it opens it up. So that's what I'm specifically working on. And so then there was set focus mode. Right? And then if we say 1, like I'm not saying that will work. It probably won't. but I'm curious to try it. No go. Definitely did not work. Let's see what the debugger says. Not a lot about it. Yeah, I'm not seeing that come up in the debugger. I would set a whole new if statement for that. Yeah, so we have if current hover is 0 and input is action pressed, activate, then it should do it. So if we say, for example, I guess we can do our old standby. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. If I do my old standby and have the close button appear, visibility, true. I expect that will work, right? So I come here. It might be worth making our own thing instead of using the menu button. Honestly? Oh, whoops. Invalid set on visibility index. What did I do wrong? Visibility equals true. Why didn't that work? Try percent. I'm honestly starting to think maybe we just make our own menu buttons. Maybe we just don't use the menu buttons. Like if we're think about it, if we're not bothering to use any of the like options anyway, it might be an opportunity to enjoy the advantage of making our own like setup for that. Is not in the same line set as if statement from the earlier, is it? Oh, maybe. I don't. I mean, it's. No, it's not. Try percent button eager emit signal pressed. Oh, nice. I did want to just try this. It said visibility index, and the word index makes me think it's a number. That sounds like that would be correct, but it's just weird because maybe visible. Sorry, it's visible, guys. It's visible. It's not visibility. No, I think you're right. You saying that made me be like, wait, but it's definitely a Boolean. No, it's definitely a Boolean. So I probably just spelled it wrong. Fati says it might not work. It's worth a shot, though. It sounds compelling. It sounds very compelling. Okay, so there you can see I can open that little box up here, right? So that definitely works. So the condition is correct, right? If I want to come up here and open that, that appears, right? No problem. So that's not the issue. The issue is we don't know what the heck to type in here. Might not work, but it seems worth a shot. So we'll say button eager dot emit signal pressed. Let's give it a shot. Might not work. Might not work. Does not work. I'm sort of you know, and when I think about Godot, and it kind of makes sense, you know, and I think, you know, M. Carpenter earlier was making a good point about this, that because we're using these control nodes, we can, Godot is going to have built-in features to make them function and work. And if we're already bypassing that, I just kind of feel like maybe we could just make our own thing. Like if you click this, we could just have our own thing pop up with positive, you know, neutral and negative, and then you can back out of that and come back here. Like if we're already setting it all up on our own and not using Godot's built-in things, maybe the menu button isn't the right thing to use. You could have it already there, but hidden, and when you press the button, it unhides it. Then if unhovered, it hides it again. I don't really understand that. You could have it always there, but hidden, and when you press the button, it unhides it. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. That just confuses me. What is the it in that sentence? Would be my question. I wonder if we got a debug for that. No, we didn't. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards, though, you know? The next pop-up. Have it already there, but hidden. And when you press the button, it unhides it. Then if unhovered, it hides it again. I'm not sure how to hide it. I don't know how to have it already appear. You're saying the click, like have the mode already set? I kind of wonder about that. So if we click all of these and we do focus, click, does that mean they're all going to be clicked by default? So I don't even know if I can do that though. It is certain you can customize your own better with a custom submenu. Yeah, because like, I mean, with the whole like drop down with the positive, neutral, and negative, it's kind of like ugly and stuff. Like it makes sense. Like if you're making an options menu, you don't need it to necessarily be all fancy. But this is like immersed in the game, right? I feel like it'll be a better like stylistic choice if we don't use menu buttons, because we can style it more in a more custom way. It's up to you in the end, but Godot has a good system for these laid out, and I think it's worth it. Would save you a lot of work, especially considering it's a dialogue game. This is a compelling point. That's a compelling argument. You know, I'm starting to convince myself maybe let go of it. Ugly pop-up. Ugh, ugly pop-up. But it's ugly. But it's ugly. That ruins the whole game. What's supposed to happen when you click on one of the three? This is what's supposed to happen. I'll come up here. That little pop-up. That's what's supposed to happen. I still want to nerd out about container nodes, but that's a whole thing, and I don't want to distract you. But yeah, one day we should experiment with containers. What is that? Base class for all GUI containers. Interesting. I mean, maybe it's the right thing to think about, because, I mean, ultimately, introduction to UI containers in Godot. It's from GTX 5 years ago. Okay, maybe a little dated. Maybe not the best way to go. There's one from 5 months ago, 3 weeks ago. An overview of control nodes, easy UI. You know, maybe next week, this is what we do. Maybe next week we just like make that decision. How we want to. It does sound cool. Container nodes are the beautiful systems that dreams never had for UI. And so, could I design my own everything?
Hi. So the UI system in Godot is really powerful and really easy to get started with. Let's take a look at Godot 4. So first of all, when we're starting a scene, to create a user interface, simply enough we can click the user interface button. That said, you can attach these to other scenes. I'm gonna go into this in a moment.
This is a bit of a long
Let's make
one.
a user interface node for starters. So here we have our user interface marked out with the little. So here
skip ahead. I'm just curious where containers come into this.
Why that matters.
I don't know if this talks about containers.
4, 5. You can add as many columns as you want, and
you can create complex UIs with it very quickly.
See, in an awkward position like that, but right, you can make 50. 50 is nice.
Well, maybe that's what we should do next
here's
week.
Font. We can,
you know, is so it's read as Godot. I feel like different people pronounce it differently, right? It's like GIF or GIF. You know, containers are cool because you can make UI appear in any organization you can think of, and you can access variables to slide things around. All right, here's what I'm deciding. We are not going to figure out how to press the button today. I say we forget that for right now. Godot for the win. I know, right? Maybe it's just because I'm coming from a theater background. I prefer the Godot way. You say it like Godot, got it, got it, Joe Dot, Joe Dot. Oh, no one agrees how it is read. I say Godot. It sounds fancy. Godot. It sounds very fancy, but I think you're saying containers are cool. I think that's what you mean. Okay, here's what we do, guys. We're not doing a lightning round today either. Lightning round is a new thing where I try to recap what we've learned very quickly in a little snippet. I don't think that exists for today. I mean, maybe we did get lickety split. I don't even know what we got. I can't even remember. It's been so long. What a long stream. What do we set up today? We set up so we can... What did we set up today? Oh, the movement control. We did set up turning off movement very easily, but that was just, oh yeah. So, I mean, I did reorganize all of the scenes and stuff, and that was kind of something. It's a play, thought. It's a play. It is a play, and I'm not saying it's a great play, but it is a great play. It's by Samuel Beckett. I just realized I spelled Godot. Who would never, you would, I know, I knew that. I knew that you did, and I just was like, you know what? I know how you say it. One who made Godot engine got it from the novel. It is just a play. It is just a play. I don't believe it's a novel. I believe it's a play. I'm like 99.99% sure it's a play, not a novel. Just so you know. But it's a great play. It's a great play. You should read it. I did not know that thought. I honestly did not know that it was based on this. Because I have this play. I have this exact book. I have that exact book upstairs. It's okay. I'm sorry, I got kind of... Excuse me, I said it was a play, and I need you to listen to me. I got a little sassy about that. I studied theater very extensively, so I take it very personally. But I don't need to. That's rude of me, and I apologize. Godot means the perfection you will never achieve. Dang. Dang. That's kind of defeatist to name your engine after the perfection you'll never achieve. Have a little hope. Any quick tutorial things? Yeah, that's the lightning round. I mean, you know, earlier I did talk about the reference thing, so we kind of did that earlier. I think we're going to skip it today. I think we're going to skip the lightning round today. It's deep. You guys should read the play. It's honestly amazing. Like, if you haven't read it, like, it's gonna blow your mind. Especially if you aren't familiar with, like, theater and experimental theater. Like, it's gonna change your life. Because it's just, you know, it's been imitated ad nauseum at this point. But only if you're familiar with, like, you know, theater and playwriting. If you're not, it's gonna blow your mind. Unfortunately, for the time being, it is very typical of the engine, which means Godot. Fair point. I'm telling you, it's totally worth it if you haven't read it and you're not like a big theater person. And plays, guys, are so easy to read. They're so easy to read because they have huge gaps in between. Huge gaps in between. Can I just at least like show you what it looks like? Hold on. couldn't find good Waiting for Godot, but I found a different one. Because the point I want to make is they're so easy to read. Look what plays look like. This is what plays look like. There's tons of space. Huge gaps in the text. Right? Look at this. And so plays are all about, like, keeping it moving. So it's not like huge paragraphs. Right? It's got skips. Some lines are so short. Look how short that is. It's like somebody saying 2 words. So you can read them. All I wanted to point out was you can read them really fast. And it's really action-filled because it's all about, like, visual. It's a script. It's a script. Yes, that's what it is. It's a script. Waiting for Godot is a script. And so you can read through it really, really quickly. I have so many, dude, we have so many plays in this house. We have so many plays. I can't find it. But you've been using a TTS reader to read your articles because there's too much text. Plays are a blast to read. They're so much fun, and they're made to be fun to read. So, like, honestly, just try it. Just try it. All right, y'all. I'm going to get out of here. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with me, sticking it through despite, you know, maybe building a system we didn't need. I'm going to look into deeply how we might want to restructure this whole thing. I'm really proud of what was achieved today. Thank you, everybody who helped me, because that's what it's about, is learning and trying stuff and experiencing these together, solving problems and whatnot. And we did that. We can now cycle through this in so many different ways. We can stop the movement of the mouse and everything. We can do the same thing with the joypad. I mean, this is cool. This is cool that we got all this set up. And now it's time to think about how we want to maybe structure this so it's ideal. And if we want to keep it this way, we'll be making our own UI design. I have a feeling we can do some combination of what Godot offers and sort of like a custom design. So I'm kind of excited to look into that. I'm going to do some research before the next stream. I'm going to bring in some videos. We're going to watch them. We're going to make the decision, and we're going to do our best. That's next Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern. So I will hopefully see you there. You're most welcome, Pierogigon. Thank you for signing up as a member. Thanks for signing up as a member. Nice work indeed. I agree. I couldn't agree more. I want to give a big shout out to the patrons. I gotta get the members up here. We gotta get the members up here too. We got Kai. We got Albeska, we got Pierogigon. The patrons is a whole nother way you can support the stream. Think of the Patreon as a behind the scenes way to get to know Hyper Game Dev, to learn about the channel, to learn about live streaming and stuff like that. And these are the people who actually contribute some money. Thank you so much. It does help quite a bit. And then there's also the members. The members also help a lot. So big shout out to all of them. I'll make sure we have an extra little tier on there. And you know, you can join the Patreon for free. You don't have to pay money, and you can get a free live stream, in your email inbox along with the newsletter every Friday. So tomorrow. And it'll be going over this week in Hyper Game Dev. Obviously, we're going to talk about memberships and stuff. And yeah, it's a cool way to just like catch up on what happened throughout the whole week without having to actually have been there. And you also get the opportunity to have us check out your projects. So if you're making a game, a script, anything, I'm willing to check it out, share it on stream, and then I'm gonna cut those out and put them into a special members only video, so you can always check that out there too. But only that part. The rest of it stays over there. So if you want to learn how to do that, head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, and you can hit join for free right here, and you will get on that email list. Other than that, y'all, that's the end of this. The next one is tomorrow. we got a game jam tomorrow. Guys, we got a game jam to do tomorrow. I have a feeling I'm gonna be able to get more out of Godot. Not Godot. We're talking about Godot. Out of GDevelop. I have a feeling I'm gonna be able to get more out of GDevelop tomorrow. It's just a feeling that I have because yesterday's GDevelop stream, I don't know, just made some good progress. I'm using GDevelop. I do want to try something like ClickTeam Fusion, maybe GameMaker, but I think I can maybe do something other than a platformer tomorrow. That's my goal. We'll see what happens. Come through in any engine you want and join with us. That's every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello, welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. You can click in the bottom left right there, click or tap to watch the last episode in this Godot engine series, and you can tap or click in the bottom right to see the next episode in this Godot engine series. So I'll see you there. Take care. Thanks again, y'all. Goodbye. And thank you to Albeska Pierogigan and Psycho Ocelot for the contributions on this stream. It means the world. Thank you, guys. All right, see you later. Bye. Bottom left, last episode. Bottom right, next episode.